way, and you know how we do it from the correspondent on Signature TV. We have reports for you as usual and several important events that happened within the week. And from the correspondent, I am Emmanuel Tewasi, your host. Let's move straight into our lineup for today. Today we have the International Day of Education here on Friday 24, 2025 with the theme Artificial Intelligence, Opportunities and Challenges. Then we'll also bring you the commissioning of new classroom blocks in ENUGU North and Odeno Federal Constituency here in ENUGU. Then we'll move over to Anambra where a Anambra man set his wife on fire. That is quite sad and tragic. Then we'll move over to the inauguration of a new security outfit, from Anambra. Then we'll move over to Niger where we had many people still missing from the petroleum tanker incident in Niger State. Finally, we'll look at our big story today, which is on the tragic incident at Ugbo-Anyama ENUGU on Onitsha Expressway, which occurred on Saturday. We learned that the sad incident has claimed a lot of lives, and we hope that they find the souls of those involved in that incident will rest in the bosom of the Lord. We'll go for a quick break, and when we return, from the correspondent continues. Stay with us. Watching from the correspondent on Signature TV. Today, our first story is a look at the International Day of Education marked on the 24th of January. Nigeria on Friday joined the global community in marking the International Day with 2025 looking at the evolving landscape of learning through the help of artificial intelligence. This year's theme, Artificial Intelligence, Opportunities and Challenges, highlighted the transformative potential of AI in education. Let's take a look at that report.
The emergence of artificial intelligence is revolutionizing human activities in all ramifications, particularly the education sector, transforming the ways of learning, teachings, and institutional operations. Market predicts that the global AI in education market will reach over $25 billion by 2025, growing a compound annual growth rate of 45.6%. The theme for this year's International Day of Education, Artificial Intelligence, Opportunities and Challenges, raises concerns about the social and economic benefits of digital learning as well as the pitfalls of AI learning tools. A former board member of the ENUGU State Post-Primary School Management Board, Chukwuma Okenwa, who highlighted the importance of AI in teaching and research, expressed concern about the potential risk of over-reliance on AI. Okenwa emphasized that the goal of AI in education should be to augment human capacity and not rely on them, insisting that humans must not rely solely on AI for critical thinking and problem solving.
As a scholar you want to teach or a public speaker, you could leverage the tool. So what that could just do is like to serve as an encyclopedia, right? You know, help you to compile areas of things you should be able to concentrate on when looking at a particular topic. Artificial intelligence will review all of the available materials, suggest to you, and also in the right order. And with that, you can now apply that, and it is expected you should now also delve into further research. Unfortunately, when it comes to like for students that use ChatGPT and the likes, you know, rather than it serving as a guide, many people could just entirely download it like that and give it to the lecturer. Okay. Regrettably, also we have a lot of scholars, lecturers who don't understand artificial intelligence and how to even assess whether a material was generated, you know, by AI. You know, because in developed nations they subject it to some of those tests, and once that is done, then you are asked to rewrite because we expect that aspect of human intelligence and for you to become a problem solver. But when you now come to a dispensation with artificial intelligence, where even machines could actually help to do some of those things that people go to school. And the question will now be, how sustainable are school systems? Will AI threaten the essence of, going to spend all of those long years, since you could just at your palm be able to generate information you care for, how you need it, why you need it, and when you need it.
And web developer Akinwumi Michael in education through tailored learning experiences that meet students' individual needs, abilities, and learning styles.
The barrier of the barrier of working school hours has been broken, because even while you are at home, you can reach out to a guidance. There are online chat bots that you can use for guidance support. If you need help with your coursework, you can easily go online. You see a lot of chat bots, a lot of AI tools that you can use for your coursework. Especially challenged children are not left out in the world of AI. In terms of education, they are not left out. The reason being that there are a lot of
You're now seeing people, content writers, you're now seeing people who are able to do work faster and become more productive. And I really believe that there has been no better time to build a company than right now, because most of the tasks you would need to hire people for, hire labor for, can now be automated with a simple AI.
The integration of AI in Nigeria's education sector comes with its own challenges, such as infrastructural development, particularly in rural areas where there is limited access to electricity, internet, and digital devices. In ENUGU, Emmanuel Tewase for Signature TV News.
Just joining us, you're watching from the correspondent on Signature TV. Still on education. Education received a major boost in Igboeza North and Udenu Federal Constituency of Enugu State over the weekend. This followed the commissioning of a new classroom block built by a member representing the area in the House of Representatives, Dennis Agbo. Let's take a look at that event.
It has been a tortuous journey to the House of Representatives for Dennis Agbo, who, after being declared winner of the Igboeza North Udenu Federal Constituency, has to go for a rerun on the orders of the court. He also had to challenge the outcome of the rerun, which went in favor of his opponent of the PDP, Simon Atuegu, and eventually returned to the Harlow Chambers after the appeal court in Enugu State upheld the ruling of the House of Representatives Tribunal that sacked the member representing Igboeza North Udenu Federal Constituency, Simon Atuegu. Today, the people of his constituency are celebrating, as Dennis Agbo has donated 4 classroom blocks to 4 different schools in the constituency. The new classroom blocks are in Umuegali Amala Community Secondary School, Ekboshi Community Secondary School, Emufu Community Secondary School, and Uda Community Secondary Schools, all in Igboeza North Udenu local government area of Enugu State. The governor of Enugu State, Peter Mba, was represented by the Commissioner of Education, Professor Ndubeze Mba, who inaugurated all the schools. He commended Dennis Agbo aligns with the priority attention given to the sector by the state government.
These are projects that have been attracted and fulfilled by Right Honorable Agbo, who is the honorable representative of this federal constituency. Every single location that we went to, we were greeted by school children, by teachers, by school administrators, by community members, community leaders, elders, Igwes. What we've witnessed today is a testament of democracy at work, but it also
his community for the support throughout the period of the project execution.
We are taking after the governor. If you notice, education is the enabling factor for the future. If you educate a child, you empower him. The governor has identified that very clearly by his initiative on the smart schools. All what we are doing is to elevate, contribute our own quota to elevate that initiative and take it to another pedestal. and especially bringing resources from the center, which is where we are operating, from the federal government to support what the governor is doing. Education is key in human capital development. It is key. And I mentioned something like this when we were told that. And I was saying, imagine a secondary school here and a smart school next door. The confidence it to engineer in the children in the next 5 years is unimaginable.
Ifesinachi Onyeke, who is the chairman of the Labour Party in the area, described Dennis Amo as a lover of education, which according to him prompted investment in the project.
Right Honorable Dennis Nnamdi Abo is a man that we know for passion for education. Aside from that, the number of vote that was cast in his favor in the last election was so much that every single human being will be moved with a passion to ensure that the people who came out en masse in this number and cast their vote for him are able to feel the impact of his government. That as soon as he was sworn into the National Assembly, he just kickstarted with a lot of development. The one you just saw is just the second badge of the commission. Last month we commissioned the first badge of same educational infrastructural development, and this one is the second badge. And another badge is coming.
Reverend Father Desmond Kenechukunna presented a merit award to the legislator for his good works in the constituency. And as a mark of appreciation, the community rolled out their drums to celebrate their representative. They equally thanked God for returning him to the federal parliament, which provided him the platform to serve their needs. In Enugu, Ugono Walo, reporting for Signature TV News.
As the saying goes, when the righteous empower the people, rejoice. This is so much for someone who just took over power in just a few times after a prolonged legal battle. Wishing him all the best. And he's
The victim, Mrs. Blessing Choma-Waka, a mother of 5 boys, was seen in a viral clip on social media late on Wednesday, scampering for safety while carrying a 3rd-degree burn around her torso and other parts of the body. Passers-by and neighbors reportedly managed to put out the fire, though it has dealt significant burns on the victim. She was then rushed to a medical facility in ENUGU, Njikoka local government area, where she was pronounced dead. Mrs. Toyin Soludo, wife of the Anambra State Governor, while reacting to the incident, vowed to follow up closely on the case until full justice is served. The governor's wife made the disclosure after receiving detail of the viral incidents from the Commissioner for Women and Children Affairs, Ifeanyi Obianubu, and her health counterpart, Dr. Afam Obidike, whom she had directed to immediately visit the scene of the incident. In their separate reaction to the incident, a former officer of the National Orientation Agency, Dennis Ekemezi, an officer of the Girls Guard, Oba Ewa, and the Anambra State Chairperson of the National Association of Women Journalists, Tochukwu Ifejika, commended the action in its entirety.
Although I've not heard from both sides, but from inference, it's a very sad thing. Very, very sad thing. People that came back from the north just precisely started to manage their lives. Part of it could be that the woman was so insulting, but no matter whatever happened, you can see that it's a meditated action. He considered it right. He went and bought fuel, waited, and then ignited the fire. This. He would not say that this thing was on one. No, it's a premeditated action, and it's never encouraged, no matter whatever the woman has done. And that's what this new generation of people should learn.
Domestic violence is, in fact, I don't know how to say it again. Women, if you see any telltale sign, please be courageous enough to speak out. A broken marriage is better than death. When whenever you see you cannot take it, when your mental health is at stake, please take a walk instead of bowing out in life. Take a walk and live for us. When you are alive, you can settle every problem from anywhere you are.
Concerned groups and civil society organizations are looking forward to seeing the case served as a deterrent to promoters of domestic violence, especially violence against women and children. The alleged arsonist, Son Dewaka, has now been taken into custody and will soon face prosecution. The Anambra State government says that it will find labor for the 5 children, just as it vowed that the full weight of the law would be visited on the culprits. Dennis Chukudalo, Signature TV News.
Such a barbaric act by someone who calls himself a husband to a wife. It's quite disheartening how we've moved from this point 1 to B, where you premeditate, you go ahead to take actions. How would you set the person you call your wife, the mother of your children, on fire for undisclosed misunderstanding? If you are not ready to get into this forever journey, it's better you tell yourself the truth and stay out of it no matter what happens.
The level of criminality in Anambra State, leading to loss of lives almost on a daily basis in recent times, has triggered outbursts from the citizenry. This is seen as a major dent on the Soludo administration that may negatively affect his rating and political future. To underscore the concern of Anambra people over the prevailing insecurity, the 10,000 capacity International Convention Center was filled to capacity by men and women groups from various communities of the state, as well as captains of industries, religious and community leaders. Governor Soludo, who also signed the Anambra State Homeland Security Bill into law on the occasion, stated that apart from mainstreaming technology, a special force of 2,000 personnel drawn from the police, army, navy, civil defense, DSS, Agune Chamber, plus other special forces have been set up. He said that a tracking system, a command and control system, which enhances the use of voice, video, data in security management, and AI-powered surveillance cameras will also be deployed. He said that Operation Udogachi will be supported by the state's recently established Independent Communication Network, which enables security personnel to communicate flawlessly using walkie-talkies. As an incentive and morale booster, a monthly bonus of 10 million naira goes to any divisional police office in the state that records 0 violent crimes within the month. Some citizens of the state bared their minds on the new government security initiatives.
I want to say here that security has gone beyond buying cars, charms, and upgrades. Security today is information gathering, surveillance, and intelligence gathering.
You did a very wonderful job by launching this operation Udogachi. And it is make everybody sit up, especially the criminals amongst us. And I love his presentation. Can you imagine the vehicles is provided for this Udogachi?
Commencement of the inevitable fight, taking over the state from the hand of the hoodlums, the people who refuse any development, that make sure that we can't come back and make any meaningful development. So we thank Governor, appreciate everybody who is activated in this, and say the issue of security is our collective responsibility. When you hear something, you know something, you see something, escalate it to the next level. You don't need to put your name. So that those who are concerned, the responsible people, will pick up those people, rehabilitate them if possible, or put them where they're supposed to be.
As a significant aspect of the day's event was the reconstitution of the Anambra State Traditional Rulers Council, where Governor Soludo brought on board all certified Igwes from communities of the state. He announced that the traditional ruler of Obosi in Idembili North Local Government Area, Igwe Chidubem Iweka, as the new chairman of the council, who takes over from the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Nemeka Achebe. Dennis Chukudalo. Signature TV News.
Still watching from the correspondent on Signature TV, where we lay bare events and happenings behind the headlines. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll look at tanker explosion that occurred within the week in Niger State. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching from the correspondent on Signature TV, and today's big story is on the tragic incident that occurred on Saturday at Unyama in Enugu State, where a tanker exploded, and the situation got worse than we would have ever imagined. But before we get to that, let's take a look at the incident that occurred in Diko, Niger State, where many lives were also lost. And our correspondent, Nasir Usman, visited the community and reports that many are still missing following the tragic incidents. Let's hear from Nasir.
The Diko petrol explosion was an enactment of a mini nuclear explosion. Over 50 businesses close to the scene were wiped out as if they never existed. The explosion turned the entire scene into a raging fire. Community members told Signature TV that more than 300 people died in the tanker incident. The 150 official figures, they said, were those whose bodies were recovered. Unfortunately, they were those whose bodies were literally dissolved by the furious fire and were simply scooped away as human ash.
It was a great disaster here. So much life was lost.
Many people dead because we can't even count how many people died because some turned to artists. So there is no way to find them. Many people up to tomorrow now, they still die. And they can't confirm, say, so some people know see their children now, they know where to find them because they are already gone.
People were rushing, fetching fuel. We opened fetch too. But when the fire started, this man that is coming, that's this house. That is where all of us run to. The advice I will advise anybody, fuel, anything concerning petrol is not what you play with. And so next time, when it happens, you advise another person, please don't go. Because we witnessed it all, we saw dead bodies and we saw everything, the losses and everything. So I advise people not to go.
Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, who visited the scene to commiserate with the affected families, the people and the government of Niger State, said the accident occurred because of the level of poverty in Nigeria.
We must pull our people out of poverty. We must also do the right things. If you look at the roads too, the road is bad. And that's why I said we should concentrate on maintaining the existing road. Look at the shoulders. Anybody, anywhere, any vehicle tries to park, look at the steep shoulder. There's none.
So whenever there's a small issue, a vehicle collapse here. It just happened, and I assure you, other one will happen as long as this road remains like this. I thank the state government for what they are doing, but people need intervention to start back their business.
Meanwhile, the Federal Emergency Management Agency and Niger State Emergency Management Agency are providing relief materials to the victims.
He has ordered a quick action of medical teams to take over all the burnt victims, that they should be moved from the primary health care to General Hospital Suleja. And if that is not working, the federal government, they has spoken with the minister that they should refer them to the Ogolada Teaching Hospital. So, and being there, he has made some donations to the victims, those that have been burnt down, each individual that he saw there. Though some of the victims who have not been taken to the hospital, we are using the local way of medication.
The Diko petrol tanker accident, which has attracted the attention of the international media, is only one in a series of such accidents across Nigeria, arising from poor state of Nigerian roads. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
You're still watching From the Correspondent on Signature TV, and over to our big story for today, which is a tragic incident that occurred at Uguanyama here in ENUGU, which claimed a number of lives yet to be confirmed. But before we come back to that, we're going on a quick break. Don't go nowhere. From the Correspondent continues shortly.
Right now with the wife of the man that was
the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're watching From the Correspondent, and today's big story is on the tragic incident that occurred yesterday at Ugonyama along ENUGU Expressway, where a tanker, a truck that failed brake went into flames, killing over 25 as of confirmed now, and burning over 15 vehicles. Eyewitness account says the number has even gone beyond that, but our correspondent Queenette Nwokota was there and she witnessed that event for us, and she's with me in the studio today to tell us the more findings from that incident as of this morning when she left the environment. So Queen, you're welcome, and
thank you very much.
We would like to first of all start from a point of view. I don't want to be a bit emotional, but when you heard that you were going for this coverage, what first came to your mind?
I was so shocked and surprised. At first, I asked the head of the department, "Sir, are you joking?" And he was like, "Get ready, you're going to Ugonyama." And I told him, "Me going to Ugonyama? Like, we just heard that that place is burning, and you want me to go there?" He said, "Yes, that's what reporters do." I said, "Okay," I had to brace up, right? He called the cameraman, and he said, okay, he was going to go with me. Okay. And I said, "No problem, let's go see what is going on there." So, getting there, I don't know, should I continue saying what I need to say? Getting there, there was so much traffic in the other lane.
Okay.
So that was as a result of the incident that occurred, and a vehicle had to stop at the back end, and we had to walk down to that place. But when we got there, the fire service has already quenched the fire. Everything is down already. So we just got to see burnt vehicles, and we got to see somebody's skeleton on the floor. Like a human being's bone on the floor. And I thought that was all. We had to go further because, of course, we had to interview some people and all that. I saw a particular woman, and I was wondering maybe she's part of the fire service or commissioner of police or commissioner for transport, but she said her family happens to be the car that ran under the tanker that had water. Because according to what we got from the witnesses there, they said the tanker failed brake. And I think he was trying to turn. So at that point, trying to turn, you know, a car that doesn't have a brake and you're trying to move, I don't know, maybe he forgot that the other cars were behind him, because I said there's a truck that's spoiled down there that caused the hold up on that particular lane. So while he was trying to turn, him turning, the tank with petrol fell down and started spilling, which had to cause the explosion. And of course, behind him was a tanker filled with water. And after the tanker filled with water, it's a Lexus filled with family. According to the woman, she said the brother is just coming back from South Africa. And they were heading to Onitsha. I don't know. I'm trying to control myself, but
you're getting emotional right
because
now.
I can't.
Let's take a look at that story before we come back to the studio. We might need to get tissue or baby wipes if need be. All right, let's take a look at that report. We'll be right back.
It was yet another disaster on the Nigerian road on Saturday, leading to loss of many lives. Coming some days after a similar incident in Niger State claimed about 100 lives. The latest incident happened about midday around the Onyama mine on the Enugu-Onitsha Express Road. Eyewitness accounts said an Enugu-bound tanker with petrol that had a brake failure rammed into some vehicles, crushing some and eventually spilling the products on the road, leading to an explosion that burnt both vehicles and human beings. An eyewitness who was in a Sienna car traveling to Ekulobia in Anambra State, Ifeanyi Maduago, narrated how only the driver of the vehicle and himself survived the accident, which claimed the lives of other passengers.
So when we were coming, we saw this tanker. It was going like this. Yeah. As if, yes, that tanker, it's full, fully loaded. So we thought, the driver said this car that is coming has failed brake. So when it was coming, all of a sudden it fell. I was rolling on the ground.
Was in this Sienna, this particular
the one that was burnt.
This one that was burnt. I was in it. On the club, I was doing the club.
Another eyewitness and truck conductor, John AGK, also gave an account of the incident.
So according to the eyewitness that saw like a particular driver that parked behind that survived the incident, said that he noticed that the tanker failed brake, that the tanker was coming behind him. So when he saw the speed of the tanker, he decided to park one side, and the tanker passed with speed. So not up to 2 poles, he now saw what happened. So that was what the driver was telling us. So on our way to here, we saw damages.
A tanker driver of Obuike Ugama blamed some truck drivers for not putting their vehicles in good condition and those who park on the highways, causing obstructions to other road users, often resulting in mishaps.
None of our drivers even care to take care of their tankers. They were doing managing. Even when they were having problem on their brake, they will not even try to repair it. They will not complain to their owner if they are not the owner of the truck. They will be saying that we will manage till manage to lead to another problem. Look at the death of purpose. It not be as if we are talking about of animals. Now, animals is not even die the way human beings are dying because of the carelessness of our drivers and government.
He also has some blame for the government.
If government is very, very serious, they will, in a way, them brought a task force following everywhere. They're supposed to brought a task force that will be any vehicle that's all on the road. They will look for a tow van to tow the truck even to the station.
The ENUGU State Commissioner for Police, Kanayo Uzuebu, the State Commissioner for Transport, Dr. Obiozo, and officials of the Federal Road Safety Commission were seen at the scene of the incident supervising rescue efforts as the child bodies were being moved into an ambulance from the Esut Teaching Hospital, Parkland, ENUGU. The accident led to heavy traffic gridlock in the area as the lane where the accident happened was closed to traffic. Queenette Nwokonta, reporting for Signature TV.
What a tragic incident it was. If you're just joining us, you're watching from the correspondent on Signature TV, and our focus today is on the tragic incident that occurred on Saturday at the Ugo-Nyama or Enugu-Onitsha Expressway, where many lives were lost and cars burnt. With me in the studio is our correspondent who was there to witness the event for Signature TV, Queenette Nwokonta. All right, so let's get back to our discussion. Queenette, you were trying to engage us on what you saw there before we went for that break. Please, can you continue from where you stopped? You were telling us about a woman who the only survivor in a car conveying an entire family to Onitsha.
So when we saw her, initially she was so pained because of course you can't interview such person. All right, she looked like someone that is going mad, because how do you explain that your cousin, your sister, your brother inside the Lexus vehicle. That car is one under that tank. So if there's even a way of escape, they wouldn't have. I got to witness how they used shovel to carry human beings from vehicles and put them inside an ambulance. You got to see how people's brain were falling off their head. I don't know, initially I didn't even cry there. I because I don't know, maybe I had to brace up, do whatever I went there to do. But when I came back home, you know, this thing they say, life and good health is underrated. People don't understand it because these people did not plan to die yesterday. They didn't plan to be burnt. This is where you see human beings burnt like bushmeat. I saw bones on the ground. The commissioner was like, are you people really? Because I think Signature TV was the only person there at that point before the governor came, and other people were using their phone to film and post on social media initially. So,
well,
I saw another woman that came. It was like she wants to fall inside the vehicle. She can't express herself. She don't know if she wants to run mad or not. In fact, I had to put myself in their shoes. Like, imagine I was going for my monthly clearance and I still followed that same way to Onitsha.
All right,
you know what?
We'll go for a quick break, and when we return, the programs continue. Don't forget, it's from the correspondent, and we are looking at the tragic incident at Ugoanyama, where Queen Wakanta, our correspondent, witnessed that tragic incident. Stay with us, and the program continues shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Right now with the wife of the man that was
why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back from the correspondent, and today we are considering a very sad incident, and Queen Walkota, who witnessed the event, has been giving us the story behind.
Good morning. Welcome to Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, Tinubu arrives Dar es Salaam for Mission 300 Africa Energy Summit. ENUGU State Government approves landmark climate change and off-grid electricity policy. Sokoto commences payment of new minimum wage Monday. And Kenyan President announces urgent summit of East African countries over Congo fighting. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu arrived Dar es Salaam in Tanzania to attend the Mission 300 Africa Energy Summit, which starts today, January 27th. The president was received on arrival by the Foreign Minister of Tanzania, Ambassador Mahmoud Thabit Kombo, and Chargé d'Affaires of Nigeria High Commission to Tanzania, Ambassador Salisu Suleiman. The two-day summit has been hosted by the government of Tanzania, the African Union, the African Development Bank Group, and the World Bank Group. President Tinubu will deliver a national statement reaffirming Nigeria's commitment to achieving universal access to energy and its leadership role in Africa's energy sector. He will also highlight Nigeria's ongoing clean energy initiatives and strategy to drive integrated energy delivery on the continent. Ambassador Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, Mr. Adebayo Adelabu, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Minister of Power, Mr. Olu Vehemjen, the Special Advisor to the President on Energy, and other senior government officials accompanied the President on the trip. The ENUGU State Government has approved the ENUGU State Climate Policy and Action Plan, making it the first subnational government to adopt a long-term climate strategy after an extensive stakeholder engagement. The State Executive Council has also approved the ENUGU State Off-Grid Electrification Policy Strategy Plan to expand electricity access to unserved and underserved communities using renewable energy solutions to drive economic growth and improve public service delivery. The approvals were announced by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, at the end of the State Executive Council meeting held in ENUGU over the weekend. Professor Onya and the organization underscored the commitment of the state government to balancing economic transformation and environmental sustainability by ensuring that key sectors such as agriculture, energy, and natural resources align with the climate and environmental demands. The policy, he said, represents a pioneering effort to facilitate clean energy development, stimulate job creation, and foster green technology advancements.
The ENUGU State Climate Policy and Action Plan. This plan represents a groundbreaking initiative aimed at achieving sustainable economic growth while mitigating and adapting to climate change. We do recall that ENUGU State had started this policy design in the past 8 months, and finally, after the surveys and after crunching the numbers from the different instruments we use, we have come up with a policy and an action plan. This action plan will help us enhance economic growth. This is very important for us, job creation, and we are looking at a situation where we facilitate the creation of close to 792,000 jobs by 2060 in the sectors such as renewable energy, waste management, and reforestation.
According to the SSG, the initiative targets 80% renewable energy usage by 2060, with a 60% emissions reduction in the transport sector and a robust afforestation plan to enhance carbon sequestration. This, he said, includes the setting up of an implementation committee comprising representatives from the government, private sector, civil society, and international donor organizations to ensure effective execution of the policy.
In terms of our energy transition, we're very mindful and Enugu State wants to take a key role in pushing our goal to 80% renewable energy by 2060. His Excellency Dr. Peter Ndubisi is very focused and very determined to push this policy and ensure that the right framework, which you will find in this action plan, is in place. We also will, this policy and action plan will help complement the provision of a systematic curriculum and manual that will support the instructional focus of teaching climate change in our flagship school projects, our Enugu State Smart Green Schools. And this will also expose us to innovative financing. And most of you do know that we have been pushing and talking about leveraging climate bonds, blended finance, carbon markets to mobilize resources for sustainable development.
All the moves, he added, are in sync with the state government drive to grow the economy of Enugu State from its present level to a $30 billion economy by 2031. President Bola Tinubu has condoled with the government and people of Enugu State over the fuel tanker explosion, which resulted in the loss of lives on Saturday. He also directed traffic control agencies to enforce extra measures to prevent recurring fuel tanker explosions. Tinubu conveyed his condolences in a statement signed by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo ENUGU. Tinubu commiserated with the families of the deceased and the injured and prayed for a repose of the souls of the departed and quick recovery for those receiving medical treatment. The president called for a caution and adherence to safety measures among road users, particularly fuel tanker operators. He directed agencies in charge of enforcing traffic rules to implement measures to prevent recurring fuel tanker explosion nationwide. Similarly, the youth wing of the Apex Igbo Social-Cultural Organization, Ohanes and Igbo, has expressed sadness over the fuel tanker incident that occurred on Saturday morning at Ugwonyama in Udi local government area of Enugu State. The council blamed the incident on a failed government, citing the lack of proper infrastructure and safety measures on the Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. In a statement issued on Saturday by the national president, Comrade Iboayaka, the group called on the federal government to expedite the completion of the second lane of the Enugu-Onitsha Expressway at the 9th mile axis. The council also urged the governors of the southeast zone to sign an executive order banning the movement of heavy-duty vehicles during the day, citing the narrow roads in the region as a major contributing factor to these tragic incidents. Meanwhile, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has called on the government to establish an inquiry into the recurring incidents of fuel tanker explosions. He described the recurring explosion as an emergency to be acted upon. Taken to his official X handle on Saturday, Atiku lamented the frequency of such incidents and called for urgent government action. The Anambra State Police Command has arrested 4 suspects, including a 21-year-old woman, for allegedly burning a 74-year-old wheelchair-bound woman to death in Abagana, in Ndikoka local government area of the state. Reports indicate that the suspects have, after committing the heinous act, procured a casket and were about to bury the victim's charred remains when security operatives intervened. The tragic incident occurred on Saturday, with police operatives recovering the victim's burned remains, her wheelchair, and the casket on Sunday. This was confirmed by the spokesman of the Anambra State Police Command, SP Tochukwu Ikenga, in a statement issued on Sunday. Ikenga further disclosed that efforts are underway to apprehend the prime suspect, Ifeanyi Igwe, who is currently on the run. The body of the deceased has been deposited at the morgue for autopsy, while an investigation is ongoing to determine the motive behind the crime. In a separate development, operatives of the anti-cult units of the Anambra State Police Command arrested the suspected cultist, Maduka Okoye, aged 25, at ENUGU on Saturday following credible intelligence. Ikenga revealed that the operatives recovered 3 expanded cartridges from a shooting scene in the Chike community, Abagana. The Anambra State government has demolished a hideout used by kidnappers in its efforts to rid criminal activities out of the southeastern state. It was guided that the building, which disguises as a hotel, was used to carry out kidnapping and other dubious activities. The hotel is located along the Onitsha-Owerri Road in Oba, Idemili South local government area of the state. This was disclosed in a statement by the government on Saturday. The government identified the building as Udoka Golden Point Hotel and Suites, also referred to as La Cruz Hotel. It noted that the hotel has over 30 well-partitioned graves. Still to come, Sokoto commences payments of new minimum wage Monday. NDLEA intercepts UK-bound cannabis hidden in duvet at Lagos airport's arrests. Two details of these and more after the break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Yobe State Governor Maimala Buni has assured the Army and other security agencies of continued support in the fight against insurgency in the state. He gave the assurance on Sunday in Damaturu when the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Ufemi Olatubosun Oloyede, paid him a courtesy visit at the government's house, Damaturu. Governor Boni, in a statement by his media aide, Maman Mohammed, commended the military for its commitment to the security now being enjoyed across the state, noting that all 17 local government areas are accessible, with people moving freely and pursuing legitimate businesses. He, however, called for increased patrols along the borders to prevent possible infiltration by insurgents targeting soft and isolated targets. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Oloyede, assured the Governor of the Army's commitment to ending insurgency and banditry in Nigeria. Lieutenant General Oloyede commended Yobe State for its support to the Army and called for more cooperation to facilitate the end of the insurgency. Operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency have intercepted a shipment of cannabis, also known as loud, concealed in a duvet and destined for the United Kingdom. The agency's Director of Media and Advocacy, Femi Babafemi, disclosed in a statement the consignment was intercepted at a Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Ikeja, Lagos, on Tuesday. The statement revealed that two suspects at Dakole Sunday and Austin Balogun linked to the consignment were immediately arrested following the discovery by the NDLEA officers. Babafemi added that a raid in the Ikorodu area of Lagos led to the discovery of a hideout where school cheese and weapons were recovered. Meanwhile, another raid in the Akala area of Mushin in Lagos on January 19 reportedly led to the seizure of 47 kg skunk, a strain of cannabis, and 25.46 kg nitrous oxide, popularly known as laughing gas. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has arrested 8 suspects over illegal dealings in petroleum products and vandalization of the public infrastructure in Rivers State. NSCDC Commandant in Rivers State, Joachim Okafor, disclosed this while briefing journalists in his office in Port Harcourt. He said the suspects arrested in different parts of the state were conveying illegally refined petroleum products and vandalized concrete rods used for manhole and hedge beams and metals suspected to have been vandalized from public facilities. Okafor stated that the command's anti-vandal unit and tactical team impounded 5 vehicles, including 3 trucks used in conveying stolen crude and vandalized metals. He said that the command is currently interrogating the suspect to unravel their sponsors, adding that its fight against economic sabotage and vandalism of critical national assets and infrastructure has taken a new dimension. The Nigerian Senate has accused the federal government of adopting double standards in its handling of illegal activities in the country, ruthlessly tackling illegal oil while showing leniency towards illegal mining operations. This allegation was made by the Senator Adams Oshomale, chairman of the Senate Committee on Interior, during the budget report presentation by Senator Samson Ekong, chairman of the Senate Committee on Solid Minerals Development, to the Senate Committee on Appropriation. Oshomale expressed frustration over the government's inadequate response to illegal mining, warning that the nation's efforts to diversify its economy would remain a mirage unless the issue was addressed decisively.
Part of Nigeria where you don't have solid minerals, even in the south,
But what I observe, whereas the federal government is ruthless with people who are doing illegal oil bucking, and they deploy JTF to deal with those involved in illegal bucking. When it comes to illegal mining of solid mineral, the federal government changes. It's like using different standards. And I'm very angry about that. Because if we have to fight, deploy army, even to kill, for anyone who is involved in illegal bucking of oil, and you deploy JTF, the combination of army, police, air force, everybody, why are we allowing illegal mining in many parts of the country that is going on? And they are being manned by retired generals, and we know them. Part of Nigeria.
In his report, Senator Ekong stressed the importance of investing heavily in the solid mineral sector. He proposed an increase in the ministry's capital budget to 539 billion naira for the 2025 fiscal year, describing the 9 billion naira initially allocated as grossly inadequate.
By one of the agencies that quits, if 220 billion, fair harvest. Let me also say that we can use minerals to act as a unifying instrument in this country. When we know that the oil in Bayelsa or Akwa Ibom is bringing in so much for Nigeria, and that from the gold mines in Zamfara, Niger State, Zamfara State, Kaduna, a lot of endowment are being meaningfully harvested for Nigeria. Apart from football, what area, what instrument that can unite Nigeria is not there. Like I said, we know the strength of football as a unifying factor in Nigeria. We can explore the potential that minerals accrue to this country to further unite Nigeria.
In a related development, Senator Abdulaziz Yar'Adua, chairman of the Senate Committee on Army, called for the removal of the military from the envelope budgeting system. He argued that the Nigerian Army's expansion and modernization efforts were being hindered by significant budget shortfalls. Some stakeholders have expressed worry over safety issues in the Nigerian aviation sector. This is even as they urge President Bola Tinubu to wield the big hammer by sanitizing the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA. The stakeholders under the auspices of the aviation elders said it is even more worrisome as confusion persists over the appointment of a substantial Director General DG for the agency. A statement issued on Sunday by the A statement issued on Sunday by the stakeholders was signed by their coordinators Kolade Hassan and Say Mohammed. While recalling that 2 aircraft engines failed in some local airlines last month, with a cargo airline overshooting the runway, they stated that this was a clear evidence of lack of safety regulatory compliance by the operators and the NCAA. On the controversy over the appointments of the substantive DG for the agency, they urged the president to make a bold statement on the claims that the acting DG, Captain Chris Najomo, has been reappointed. Governor Ahmed Ali of Sokoto State has approved the implementation of the new national minimum wage of 70,000 naira for state workers effective Monday. Malam Abubakar Bawa, press secretary to the governor, disclosed this in a statement issued in Sokoto on Sunday. Bawa confirmed that the payment would cover state civil servants, local government employees, and local government education authorities, staff across the state. According to him, the initiative aligns with the federal government's new minimum wage policy and fulfills the governor's promise to improve the welfare of workers in the state. Bawa assured the readiness of the present administration to continue to be worker-friendly towards taking the state to greater heights of development. He also announced that the state government had allocated 500 million naira monthly to address the backlog of unpaid gratuities, with an additional 300 million naira earmarked monthly for retirees from 2023 onwards. Up ahead, tensions rise in Congo as UN staff evacuate its peacekeepers on alert after soldiers killed. U.S., France, and Britain pressured Rwanda over Congo rebel advance. Do stay with us. With fighters from the M23 rebel movement appearing poised to enter the city of Goma, the UN has started evacuating its staff in the area. The rebels have advanced swiftly this month in the Democratic Republic of Congo's mineral-rich but conflict-ridden eastern borderlands, raising fears that the fighting could spill over into regional war. Rwanda denies accusations by the UN and others that it backs M23 in addition to the 3 UN peacekeepers, 2 South Africans and a Uruguayan, 7 more South African soldiers, and 3 from Malawi serving in a separate Southern African mission were also killed in this week, South African and UN authorities said. 3 years into their insurgency, the M23 rebels now control more Congolese territory than ever before and have vowed to seize Goma, the capital of North Kivu province and home to about 1 million people. The United States, France, and Britain pressured Rwanda on Sunday over its support for rebels rapidly closing in on eastern Congo's largest city as government forces struggle to halt an offensive that has forced thousands of civilians to flee. With fighters from the M23 rebel movement appearing poised to enter the city of Goma, the UN Security Council met a day early on Sunday to discuss the fighting, in which 3 UN peacekeepers have been killed in the last 2 days. Rwanda denies accusations by the UN and others that it backs M23. In addition to the 3 UN peacekeepers, 2 South Africans and Uruguayans, 7 more South African soldiers, and 3 from Malawi serving in a separate Southern African mission were also killed this week, South African and UN authorities said. Condemning Rwanda's and M23's hostility on Goma, acting U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Dorothy Shear, called for a ceasefire. The escalation in violence has forced the World Food Programme to temporarily pause emergency operations, the agency said on Sunday.
Today, despite ongoing MONUSCO support to FRDC, M23 and Rwandan forces penetrated Munigi, captured in the outskirts of Goma city, causing mass panic and flight among the population. Roads are blocked and the airport can no longer be used for evacuation or humanitarian efforts. M23 has declared the airspace over Goma closed. In other words, we are trapped. I call on this council to act now to secure the civilian population, humanitarian aid workers, and all United Nations personnel.
This morning, the UK Foreign Secretary spoke with President Kagame and called for urgent de-escalation, outlining the need for Rwanda and DRC to urgently return to the negotiating table. Now more than ever, it is critical that MONUSCO is able to deliver its mandate. M23 attacks on peacekeepers, with support from the RDF, must stop immediately. These attacks prevent the force from being able to discharge its Security Council mandated mission to protect civilians. Rwandan spoofing and jamming of GPS signals, which obstruct UN and humanitarian operations, must also stop. We urge all parties to remember their obligations under international humanitarian law. We encourage DRC and Rwanda to return to the negotiating table and to focus on making tangible progress on delivering on their commitments under the concept of operations. There can be no military solution. Fighting must stop, civilians must be protected, and the parties should engage in good faith in the political process.
The United States will consider all the tools at its disposal in order to hold accountable those responsible for sustaining armed conflict, instability, and insecurity in the DRC.
Mr. President, Rwanda regrets the deteriorating security situation in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The current crisis could have been averted had the DRC government demonstrated a genuine commitment to peace. The DRC has all the necessary tools to achieve a lasting resolution to the ongoing conflict.
Kenya's President William Ruto urged presidents of Rwanda and Congo to heed the call of peace. Ruto said that leaders of the East African Community bloc had agreed to hold an extraordinary summit to address the current conflict in eastern Congo. The M23 rebel movement, reportedly backed by Rwanda, has advanced swiftly this month in the Democratic Republic of Congo's mineral-rich but conflict-riven eastern borderlands, raising fears that the fighting could spill over into a regional war. Rwanda denies accusations by the UN and others that it backs M23.
The escalating conflict and deteriorating situation in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo are a grave concern to the people and governments of East Africa. Noting the worsening humanitarian crisis exacerbated by ongoing military actions, including the closure of airspace in Goma, I call for the immediate and unconditional cessation of hostilities. I call on the parties to the Luanda process on Eastern DRC and appeal specifically to my brothers, President Felix Tshisekedi and President Paul Kagame, both of whom I have had the occasion to speak to this evening, to heed the call for peace from the people of our region and the international community. We will be convening an extraordinary East African Community Summit within the next 48 hours to facilitate and to deliberate on this crisis and chart a way forward.
South Africa's ambassador to the United Nations on Sunday paid tribute to 9 of its peacekeepers who were killed in recent clashes in Congo as M23 rebels moved towards the city of Goma. The peacekeepers showed immense bravery amidst relentless attacks from the M23 ambassador, Mathieu Joyini, told members of the UN Security Council after a meeting was called to discuss the escalating crisis in the region.
We cannot accept a world wherein non-state actors are armed to do the will of other states, while those states refuse to accept responsibility for unnecessary armed violence and potential war crimes. Peacekeeping as a tool will be rendered ineffective when the peacekeepers and peacekeeping operations face complex political situations, such as that in the Eastern DRC, when other states get militarily involved in fueling conflict.
I now give the floor to
The international community can no longer afford to simply watch as conflict in the Eastern DRC continues to displace, maim, and kill innocent civilians. The current situation in the Eastern DRC requires decisive action from the international community led by this Council. The Security Council must use the tools at its disposal to act against those who perpetuate the conflict in the Eastern DRC, including calling for their withdrawal from the DRC. There must also be a resumption of both the Luanda and Nairobi processes to find a lasting political solution to the cyclical conflict in the Eastern DRC.
Late on Sunday, M23 rebels laying siege to the eastern Congo's largest city of Goma ordered defending government's forces to disarm and surrender, saying they were preparing to enter and take control. Well-trained and professionally armed M23, the latest in the long line of Tutsi-led rebel movement, saying it exists to protect Congo's ethnic Tutsi population. Congo's government, however, says the rebels are proxies for Kigali's expansionist ambitions in the region, an accusation the Rwandan government has long denied. Congo severed all diplomatic ties with Rwanda amidst this week's rebel offensive. Inside a small church in Goma, a small group of Catholic faithfuls gathered on Sunday evening, January 26, singing hymns and praying for peace as conflicts rages just outside the city. Outside the church, dozens of internally displaced people, IDPs, from camps in Munigi, Kayarashuya, and Kibati sought refuge, fleeing towards Goma as M23 rebels launched attacks on FARD's Congo military positions surrounding the city. The ongoing violence between the Congolese army and the rebels backed by Rwanda, according to Kinshasa, has left the city and surrounding areas in a state of uncertainty and fear. The M23 insurgency, which has been escalating throughout January, has been the rebels gaining more territory than ever before, with Goma at risk of becoming a major battleground. The conflict's growing intensity has left thousands of civilians vulnerable, and Goma has become a focal point for the ongoing crisis. Churches across the city have opened their doors, offering shelter and prayers for those seeking refuge. The streets of N'Djamena were calm on Thursday morning as police patrolled a day after security forces said they fought an attack on Chad's presidential compound. A government spokesperson said the overnight incidents involved a disorganized group of intoxicated men armed with knives and machetes who were easily neutralized. Gunfire erupted near the president's office on Wednesday night, with the military blocking surrounding streets. The government later announced it had thwarted an attempt to destabilize the country. The attack comes as Chad faces uncertainty after recently ending a defense cooperation pact with France, its longtime partner in countering Islamist militants in the Sahel region. West and Central Africa Sahel has faced repeated attacks over the past decade from insurgencies, including groups linked to Islamic State, Al-Qaeda, and Boko Haram. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau arrived in Krakow, Poland on Sunday, to participate in commemorative events marking the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp. The Canadian Prime Minister is scheduled to visit Auschwitz-Birkenau, a Nazi concentration camp where more than 1 million people were murdered during the Holocaust. Trudeau will also meet with the country's president and prime minister to discuss Ukraine and transatlantic security. Trudeau announced earlier this month that he would step down once his party selects a replacement. He will remain in office until March 9th, when the new leader is due to be unveiled. Up ahead, Israeli hostage families thank Trump for the release of their daughters from Gaza. Ronaldo helps Al Nasser beat Al Fatah 3-1. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Over 1,000 migrants, including several Venezuelans, embarked on a journey from the southern Mexican town of Tapachula towards the United States on Sunday, January 26, even after several had their appointment to seek asylum cancelled following the inauguration of Donald Trump. The U.S. president declared illegal immigration a national emergency and imposed a sweeping crackdown since taking office on Monday, January 20. He directed the U.S. military to help with border security, issued a broad ban on asylum, and took steps to restrict citizenship for children born on U.S. soil. Residents of Colombia's capital disagree with President Gustavo Petro's decision to deny 2 flights carrying deported migrants and worried over the retaliation measures imposed by the U.S. President Donald Trump said that he would impose sweeping retaliatory measures on Colombia, including tariffs and sanctions after the South American country turned away 2 U.S. military aircraft with migrants being deported as part of the new U.S. administration's immigration crackdown. Colombia, America's third-largest trading partner in Latin America, swiftly responded, threatening a 50% tariff on U.S. goods. Trump's punitive action appears aimed at making an example of Colombia, the second case of a Latin American nation refusing U.S. military deportation flights. The retaliatory measures include imposing 25% tariff on all Colombian goods coming into the U.S., which will go up to 50% in 1 week, a travel ban and visa revocation on Colombian government officials, and emergency treasury, banking, and financial sanctions. The families of Israeli hostages freed over the weekend thanked U.S. President Donald Trump on Sunday for the release of their daughters from Gaza. The families delivered statements from the hospital where they are staying with the released hostages. The 4 soldiers, Karina Ariev, Daniela Gilbar, Namar Levy, and Leary Al-Bag, were released by Hamas in Gaza on Saturday. The young women had all been stationed at the observation post on the edge of Gaza when Hamas fighters overran their base and abducted them during the October 7, 2023 attack on Israel that precipitated the war. Their release in exchange for the freeing of 200 Palestinian prisoners was part of the truce worked out after months of on-off renegotiations brokered by Qatar and Egypt and backed by the United States, and has halted the fighting for the first time in more than a year.
We are so grateful to have Karina here with us. She is only beginning to process what she's been through, and it hasn't been easy at all. But your love and support will help heal some of her wounds. You were there for her, and we don't take that for granted. Still, our hearts are not whole. We have 90 brothers and sisters who are still there, far away from home. Karina knows exactly what that feels like, and she can't stop thinking about all of them. Like all of us, she hopes and prays that they will return home soon.
Thank you, President Trump, for everything you are doing for our hostages. If anyone can bring world peace, it's definitely you. And we are confident you will do whatever it takes to get us there.
We're now a little more than 24 hours after they came to us. Their general medical condition is well. We are performing, we're happy, of course, and we have time to perform more in-depth medical tests. We have a detailed protocol for every medical condition that we thought we could encounter, and we're going through things that we have to do for each and every one of them.
Displaced Palestinians rejected on Sunday calls U.S. President Donald Trump for Egypt and Jordan to take more Palestinians from Gaza. U.S. President Donald Trump said on Saturday that Jordan and Egypt should take more Palestinians from Gaza, where Israel's military assault has caused a dire humanitarian situation and killed tens of thousands. The latest bloodshed in this decades-old Israeli-Palestinian conflict was triggered on October 7, 2023, when Hamas militants attacked Israel, killing about 1,200 people and taking around 250 hostages, according to Israeli tallies. Israel's subsequent military assault on Gaza has killed more than 47,000 people, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, and led to the accusations of genocide and war crimes that Israel denies. U.S. President Donald Trump hinted on Saturday that Saudi Arabia might be the destination for his first presidential overseas trip. Speaking to reporters on board Air Force One, Trump narrowed the short list of countries to 2, with the other being the UK, which is at part tradition for U.S. presidents. Trump said that the last time he traveled to Saudi Arabia, it was because the Arab Kingdom agreed to buy billions of dollars worth of U.S. merchandise, referring to the military and farming equipment, amongst other hardware.
Now that you've done your first domestic trip, have you given any thought to where you want to go for your first international trip?
Well, it could be Saudi Arabia, it could be UK. Traditionally, it's been UK. Last time I went to Saudi Arabia because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of United States merchandise, including a lot of military equipment and farm equipment and other equipment. And if that offer were right, I'd do that again.
Emotions ran high inside a packed theater in Malibu, California on Saturday as residents displaced by the Palisades via joined government and city officials to discuss the next steps in the rebuilding efforts. Some homeowners raised questions about the firefighting response on the night of the blaze, while others shared concerns about the potential red tape around reconstruction. Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney told those in attendance that the unprecedented fire spread the resources thin.
A lot of fears in regards to the rebuild, because even those people that are well insured, even for those people, it will be tight to rebuild in the time allotted. Time allotted means the insurance pays for just so much time to spend in a hotel, to live somewhere else, and you're destined to run out of money. That there's a prevalent sense of urgency, and that makes me hopeful. It doesn't comfort me, but it makes me hopeful. But there are also questions about the future. I mean, I was defending my property throughout the night, and there was not a single fire truck in the neighborhood. And the chief of the fire department said, we can't put a fire truck on every street. And I agree with that, but at least 5-10 fire trucks in a community of 240 houses, they would have been able to put out a few of those houses.
Enough fire trucks in all of Los Angeles to put one on every street. We also responded to the Eaton fire, which destroyed 9,000 structures and killed 17 people, and we responded, never had these winds. This fire was different.
The one thing that stood out was the fact that Malibu and the County of Los Angeles does not have enough firefighters, not enough equipment, not enough trucks to fight a fire on every single block. And to me, it emphasizes that I have a backup generator, I have a water supply with a well, and I have a pool pump to fight my own fire.
I always live in the fear that there will always be a fire, and sure enough, every year or so, or every good 10 to 15 years, there's a big fire like this in Malibu. So I was walking around with our handyman throughout the property, and I had him put double mesh or extra mesh around the vents that lead into the house from the exterior. And I feel that because of the meshes were crossed, there was extra mesh, the embers weren't able to settle inside the house. They weren't able to make it in.
Just being with the people that have had the worst of it that happened to them really wakes me up and wakes the feelings up that I had of how desperate a situation it is that we have been living through. And they especially. I just wanted to come.
Strong winds buffeted planes as they tried to land at Spain's Bilbao airport on Sunday, January 26th. Storm Hermania hits the Iberian Peninsula on Sunday with heavy rain and winds in the north of the country. Spanish weather agency EMET on Sunday said that the Galicia and Cantabrian coast recorded southwesterly gusts of wind exceeding 100 km per hour, which could become hurricane-force winds in coastal and mountain areas. Barcelona snapped their 4-match winless streak in La Liga with an emphatic 7-1 victory over Valencia on Sunday, January 26, with Fermin Lopez scoring an impressive double and adding 2 assists. De Jong opened the scoring after just 3 minutes with the right foot shot and found the bottom left-hand corner. Ferran Torres doubled the lead 5 minutes later when he launched onto Alejandro Balde's through ball. Rafinha then capitalized on a defensive error to make it 3-0 before the 15-minute mark. Lopez added the 4th on 24th minutes and the 5th before the break with a powerful shot from the right. Hugo Duro grabbed a consolation for the Valencia after the break with a shot from close range, but Barcelona continued to dominate. The substitutes Robert Lewandowski added 6 before an unfortunate own goal from Cesar Tarrega sealed Hansi Flick's side's victory. Barcelona sit third in the standings with 42 points, 3 behind second place Atletico Madrid and 7 behind leaders Real Madrid.
I want to have him here because he's an important player. I know that he wants to play more minutes, but today he was really good. He performed well and give us the stability we need, and also with the ball, the build-up. It's good. It's good to have him because he can play a different position, and today he showed how good he is. He is, yes. I have no information about that. So I think we spoke, and I think he wants to stay, and it's okay. But you know, it's like the other players. So they really deserved to play, and we worked with Ansu, and he's doing much better now in the training, and it's good to see that he improve. And this is the way he will be back, and we will help him.
Cristiano Ronaldo rounded off the scoring as Al Nassr beats bottom place Al Fateh 3-1 to climb up to the third in the Saudi Pro League standings on Saturday, January 26 in Riyadh. The hosts went into the break with a 1-0 lead following an own goal by Moroccan midfielder Marwan Sadani before doubling their lead in the 57th minute through Mohamed Simakan, who headed in from free kick. Morad Batna pulled one back for Al Fateh after goalkeeper Bento got caught out trying to clear his line before Ronaldo sealed the 3 points later as Al Nassr moved up to third on 35 points, one ahead of Al Qadsiya, who hosts table toppers Al Hilal on Monday. Al Hilal and Al Ittihad sit top of the log on 43 points with the former head on goal difference, while the latter face Damak away from home also on Monday. Manchester United manager Ruben Amorim defended his decision to again omit forward Marcus Rashford from his squad for Sunday's January 26 1-0 win over Fulham, insisting he would rather put a goalkeeper coach on the bench than a player not giving their all. Rashford has not featured for United since mid-December after he admitted that he was ready for a new challenge in his career, with the England international not in the team's travelling party for Sunday's narrow Premier League victory. Amorim has always been adamant he will not allow anything less than full application from his players, even if the club are struggling to find form under the Portuguese coach.
It's the same situation for every player. If you do the maximum, if you do the right things, we can use every player. And you can see it today on the bench. We miss a little bit like pace to go, to change the game, to move some pieces, but I prefer like that. I will put Vital before I put a player that don't give the maximum every day. So I will not change in that department. That nobody knows. Anything can happen. But I count with Garnacho, and he's improving in every department of the game. The way they recovered, the understanding of the game when they defend. I'm trying to find the best position for him. Today he played a little bit more open, not so much inside. So we need guys with 1-against-1. But like I say, I don't know what is going to happen until the end of the window.
And as the news this hour, I'm Charles Pius. Thank you for watching. Join me in another 7 minutes for the morning show. Stay with us.
The only reasonable pension you can talk about is the federal pension, because if you come down to the state pension and the local government pension, they are always owing those people. There's always backlog. But even with the federal pension, I retired from Nigerian Navy, the way they are being paid is too poor, the pension is too low, and all the contributions people made with PENCOM and defense and stuff is not really being well attributed to them in the way it's supposed to be. Most of them don't have housing. It's not only about paying people pension, you should consider their housing, post-housing, after service. Where do those people live? How do they survive? Do they have a farm? Is there any government intervention in helping them alleviate the pains of the current economic hardship? Like now, the government is even 30,000 cannot even buy a bag of rice. It cannot fill a tank. It cannot buy you electricity for a month. You know, it's too low. So it's regrettable. And some people that have actually managed the pensions, you know, they have, like Mena and others, they have really squandered people's money, you know, diverted the money, and there's no really money there to pay the pensioners. Because if there was money, there would have been accrued interest in their deposits. So there is nothing like that, and people are suffering. Their money has been squandered or diverted, or one way or the other, they are not being paid their pension.
They should look into it because they are the receiving end. Government employ them when they are young, and when they get old, government will not be taking care of them. Take for instance, in a western state, western part of the world, government from inception take care of them, and I believe that their money, they reduce the money from their salary So when it's time for them to be paid, they will not be paid at the appropriate time. Most of them die young because of not taking proper care of them. You continue going for pension office from one office to another until things get not getting well at all with them. Most of them, they are suffering it. It affects them because when you look at your old person that is older than you, what is facing, you will be discouraged. The work that you have in mind doing, your enthusiasm will go down because you are seeing what other persons are facing. You will be scared. When I reach to this level,
I've always said that it will really never make any sense to me that we are selling fuel to the consumer at 1,000 naira or even above. Because if we have the crude and we sell to a refining body like Dangote and they refine in Nigeria, ultimately the landing cost, so-called, that we have always said that that's the reasons why, the fuel price is high, is eliminated. But in this sense, we still have the price of fuel pretty too high. And today, in one of the papers, we're hearing that imported fuel is even much more cheaper than Dangote fuel. How possible is that really? Okay, we'll get into that just after this short break. Just stay with us. Welcome, everybody. So we begin our headlines on the Vanguard newspaper this morning. On the Vanguard's FX spending on foreign education held defy Naira depreciation, with the rider rises by 26% to $2.3 billion in 9 months. GAC members divided over Obasa's impeachment. Tinubu, Bauchi governor, foreign minister, biker. Army commander, 21 soldiers killed in Borno terrorist attack. 70 insurgents killed, says GHQ. 25 dead as explosion hits mining sites in Niger State. Brazil slams U.S. deportees arrive handcuffed. All the details you can find on the Vanguard. On the Daily Trust newspaper this morning, Boko Haram kills 22 soldiers, many CJTF. We neutralize over 70 terrorists, says military. 3 killed, many injured as explosion rocks Niger mining sites. USSD, small businesses owners cry out ahead of disconnection. Lawmakers demand 480 million naira from universities to approve 2025 budget. How 20 perished in ENUGU tanker fire. $6 billion Mabila project, federal government Sunrise Power awaits Paris court's verdict. All the details you can find on the Daily Trust. Over to the Daily Times. Inefficiencies, violations of NCAA codes. Passengers worry over Max Air's inefficiencies, violations of NCAA codes. AKSG announces extended verification for 8,924 public servants. Why federal government plans to decentralize NCAT, Zaria, says Kayamo. Investors gain 794 billion naira as markets rebounds with 1.22%. Over now to the Nation newspaper. On the Nation this morning, just below the mass, investors eye 20 trillion naira gain from stock market. Wike, Bala Mohammed clash over protracted PDP crisis with the rider. Bauchi governor, FCT minister should quit party. Governors Forum chair full of hypocrisy. All right, still on the Nation. Security beefed up in Lagos Assembly. ENUGU tanker explosion. Victims' families besiege hospitals. DHQ troops kill 3 terrorist commanders, 67 others in Borno, 22 casualties recorded. And now to the Blueprint newspaper. Tinubu taking in country gas utilization to unprecedented levels, says Sonea. Amak, Maikalangu lauds Wike for commissioning Saburi 1 and 2 road projects. AFCON 2025, CAF to unveil new logo. NESG, Fitch, others forecast decline in inflation 2025. Northern Coalition lords feats as troops kill 70 terrorists in the northeast. With the rider, but we lost 22 soldiers, DHQ says. Gunmen storm Kano community, abduct young lady, extort 8 million naira. Over 350 billion naira raised in Zenith Bank's combined rise issue and public offer. Serap urges court to stop 50% telecom tariff hike. Niger, 4 dies, 6 injured, 12 houses crumbled in dynamite explosion. Nigerian struggles with cash crunch amidst ATM limits, POS challenges. 2025, $910 million needed to support Northeast humanitarian needs. NOS cartoon contents as game changer for value reorientation among children. And now over to the Nigerian Tribune newspaper this morning. Second Abuja runway project. Uproar trails contractors' alleged demand for 532 billion naira, with the rider stakeholders ask National Assembly to unravel faces behind astronomical increase from 90 billion to 522 billion naira. Housing shortage worsens as rental values skyrocketed in Lagos and Abuja. Housing shortage worsens as rental values skyrockets in Lagos and Abuja. 1 dead, 6 injured in dynamite explosion in Niger. ENUGU petrol tanker explosion, death toll hits 18. 29 pan-Yoruba groups reject introduction of Sharia in Yoruba land. Local government CBN accounts opening. Nolge blames delayed tactics by government officials. Military confirms deaths of 22 soldiers in Northeast operations. All the details you can find on the Nigerian Tribune. And now over to the Guardian newspaper. Recapitalization. 7 banks raised 1.3 trillion naira as others shun public offers over rules and costs. Food displaced over 2 million pupils in Nigeria last year, or rather, flood displaced over 2 million pupils in Nigeria last year. 4 killed, many injured in Niger mining site explosion. Anxiety in Lagos Assembly ahead of Obasan's resumption. ENUGU tanker accident, tears as relatives besiege hospitals, search for victims. 4 banks risk USSD disconnection today as Serap sues federal government's NCC over tariff hike. Luwe Estates, River Park Estate developer gets restraining order against 2 firms. And now to the Punch newspaper with the screaming headlines. Marketers may dump Dangote fuel as imported petrol costs 922 naira per litre, with the rider imported PMS landing cost now cheaper than Dangote's price as dealers import 76.84 million litres in 2 days. Obasa, Assembly tightens security as police promise peaceful plenary today. India shows military might at Republic Day parade. 1.3 billion naira fraud. Police to arraign Obanikoro's son. Others, February 27th. Arebeshola's group quit APC, cites members' expulsion and suspension. All the details you can find on the Punch newspaper this morning. We have with us live in the studio Chris Manuka, who would give us an insight into some of the headlines that we have reeled out for you on the dailies. Good morning. You're welcome.
Good morning, Charles.
Good morning, Chris.
And good morning, the world.
Indeed, over the weekend we saw this crazy headlines. I mean, when you hear tank explosion in far away northeast, north central, sometimes, you know, you would hope that it doesn't come close. But we had a a very devastating, tanker accident that killed more than 25 persons. What's your take on that?
Well, our heart goes to the families of the victims. And the same thing we said when it happened in Diko in Niger State. Even Diko, people this morning said they are still burying corpses from that accident. Now, the death toll for ENUGU on has hit 25. Some newspapers say 18, some say 20. What this means, we are counting numbers of people who are like you and me. People who woke up in the morning of day before yesterday, probably they are traveling on themselves, and they got to a place we call ENUGU Onyama's Hill. And that's the former location of Onyama Gold Mine. For those who have know the geography of ENUGU. The ENUGU-Onitsha Express meanders at that point, and there's a huge turning where, because of, I've said this over time, we keep wondering why, whenever you are in any express road that is in southeast Nigeria, you will drive for 5 minutes in one lane and there is blocked, and you move over to another where these are what they call it, the accelerated vehicles, big trucks are competing with smaller vehicles on the same road at the same time. And if you see and close your eyes and imagine the danger that Nigerians are going through, I cried of the same thing, that this is a time bomb waiting to happen at the back of 82 Division of Nigerian Army in ENUGU. It all happened after 1 day of crying of this on this seat. It happened at Onyama Express because of the same issue of all the accelerated vehicles and other moving one way because the other lane is blocked. And what are the reasons? You find contracting companies will repair one side of the road, open it, and all the vehicles will be using, they close the other one. And you will see that they close it and you see actions of construction going on there. You will see that it will close down until the little portion that they have constructed is damaged. And then you find them doing the other one, little portions, and they close. And they close these roads at bad portions. Nobody has considered the effect it will have on people. This is it. Life of people. You get there, you get stuck because a tanker carrying fuel has got, either it fell down or it accidented, and then fire explosion because everybody is using the same lane. No way to escape. And you know what tanker explosion carrying fuel, PMS, can be? When it explodes, every nearby place there, that's how all these were engulfed and burnt alive. No one escaped. And we are just talking about figures. Some people were somewhere, we sat here talking about the figures in Diko in Niger State, now very close to home it happened, just a few hours ago. Has that taught Nigerians any lesson? Are the people who are in position of authority to stop this, are they taking any move? It will just fizzle off in days and will continue. Another one will happen. Well, the proverb of Africa, the bone and silence, said it's only a tree that we know that it will be killed and stays one place. But human beings or animals will make move. But I am surprised at how Nigerians are taking their decision. I don't know what is going on. Somebody should go to that accident area and just see that what causes accident is because the portion of the road were closed and all the vehicles are using in such heavy Class A road in Nigeria. All the vehicles that we pass from Port Harcourt, Abakaliki, from even a outside, because the intercontinental road of Abakaliki to Cameroon passed through the eastern route that was to get to 90 Mile and start heading to Onitsha. This is Class A, Trans A road. And this is how we treat it. It's something how Nigerians treat the life of every Nigerian. It's worth nothing in the eyes of all the people who control affairs of Nigeria. We just count figures. Then, now this one happened, we're counting figures. This newspaper will say 20, 30. And we're talking about it as if not the life of Nigerians. God help Nigeria. I don't just know. Tanker explosions. Can they begin to move at night? If they move at night, are they going to pass on their own road so that when they pass, they move and not get to a point where they get stuck? If anything happens, everything around there will burn to death. Why are the rails not working? Why are the rails not working? Why are we moving the fuel for how many years of our independence still moving fuel across nations using accelerated vehicles? Why? Nobody will want to answer that question. Well, who knows? Because the people who are involved, most of the people who in a position of authority don't use Nigerian roads anymore. Because if they use, I will see that one day they will meet the same fate. I'm not praying for anybody. But even if they see this accident from far, it will touch them. They will only read it in newspaper. If they do, and they flip through. And another one will happen. But I know that the souls of all Nigerians who have lost their life innocently through these unavoidable deaths will continue to haunt Nigeria. It will. Because it means we have not made adequate attention to avoid such death. It is sad.
Indeed, really, really sad. Losing, a 20 or 25, and the authorities say it's 25, even though someone else
and then explosions have started rocking mining sites.
Yes.
Explosions has begun
in
to rock
States.
Mining sites.
Mm-hmm.
Explosions has begun in Nigeria to rock mining sites. This is how it starts. Before you know it, and they say only 3 killed. Who knows? It could have been more than that. What is causing explosions in the mining site? Is it that when newspapers report news that Nigerian authorities do not go to find out? Is it clear eye that the explosions, and where these mining sites, are they officially commissioned for people to go there? Is it all commerce mining sites? Why should we have free mining sites in the northern Nigeria when nobody controls? But when people come here to refine fuel, Nigerian government will go to the bush, bomb and clear them and declare them illegal refineries. When can they watch them all? You say justice, fair play, Nigeria, mining sites. The pictures show artisans mining freely in a big environment, and they have, explosion has started rocking, exposing these dangers. Can we nip it at the bud, or do we still close our eyes and we say we are one Nigeria? God bless Nigeria.
Mm.
APC was Governor Mofang to join party. Well, good luck to Mofang. And the APC has wooed everybody. Then just woo. I think because I don't know what he will pardon me. But we say that all the troubles happening in all the parties favors APCs, and everything is turned down to, even the big Nigerian politicians have come out to openly declare that they are supporting, Asiwaju, Jagaban for second term. And they are free because it's a free world, a free enterprise. Nigeria is free. All I'm saying is that, is there nothing that the parties can do? Because if you have opposition parties, it at least give little check and balances to the party in place. They will look back and say, if we make mistake, these people might replace us. But where the road is totally clear, it becomes absolute power that can corrupt absolutely. We already see what is happening. Now, just imagine a situation where we don't have any opposition. Labour is in difficulty. PDP is in difficulty, and I don't know. I can go on and on. It's only, and more politicians are joining APC. Like if I'm a politician and I think that's the best place for me to, I don't have anything about the people joining. But I'm thinking the world is meant to have checks and balances, because if it tilts towards one side, there will be total anarchy. Because human mind can always be, can abuse total power. That's why little opposition here and there will be knocking the party in power. It will nudging them to remember that we are just not here alone. But just imagine when they are home alone in Nigeria, at our level of development, where politicians are conscienceless and nothing, they will just coast free. Anything will happen. That's our fear. So we are not happy that most of the opposition parties are crumbling, or they are busy fighting Wike Bala, a clash over protracted PDP crisis. This is a headline in the Nation newspaper. And you find where the NWC, 41 others are fighting Damagun and Anyang. You go to another place, you go to Labour, you find intra-party. Now this leg, now go take reach Umuahia. This is, and then the other party is coasting home, always boasting that, of course, and more people who are supposed to be in the opposition, because of this, they cannot even figure out what their party is doing, are joining the party in power. Who do we blame? I've told you a story of what happened. Some criminals were robbing along the ENUGU and Onitsha, Lagos Onitsha Express, along that way. Those days, the people travel at night. They stopped a luxurious bus filled with traders going to 52 sitting, 52 standing. Imagine those such load. They stopped them, criminals, at night. And they said we should start singing a song. Those people were like, what kind of criminals are these? Are they serious? They said you have to sing the song. Go. And they were saying, start coming down, start singing. They said, what song? He said, okay, I will lead. They thought the criminals were joking. And they shot somebody on the leg. And everybody opened up, started singing. And they started clapping. So when they are doing that, other motorist person thought that these people were going for church, religious, What's the song say? What is happening to us? Now we be the cause. We are the cause of all the problem we have suffered in Nigeria. Let nobody blame God. Whatever is happening to Nigerians, let's look at it. But the leaders, the led, the followers, and the followed, even those ones who are just observers, we are part of it. A lot of people are not doing what they're supposed to do. I was involved in a governance project where I got to where a developing a communicator said, we should start ringing our representative in government, from local government to state assembly, to federal houses, to national senate. We should start ringing them, calling them on the phones instead of ringing our hands. Hi, things happen. Hi. He said, that's what we should do. Ring the representative instead of ringing your hand. Most of Nigerians do not know who are their representatives at the local government level, at the state assembly. And some of them do not have constituency offices. They just coast to home at the state capitals and Abuja and wait for another 4 years. When they come back, they are on it.
All right. Imported fuel is now much more cheaper than locally refined fuel.
It should have been a good news for me to dance on and hook on. But you don't, for a long time I've said it here and I keep saying, I don't take anything on the oil and gas in Nigeria, I don't take it to the bank. Because you can die if you swear for them. That this is not all attempt to make sure that people will lose interest in local refined thing and we start going back to import. Look at the amount they've imported in how many? So how much that But these importers left that one and importing tomato. That's why they will talk and talk, and Nigerians get confused and dizzy with lies. They wake up every morning, come out with one lie to keep us busy. I still go to the dispensing filling stations to buy fuel at over 1,000 naira. Some paid yesterday bought at 1,200. The other day was 1,150. And at each time they remove, people will say, hey, it's like you were asking them that the fuel remove money. You say how much you remove. When you calculate this, they remove money in Kobo. In Kobo up, and that's what they do, just to turn, playing and playing, turning and turning in the widening gear when nothing, no, the center can no longer hold. They've turned the only thing that hold us together with lies, and they're expecting Nigeria to be better. God help us.
Right. This is Signature TV, and it's been one interesting morning, really. There are other headlines there. I'm sure that you want to react to a few more if you have any to add, because we just have like 2-3 minutes more to go.
Northern coalitions loud feet as troops kill terrorists in Northeast. I think, and we're talking about the troops, the news about the, this, what they call it, killing and the counter killing. We have, what this shows that when Nigeria has gone into full war with terror. It sounded very interesting at this point because we have never had this kind of news where the DHQ will come out with even reports on daily basis of what they are trying to do. It gives some level of confidence that, unlike before when they were totally blank, they blanked up the media on activities, whatever they're doing to fight, but because of such silence, the terror and the effect of it keep crippling under Nigeria, heavily building up. And look at what the Southwest governors and all the authorities there are saying, what the people there, the major people are saying, if you know you were a terrorist in Southeast, you better go or die. So they gave them two options. You better leave Southwest or die. And now when we say, what are the other regions saying? Because if you say leave Southwest or die, they will leave Southwest. And we have 6 regions. Already Northeast and Northwest are in trouble. So the Southwest are now, they're escaping to that side, and Southwest is blocking them. Have you heard the Northeast and Southeast say anything? Are they not a region? Have you heard South say things? And these are places I will observe, and I've said it. Stay in a Port Harcourt major road that comes from Aba to Port Harcourt. Stand there for 5 minutes. You see trailers that load people with goods. When that trailer enters Port Harcourt and comes back, you don't see anybody inside it. Where are all those people they loaded with going? Where are they dumping them? Go to the street of Port Harcourt to see them. Go to the streets in South. Go to the streets of Southeast and see those people. Every day a trailer is coming in with loads, either yam or tuwo, shikaf, or all the foods that come from the north. With a lot of young Nigerians. Once that trailer is going back, those people are not going back with them. Where are those people staying? Who has raised the alarm? Where are they doing? What are they doing? Who is profiling who? Who, all the people riding keke that know every corner? Who are they? Who licensed them? What are their profile? Who? We are sitting on keg of gunpowder, and nobody is talking. What you only hear is just somebody who just like that. People are going, we're melting away like wax before the fire, and we keep saying, "God forbid." Have we forbidden what we want God to forbid for us? How can we clearly plan to fail? No, okay, we clearly not have planned not to plan, and we want to succeed. If you plan, if you fail to plan, you have planned to fail. That's what happened. I'm not waving away all the efforts. What we are saying that when any animal run bad run, that's why they shoot and bad shoot. Because if they naked the bird, keep flying without pitching. The hunter is advised to start shooting without aiming. That's what Nigerian security situation requires now. In fact, because when they say, my father said, if there's somebody say he will kill you, I will take your life, and you struggle. If you don't know what to, swallow your life in your stomach. Because life is worth living. And what is good for the geese is also good for the gander. Thank you, Charles. God bless Nigeria.
Indeed. Chris, many thanks for your insights on the newspaper headlines and reviews today, Monday, the 27th of January, 2025. We're back shortly after this. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
They can try quite right, but I don't think it can be achieved because when it comes to noise pollution, it's there already. It's there already. It can't be stopped. If you know that most people sleep at night, you cut the noise or the music only for the daytime, because the daytime is usually for business. You get, you use the daytime for some of these things, then night you reduce it or you leave it totally for people's rest and all. Noise pollution is one of the problems in Enugu because religious areas, clubs, bars tend to build in residential areas. So I think to regulate it, we need to like move them out of the residential areas and put them in areas where people do not live that much for them to be able to play music, and also incubate the use of samples and the rest for clubs and entertainment places. Basically, this is the first. I will applaud the government of Enugu State for this initiative. This is in Nigeria generally. This is like the first time in a state where people come out and say they want to combat, go fight a war against noise pollution. This is basically the first place now that I'm actually seeing it. And you're not combating corruption, you're not trying to fix one or two major things, you're going down to noise, which is applaudable. But I feel that generally, I think if the rate of noise in Enugu State, speakers and everything, is reduced, I think it's for the betterment of everybody, not just for the rich alone. I mean, it's a change of culture. That is pure Western culture, and I think it's for the betterment of everybody. It's for the betterment of everybody.
It's a very good one, but they should allow us to play, but at a minimized volume. You know, there's no way you can run a bar without the music. You understand? But it should be moderate. Some are very lousy. Do you understand? Some bars their music is always very high. So depending on the location.
For me, it's a no-no. You understand? Because this is a bar. You understand? Where people come and relax and maybe have fun and stuff. So I'm of the opinion because for me, I don't like noise. You understand either. So I'm of the opinion that we can go by a low tone.
We are encouraging people to embrace the culture of acoustics. In layman's language, we say, make the place soundproof so that you can do your business and your neighbors can have their deserved rest. This is very important because I have over 1,000 commendations from residents of Enugu since we held our first public hearing, putting the residents on notice that it's on the way.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Air travel is one of the safest and the fastest and in anywhere in the world. But lately, it does look like it's no longer as safe as it used to be, because in December alone, there were issues. I mean, I counted around 10 issues with air travel. And very recently, of course, we also had an issue in Nigeria with a US-bound airplane returning back to Lagos, and the story was just horrific with those who survived that particular air mishap. So today we are going to be discussing extensively about the safety of air travel around the world, and of course, trying to see if there are ways and manner that air transportation can be improved upon. We have live in the studio air travel experts in the person of Tony Wachuku. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How do you do?
Oh, well, so we keep thanking God for mercy and grace.
Right. I mean, you know how air travel is. Everybody loves to travel, specifically by air, because it's quick, it's fast. For journeys that you would go by road and it takes you hours, but if you go by air, it takes you minutes. Some persons prefer to travel by air because of how fast and how sometimes convenient it can be. But lately, it has become problematic of some sort. Why do you think that has that is now? That's to the extent that some persons are even scared of flying because you never know what's going to happen in the air. Is there a specific thing that's happening? Is it climate change? Is it a problem with safety measures or airlines not taking safety seriously? What do you think is going on in that space right now?
Well, it's difficult to establish what is going on, especially with the emergency landing of the United Airlines aircraft. Remember that equipment is 7878 Dreamliner, and is one of the best you can have on Earth. But nobody knows what happened, and don't forget that the pilot have to make a U-turn far away from Senegal back to Lagos. So the Nigerian Safety Board already is looking into it. And don't forget that most on aviation safety, it takes a long time. It could take 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, or 5 years before. So many cases like that. Just like when you had Air Japan had some type of issue. It took a very long time, so nobody actually could say whether it was an attitudinal attainment, that is the aircraft, the pilot trying to reach his peak, or however there's no way he could have wanted to drop, so it has to be a flight issue. And he noticed that, and there was nothing else he could do than to move the equipment back. So something must be wrong. Nobody can say it's the engine. Nobody can say it is the pilot fault. And it's not safety equipment issue, because he was able to do a turn and get back to Lagos, and then it landed safely. So nobody can really say this is what is going on there. All these equipment, Dreamliner for an instance, is a top supersonic equipment, and then for an airline like United Airlines UA, safety and then equipment up to date is actually the need of the company. So anything can happen. Don't forget that the equipments are also constructed by human. It is possible that anything could happen at any time. I don't see. It's not about safety issue or the safety operators, whatever. It's not their issue. It's not also technical. It's not weather. It cannot be weather. Something must have happened. And in aviation, you don't assume.
Right.
Until the report is out.
But what takes so long in getting these reports out? I mean, something happens and you want to find out really what happened so that you could solve the problem. Why does it take so long for those reports to come out?
For instance, if it's aircraft, if it's a fault, because that aircraft was ascending, wasn't descending, was ascending. And from Lagos to Senegal, the meaning is that either it got to its peak or it could not, something was pulling it back.
One of the passengers said that they felt a sharp descent, and then because of that sharp descent, her head hits the roof of the plane.
Yes.
So I can imagine the sharp descent and how devastating it is.
Yes, that's exactly why I told you that it could be an equipment issue, but you don't say it is until that equipment undergo C check. And C check is a mechanical terms. I mean, is a mechanical aviation mechanical. How do I put it? The International Safety Organization call it C check, but it's a complete check of even the water that drops. So it takes a long time to find out what actually happened. If there was a sharp descent, something was wrong, and it's mechanical. But it's dangerous to say it's mechanical.
If you haven't done the
C check.
But then in these days of artificial intelligence and quick, diagnosis of stuff, don't you think taking 6 months, 1 year will be so long to know what exactly happened on a particular day?
That equipment have to go back to Boeing because they are the owners of Dreamliner. And if you get there, it's not an issue. It's not artificial intelligence actually is working, but it has not been not comprehensively. So I don't know, but I know that today's equipment, like the aircraft equipment you have today, they are the Airbus, the Dreamliner, and embryos. So everybody is trying to update whatever he thinks he's doing, but artificial intelligence cannot apply in this circumstance. The C-check must be run on the equipment. There must be a C-check to know the mechanical challenge that prompted the sharp downward descent. There is every need to know that, and they are never going to be in a hurry. That's a white man for you.
So, again, some persons would ask, in this issue, he was in Senegal and then turned back.
Yeah.
Why didn't he land around those areas? I mean, in that area, I mean, really that's Senegal or even Ivory Coast or anywhere around, find somewhere and then land because it's an emergency. Why did he have to turn back to Lagos?
It depends on the routing scheduling. Question: can United Airlines land? Does Senegal have facilities to contain Dreamliner? That's an issue. If they don't, does United Airlines have clearance in the part scheduling? Do they have clearance to, if you have emergency, use these airports? So Lagos is the closest, and the pilot knew that he could move the equipment toward Lagos. If he couldn't, he would have. It's something that moves faster than lightning. He could contact their own end, and then in seconds, maybe Senegal will allow them to land. But it's not so bad that he could not handle the equipment. He could handle the equipment. That was why he came back to Lagos.
Senegal is
Lagos have more. The safety equipment in Lagos is standard. It's up to date. It's not like you don't know the safety equipment in Senegal. You don't know whether they are up to date or not. So he has to go to where they have an up to date information that they could land in emergency. They could do this and that if AB plus or whatever occurs. And that involves human lives. It's not something you just think and say, I want to drop in Calabar. No.
I mean, it's an emergency. Talk us through how this thing works.
Naturally, the pilot will contact their end. And then,
where's the end now? Is it the end in the USA?
Yes.
Okay.
The end, their end if in the USA, and then you get a signal. Move the equipment to Lagos. Nobody knows. It's only the cockpit that will establish information how it transpired and things like that.
Because I was thinking, I mean, it's an emergency, and you staying on the air longer than normal would cause much more chaos. I mean, you just probably look around any airport and then land the equipment, and then hopefully you have every other things checked before anything. So I was
the pilot sees pilot and his co-pilot. They see everything on the equipment. They are there. They are watching it. So, and if, for instance, if you ask me, I will tell you, I may suggest that is a technical a challenge that the equipment had. And if I tell you that, and I don't have sufficient information as to what extent is the damage, okay? So if I don't have that information, it's only the pilot and his co-pilot that have that information. Only both of them and their end that have that information. And then you don't blame them, you don't need to land there. If you land there and your equipment don't move up, you can't fly it again. That's another issue.
Because the problem.
Because the problem. So they have to get to Lagos because Lagos safety equipment is up to date.
Okay.
It's Lagos safety equipment is up to date. Because if it's a technical issue, that same equipment have to be repaired. People have to be flown to Lagos, and then they have to make use of facilities in Lagos to get the aircraft to shape and then fly it back to their base. So it's an issue of safety availability.
But then what does this do to safety generally of airlines? Do you think that people still have confidence in it? Because in December alone, we had over 10 air issues. Globally, you know. So this January, this is one of the major, you know, issue that happened in Africa. You know, do you think people still have confidence at traveling by air?
They don't have a choice.
What do you mean they don't have a choice?
Well, traveling by air remains the most fastest way to get to any destination you want to get to. That doesn't mean there are no other sources, means of travel.
Can travel by speedboat or by ship.
By ship and things like that. So it's possible, but that takes a longer time. This one is faster. And let me state that people, you can wake up in the morning and just to stand up and move your feet, you hear on your own seat, and that leg will have problem. Accident is not deliberate. Accident is sudden occurrences, either for one reason or the other. So, but I don't see people staying away from traveling by air. It's safer, especially in countries where you have real-time insecurities. So you can't say no. For now, imagine in Nigeria, most Nigerian airlines, their equipment have been set for check because of the usage. You don't say overusage, you say usage of the past operational calendar which they ran. So you have to send it back, and then checks will be performed. Okay, it's not like here you see someone driving a motor on the street. He will never go to mechanic for a check until the vehicle stops him on the road. But for airlines, you have to comply with the update check, whether it's faulty or it's not faulty. Good.
Okay, for the landing in Lagos, we know there are complaints, you know, that people who came back to Lagos, the injured, those who were taken to several hospitals. When things like this happen, who bears the responsibility? Is it the NCAA? Is it the airline? Who bear the responsibility? So some people would say they're returning back to the US. It's a US-bound airplane, and they have things to catch up with, whether it's meeting or stuff. But now the airplane, you know, returned back to Lagos. In things like this, who bears the responsibility of taking care of those who have been injured? Do you think they were adequately taken care of?
Sure. The airline has that responsibility. That responsibility is on the airline. But the most important thing is that these passengers, or the passengers on board, what they sustain is injuries, you know, and that was out of panic. And then thank God they are alive. And for those who sustain the injury, naturally their medics bill will go to the airline because of they're already insured. There's insurance cover for every passenger on board of an airline. So that is the truth. And nothing is the airline will offset that. It's part of the whatever. And then at the same time, those injured need time to recover. Those not injured, also the airline will make a speedy, we enter a speedy effort with you to move them to their destinations, to attend to their various travel needs or the purpose for which they traveled. And I can assure you that the passengers, those not injured, are not in Lagos now. They must have traveled to their maybe Washington Dulles. That is, IAD was the destination of the aircraft. So I can assure you they are there. They've all traveled. The airline, they take this responsibility. Yes.
So, for you, as someone who is an expert, what do you think that other airlines can learn from this? So many persons have also attributed it to, negligence of duty. That if someone did not, check properly the equipment, I mean, these things would have happened. Do you, in some way, think that somebody did not do their job right?
No. A person can sleep, lay on the bed and die off. A person could hit anything on the road, walking, and drop dead. And some also can be sick and drop dead. So these things happen just in a spark of less than a second. And you don't blame anybody. Everything is working right. If it's not working properly, assuming that started up, and then the first thing the pilot does is that they steam it up, and then they also check the system, because that Dreamliner is 100% computerized. It shows you everything that you need to see as a pilot. So there's so many ways they could, and there's no way they will identify a fault and fly the equipment. They didn't see any fault. And that was the reason for, in the first instance, for them to fly. So that being the case, thing line by line, and then find out probable or possible mechanical occurrence that led to that. Because for an equipment that's already, stirred up, and then it's it's on ascension, to suddenly something happened. It's mechanical. If you ask me, I'll tell you it's mechanical. Something happened. But it depends. I'm not an aircraft expert, or mechanic. I can't tell you exactly what could happen and why that particular part of the engine have to either pack up and then you hear boom instead of the ascension that's ongoing.
I mean, you're playing in that field. We're wrapping up now. Are people still, using air to travel much more than it used to be, or the numbers have begun to withdraw?
Well, I'm a PSA actually, and then I can assure you that tickets are still being sold in the hundreds and thousands, and then it's happening because people don't want to take the risk. That doesn't mean that to a place like Abuja, ENUGU, for instance, to Abuja is 1 hour on air, and then land transport is 8 hours. You have to do 8 to 9 hours.
It depends on where you're going to in Abuja, though, because it can be more.
Yeah, it depends. It can be more. So people are still traveling by air, and nothing is perfect on earth. Nothing. The it has been proved, science has shown that nothing here on Earth planet is perfect.
Right.
Good. So that's the way I look at it. And then I'll urge people to say, keep traveling now, using the sky. It's quicker, it's safer. The only difference there is that if this is an attempted accidental occurrence, the accident didn't happen. The equipment landed safely. So, and you have very bright, smart, clever pilots these days. Not smart, but smart, clever pilots. Okay? If it were in the days of, there was no time, and there's new equipment everywhere. So people should just keep traveling by air.
All right, let's leave it there. Tony Nwachukwu is the director of the Diversified Travels and Tours here in Enugu State. Good to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your insight.
Thank you, Dr. Charles.
All right, we're back shortly after this to stay with us.
Director.
This is Signature Morning. Every year around 27th January, UNESCO pays tribute to the memory of the victims of the Holocaust and reaffirms its unwavering commitment to combat anti-Semitism, racism, and other forms of intolerance that may lead to group-targeted violence. The date marks the anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau German Nazi concentration and extermination camp by Soviet troops on January 27, 1945. It was officially proclaimed in November 2005, International Day of the Commemoration in Memory of the Victims of the Holocaust by the United Nations General Assembly. At a time when survivors and direct witnesses of the Holocaust are growing fewer, it is vital to further invest in education to pass on memory to younger generations, as well as to combat contemporary forms of anti-Semitism. Since its creation, UNESCO has been resolutely committed to carrying out this mission. Over the past 10 years, we've had led such actions in 85 countries. The Holocaust profoundly affected countries in which Nazi crimes were perpetrated, with universal implications and consequences in many other parts of the world. Member states share a collective responsibility for addressing the residual trauma, maintaining effective remembrance policies, caring for historic sites, and promoting education, documentation, and research more than 7 decades after the genocide. This responsibility entails educating about the causes, consequences, and the dynamics of such crimes so as to strengthen the resilience of young people against ideologies of hatred. As genocide and atrocity crimes keep occurring across several regions, and as we are witnessing a global rise of anti-Semitism and hate speech, this has never been so relevant. 27th of January 2025 will mark the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau German Nazi concentration and extermination camp. Over 1 million people were murdered in this vast complex. In this important anniversary and the International Day of the Commemoration in the memory of the victims of the Holocaust, UNESCO is organizing a series of events on January 23rd, recalling the continued relevance to teach and learn about the Holocaust globally. Well, today is that day, and we are at the station, Signature TV, is commemorating this specific day. So we're back shortly after this to discuss something very, very interesting, especially as it relates to Anambra State. Anambra governor recently actually banned the activities of native doctors, and you're going to find why that they're doing that, and even more so, what the human rights angle could actually project from that development. Stay with us right after this.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
So like I mentioned earlier, Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo practices and SNY within the state. The decision is part of the Anambra State Homeland Security Law 2025, specifically under Clause 18, which addresses offenses related to the use of supernatural means for criminal activities. Apparently, these are several ways you could see that people mention Webe, Odeshi, some native doctors have been seen to administer some of these charms so that people can go and do bad things in the society, and that's been rampant within the Anambra metropolis. So in response, though, to the ban, some native doctors have expressed their opposition, with at least one openly challenging Governor Soludo's directive. Joining us to talk about this development is a human rights champion. Larry, good to have you. Good morning.
Yeah, my pleasure and privilege, Charles. This is a very controversial and interesting subject matter. And I think it's important that people get to really dissect this kind of conversation without unnecessary emotional baggages. And it's right about time, because there are human rights issues involved. We seem to have serious bias against the traditional religious worshippers, because most people are Christians, and because of that we forget that we live in a secular state. And our constitution made it clear that there is no state religion, both at the national level and at the subnational level. You may recall that when some states in northern Nigeria adopted Sharia law, southern states especially went up in arms. People were screaming that this is inappropriate because we don't have state religion in Nigeria. But incidentally, we have forgotten so soon that in as much as it's not about the Muslim-Christian challenge now, we have a peculiar challenge in Anambra State, where the governor incidentally also declared openly that Anambra is a Christian state. Anambra cannot be a Christian state if you're looking at their constitution. He could have said that Anambra is a predominantly Christian state. Being a professor, I would have expected him to be more discerning about the use of language. Or Anambra has a high population of Christians. Their religious worshippers having their own missionaries convert the Christians back.
Right.
And one of the things I want to point out at this juncture is that you can't legislate away social habits. There is no point trying. You can't legislate away people's way of life. If it was possible to do that, the colonial masters would have just given us a law that we don't worship traditionally, and we would have complied. There are things we can't legislate about. A perfect case in point is the fact that Anambra State government sought to regulate the exorbitant cost of burials in Anambra State. They legislated on it, and it failed woefully. I stand to be corrected. It failed completely. Nobody, the poor, the rich, the middle class, nobody is interested in the legislation. As a matter of fact, recently, a very popular Catholic priest buried the parent with a fanfare, so much more that the governor dared to criticize it, and the church came after him with such vociferous. In fact, the church causing the dictionary definition now.
Yes.
And that to that extent, sorry, I need to point out something we have also overlooked. To that extent, it's unfair to actually label traditional religious worshippers as the only people who give out charms. People who wear scapular are actually wearing charms. There are different kinds of charms. The only reason we come after traditional religious worshippers is because their charms are not properly packaged. They look dirty with some traces of blood, they are large, but a charm is something you wear. There are Christian charms, Muslim charms, traditional religious worship charms, Hindu charms, anything you wear on your body or you carry with the intention of bringing good luck or warding off what you perceive to be evil, it's a charm, as long as it's physical. So a situation where we have this assumption that the word charm applies to something tied by a dibia is wrong. If a priest blesses something and you wear it on your neck, it's a charm. And some people go to get those Christian charms for the purpose of protecting them from kidnappers and from bullets too. And that is Christian Odechi. And I'm not being just logical or just arguing here. I'm just trying to lay a foundation We think very narrowly. Our bias is rule us. And let me tell you something. As long as we are ruled by bias in this part of the world, we will not make progress because we will not respect principles that make for progress. When you alienate a person or marginalize the person or frustrate the person, you diminish the person's contribution to state or national development. I'm telling you the truth. Part of the reason we have challenges in the Southeast is because we feel that we are not part of the larger polity. And that's the same thing you're doing to your people in your own state. What you should have done would have been to legislate against practices without mentioning or isolating any religious practice, because they have a right to practice their religion. The fact that there are a few miscreants who use the religious practice to deceive people or to perpetrate evil does not mean that there should be a blanket ban. There are pastors and priests, the last time I checked, who used to pray for fraudsters, anoint their phones, forget the church, just go and join a politician, and then your life will be transformed. So they created the template that encourages young people to make money illegitimately and flaunt the wealth. Why should a governor be driving around with a convoy of 10 cars when the country doesn't make any car? We just assemble a few miserable cars in this country. It is their lifestyle and their attitudes that promoted this madness. You may recall that the first time branded wine, that is cartons of wine, were imported from Europe to celebrate the birthday of a Nigerian was under MPN. The chairman of MPN then imported wine with his pictures. That's the height of ostentation. There was a period that the members of the National Assembly had a 3 days running party at the 1004 flats. So you go to sleep, wake up, you go back and join the party. They started this madness. So they cannot come and start blaming Okite or even the church. I submit with all sense of responsibility that this problem was created by the politicians who actually decided that after the oil boom that Nigeria shouldn't work anymore. So the granite pyramids disappeared. Palm processing industries disappeared. Everybody wanted to become a politician and an oil magnate. So if you put a drum in front of your house and you're selling kerosene, you say you're doing oil and gas. That's how they destroyed Nigeria. Then after that, the Christians started promoting get-rich-quick syndromes. So people started preaching about miracle money. People go to church basically to sow seed to make money without working. And they forget conveniently that God said, I will bless the work of your hands. We didn't call out to the priests and pastors who do that. They encourage that tradition. In fact, why Christians are not as wealthy as they should be in Nigeria today is because we have perverted their minds to forget that the simplest way to get money is to follow biblical principles, not to sow mysterious seeds and make mysterious money. That concept of making money without working was now promoted and catalyzed by the church. Then somewhere along the line, the Dibias, the traditional religious worshippers, realized that there was a racket that was going on that they were missing out on. And they keyed into the racket. And then because they became successful overnight, and they also had their fleet of cars, and they visited the fleet of cars, because we have, listen to this, because we have an opinion that Dibias should be impoverished and stay in the village, we couldn't imagine a Dibia driving Lamborghini or driving Lexus or G-Wagon. So when the Dibias started flaunting their own vehicles, which the priests and the pastors flaunted before, people started shouting that they are deceiving people. But deception was there before the Dibias became popular. Truth of the matter, deception was there. So if Professor Soludo wants to address this matter, it's a social malay. It's not a matter of Okite. He cannot legislate it away. The first thing he should do is to be a model governor by reducing his own level of ostentation, by reducing the lifestyle, the wastage associated with his own government. By the time he's doing that, he will get the commissioners to fall in line, begin to encourage all the people under his influence, and of course politicians under his influence, to fall in line. By the time he is able to do that successfully, it will begin to filter down. Then he has access to everybody. He is actually the father of everybody in the state, politically speaking. So he can also influence the bishops, both Catholic bishops, Anglican bishops, Pentecostal bishops, the preachers, to do the same. It needs a social revolution. It doesn't need legislation. Legislation will not work. The same way he legislated against extravagant burial and he failed woefully. This one too will fail. I'm not saying this because I want it to fail. I just know that it will fail. I mean, he's a professor. He should go and conduct research and see how social problems are solved. People smoking Indian hemp, have they stopped? But see, these are things you have to, if you want to reduce these things, you have to call experts, create a think tank, look for solutions. Go and ask those boys that did Okite before, who may have been arrested. Why did you do Okite? You were a trader. What made you leave your successful trading to go and do Okite? You were a civil servant. What motivated you? Conduct extensive research. Then begin to know exactly what motivated them and begin to nip these things in the bud. And sorry, we need to also talk about the human rights angle. You mentioned that. I think it's important that people understand where I'm coming from so that they won't be confused. Our constitution, actually section 38 of chapter 4 of the Nigerian constitution said, and I read verbatim, every person is entitled to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, including freedom to change his or her religion or belief, and freedom to manifest and propagate his religion or belief in worship, teaching, practice, and observance. Underline propagate, manifest and propagate. So if you are wearing a charm, it's manifestation of your religious belief. You can propagate it on social media, for instance. That's what the DBS are doing. And then in belief, you can propagate your religious belief in worship, teaching, practice, and observance. The law guarantees that you can do Okite, as long as you don't breach the laws of the land in the process of doing Okite. So if you go and kill a human being to do Okite, you committed murder. The issue here is not Okite. The issue is that you killed a human being. But if you can do your Okite without killing anybody, that's your business. And you can carry your Okite and keep it on top of your house. It's a manifestation of who you are. Some people tie charms to their gate, just like other people put cross on their gate. You don't know that when they put a cross on their gate, it's a charm that protects the house. I don't think it's fair that even professors in Nigeria do not respect the rule of law. And when people begin to do things outside the constitution, they call them non-state actors. The problem with Nigeria is that we don't have respect for laws in this country. So we expect a section of the population, we expect poor people to respect the law. We expect politicians and rich men not to respect the law. It doesn't work anywhere. And that's why I insist, whoever is involved, I will educate the person, even if you're a professor, if you're a governor, if you're a president. If you make that mistake, I will remind you that we're a secular state. You do not isolate a particular religious practice and mention their practice by name in a law. That is sacrilege. That is sacrilege. You should have described what you want. That any religious leader who prepares a charm or whatever for the purpose of aiding criminals, you don't call Okite. You don't make it look as if you are demonizing traditional religious worshippers. His own grandfather or great-grandfather, I'm sure, worshipped those gods. So it means they were evil. My grandfather was a traditional religious worshipper, Ezogwego. He was a brilliant man, a philosopher, a great man. And I respect him for everything that he was. I can't throw him away because I didn't join. In fact, I didn't join him because of accident of birth. If I was born when he was born, I would have been worshipping the same gods. Yes, if Soludo was born 100 years ago, he would have been a traditional religious worshipper. That is the truth. So I don't understand where we got this from. I don't.
But again, this was specific. It says that the law is trying to target individuals who create some of these charms and give to people to go and cause chaos in the society. It wasn't like, okay, if you do charms in order for you to be protected or not for you to do something bad. And it didn't state that. It says there's a research that the government has done, and they have stated that some of the things that they have seen in the state as a problem is people go around taking charms in order to cause chaos and hope that they don't get caught.
I like the expression you used. You said hope. Sometimes it gets caught. I mean, if a DB swindles the person, that's the person's business. The point I'm making is we are throwing away the baby with the bathwater. We are breaching Nigerian constitution because we are trying to solve a problem, and we still won't be able to solve it. He did this because he felt that in most places where they saw kidnappers dance and bandits dance, they saw a shrine. But let me tell you the truth. The last time I checked, if you catch 100 robbers or kidnappers who were not involved in traditional religious practice, if you search them thoroughly, you will see an element of Christianity. Either a small cross, which he may not believe in, or a piece of Bible in his car. That doesn't mean that somebody necessarily gave it to him to go and rob someone. What I'm saying is that as an educated person who should be able to think dispassionately, he is actually firing at the wrong enemy. The focus should be on isolating people who commit crimes and people who aid crime. Now, who are those who aid crime? Anybody who makes any type of charm, whether he's Christian or not. You have forgotten that part. I'm not against the fact that he's trying to stop enablers of crime. But why isolate one enabler? A priest that preaches that you can make miracle money and sells miracle ATM is doing the same thing they did that is doing, by encouraging people to think that they can make money without working. The sin here is that he isolated a particular religion. Let us assume, without conceding, they share and all of that. Have you ever thought about the fact that they are benevolent Dibias? Even as we speak in this studio, a lot of Christians go to Dibias. And you know. I don't know if some of these people who passed this bill into law, many of them may be going to Dibias in the night. There are benevolent Dibias. There are Dibias who do fantastic work, good work. You can quote me. Some pastors may not like me after this, some priests may not like me, but that is the truth. Because some of their church members go to those people. So why should you now demonize all of them? Because there are a few Dibias that are not doing the right thing. That is, assuming there are Dibias that do Okite and do Odeshi. One of the things you should do as a governor is to set up a machinery to educate young people that Odeshi doesn't work. That if you go and do it, you may be shot and you'll die. And that even if it works, somebody can also do it for personal protection. But you have a job to do to enlighten them that the Okite is not a solution. That if you want to make money, look at the people who have made money in Anambra State and elsewhere. They didn't do Okite. Ekele Juku was a driver for Saudi Juku. And he became the biggest transporter in Africa. It wasn't Okite, it was hard work. If you list other successful Anambra businessmen and Igbo businessmen, they didn't do any Okite. So you need to educate them and change the way they think. You can't legislate away mindset. I'll say that again. You can't legislate away someone's mindset. You have a duty as a governor and as a leader to find solutions, and that's the advantage of education. But I noticed a pattern. When our politicians get into office, they're either confounded or confused. I don't know what happens to them. Because you cannot legislate away a lifestyle. You have to change the lifestyle. I will just use one anecdote, one story to illustrate this. When Donald Duke was governor, we were told that one day he was inspecting street lights in Calabar, and one of the lights was not working, one of the street lights. They called the commissioner in charge, and the commissioner drove there in a massive SUV. Meanwhile, the governor was on a bicycle. And the commissioner was so embarrassed because most people who were inspecting the governor were on bicycles because the governor liked riding bicycles. Everybody went and bought a bicycle, so our guy will be happy with it. That was the last day that commissioner came out with an SUV. He also bought a bicycle. So you don't just follow your leader, you mind the body language of your leader. So if Soludo wants to clean up ostentatious lifestyle in Anambra, he has capacity to influence the state. He's the governor. If he influences the state properly, these things will begin to diminish very fast. I said very fast. But if you legislate, look at the backlash he is enjoying. The backlash is so heavy that we have all been even distracted from the critical issues. We are all discussing the backlash, including now. We are not discussing the problem anymore. We are discussing the backlash. And when you legislate mob mentality, this is another angle of this conversation. Just recently, they destroyed a hotel at Oba. The owner of the hotel has come out to make a statement. The man came out to make a clear statement that he suspects that it was the person who sold the hotel to him who wanted to claim it back that instigated the destruction. The man went to the police headquarters himself. The police said they are not briefed on the matter. Another small hotel, one-story building, was destroyed at Afufu. After the Agune Chamber operatives said they saw strange men go in there in the evening and come out in the morning. Go in the evening and come out in the morning. Is that enough reason to destroy a building without a court order, without a process? Before EFCC takes over what they call the proceeds of crime, they go to court. It is legislating mob action for you to say that if a kidnapper is kept in a house without any form of investigation or trial, destroy the house. What if I live abroad and I have a house that is uncompleted, and then somebody goes there and keeps kidnappers to destroy my house? Does that make sense? No. I don't agree that you should even destroy a house. We are a very wasteful nation. If you go to court and you find the person guilty, you convert the house to public use. It can become a motherless baby's home. It's what he said. And it's shocking that Tochukwu Ikenga said we are not aware of that operation. You are not schooled in investigation. You went and brought down a house. Meanwhile, some of those miscreants who call themselves Agune Chamber don't have buildings. Do you know what it takes to build a house? Why should you demolish it? Let us assume they actually used it for crime. Why don't you confiscate the house? You are not looking at my whole argument. Why destroy a house? We don't have motherless babies' homes. We have motherless babies. We don't have old people's homes. We have old people who are looking for where to stay. We have destitutes on our streets. Why should you be pulling houses down? The fact that 10 states have the law doesn't mean that it is right. We are legislating mob action. That is, we are legitimizing mob action. We have become so primitive that men who are ostensibly educated sit in a room and legislate that we should pull down houses without due process. That is endorsing mob action. It's the same thing as killing a man who stole a tin of tomato in the market without passing through due process. See, what connects the two is that due process wasn't followed. If you want to demolish the house, there should be a law. The person should be found guilty of a crime, not by a mob, not by Agune Chamber, but by a properly constituted court of law. You have legislated, we agree. But that legislation should not remove the powers of the court to find someone guilty of a crime. Agune Chamber is not qualified to try a person and pronounce the person guilty. That one doesn't need any argument. It's obvious. They are not qualified to take evidence, analyze evidence. You can't be a judge in your own case. That is, you saw somebody move into a house in the evening, come out in the morning, move in the evening, come out in the morning. You said yourself that you suspect that they are kidnappers. You have not confirmed. You put down a house. What if they are not kidnappers, going to build the house again? What you now begin to do is to justify the action you have already taken. But let me also go to the next leg of my conversation, my argument. Assuming without conceding that these men are guilty, why destroy the house? Nobody is responding to that. A house is an asset that the state can use. You can use it as a computer center. You can use it as a youth development. Why should you pull down a house? The state is not giving us infrastructure in these areas I'm mentioning. And then you are pulling down houses. So imagine if EFCC decides to pull down houses belonging to fraudsters and people who committed the financial crime. Do you know Abuja will be a desolate land by now? Because you know how many fantastic houses they would have pulled down. Why not sell the house and give government the revenue? When they confiscate arms from bandits, do they burn the arms? They don't. When they confiscate arms from armed robbers, do they burn it? They don't. Why should you destroy houses?
Some people say that the reason around destroying it is that it helps landlords try to find out what their properties are being used for every single time. Like, if you know that your house is going to be destroyed if it is seen to be accommodating kidnappers or maybe being used for crime, you make sure that whoever you are you're giving your properties to, whoever is in charge of it, you are sure that it's not used for anything wrong or bad.
They are not thinking straight. And with all due respect, they are not thinking straight. You're supposed to be asking the questions, but I wish I can ask you one. So you now, if you have a property in Aba, and you hire an estate surveyor and valuer, listen carefully, because you are busy here to manage your house. So every week you phone them or you go to a bank, check, is there a kidnapper? See, you people shouldn't use this. Okay. It means that building a house is now a liability. You see, we need to be logical and reasonable. That's why there is a court. And that's why laws should be couched in such a way that people should not become victims of things they don't know about. People should punish for their crimes. You can't punish a person for building a house. So a man, listen carefully, a man may work for 35 years, use his gratuity to build a house, then travel to his son's place in US to rest. And one stupid tenant brings a kidnapped victim into it, and you destroy his 35 years of service. Hello? We're not thinking. See, we need to make critical thinking compulsory in schools. In fact, we need to do training for politicians. 2 compulsory trainings. 1 is on appreciating the constitution and the laws of the land. 2 is critical thinking skills. If you don't understand critical thinking processes, how you can think dispassionately, and most of them don't understand the constitution of this country. I think anybody who wins an election, they should be isolated for something like 1 month and open their brains and explain to them what it means to obey the rule of law. And then we should also teach them how to think dispassionately, how to think properly. sorry, I'm not insulting anybody. I'm just saying that it is, for me, sacrilege that men who are presumably educated will sit down in the hallowed chambers of the House of Assembly and legislate against the rights of citizens. In other words, they are breaking the law while trying to create the law. If these laws are tried in court, they will actually fail the test. You see, unfortunately, we have DBS who are just talking on social media. They can challenge that particular law.
Yeah,
and the truth of the matter is that it will not stand the test.
I was going to go there because, I mean, there are people who are also talking about trying to challenge it in court. I mean, to what extent, really, would they really get justice? That's on one hand. You said there are good and there are bad, DBS, and this kind of laws should be specific with, the bad ones. But
no, sorry, really not the DBS. It should be about religious practice, not Dibia. Okay. It should, the couching of the language should not mention Okite or any religion. Okay. It should be about people who make others believe that if they give them charms, they can use the charms for the purpose of robbery. And one of the laws, if you look at it, the third one speaks about saying that we have supernatural powers. Mm-hmm. And I submit that if you remove supernatural powers, there won't be any religion. That one is superfluous, it's useless. Because the essence of religion is the supernatural. So if you are telling me that if I claim to have supernatural powers, that you are going to try me, it means even you shouldn't be a Catholic. Religion is about the supernatural. If everything is natural, we shouldn't talk about religion. But they legislated in a way that even claiming to have supernatural powers exposes you to penalty under that law. But supernatural is the foundation for the religious. Remove the supernatural, there is no religion. And I hope you are aware that as we speak, they are already announcing that traditional religious practitioners should go and collect forms in Anambra State and register. Yes. And the truth is that you can choose not to register. Sorry, Professor Solud, I'm not promoting anarchy. I'm saying that you can choose not to register because by law, you don't have to register to practice a religion. It's a right that is not only fundamental, it's absolute that you can practice religion as long as you don't practice it outside the provisions of Section 38. You don't need to register to practice a religion. I don't need to register a church to run a church. I can open a church in my living room. But there are privileges I will not have. For instance, I cannot go to the Ministry of Interior and ask to be a registered place for licensing marriages. There are privileges churches have. You can contract a marriage in a Catholic church, in an Anglican church. After the marriage blessing, you sign the marriage register inside the church. If I don't register my church, I won't have that privilege. But for you to legislate that I cannot call people together and pray with them and tell them I have supernatural powers, you don't have that right. It's my personal prerogative. It's my decision. I'm saying these things because we need to be guided. The point I'm making is that if you want to register all DBS, you should register all those churches that are in one shop in Anambra State. You should register all those itinerant preachers that carry Bible and are confusing and confounding people. There are preachers who beg at motor parks. You should go and register them. I think we need to, if we want to create solutions, we need to sit down and create a think tank, that is people who have knowledge that cut across different aspects of that problem you are trying to solve. Then after that, when you go to the House of Assembly and they draft the bill, you make sure you have a robust public hearing. That is when the DBS will come out and say their own. The church will come out and say their own. The youth who do the okite or the charm from the church will come out and say their own. By the time all of these things, assuming this bill passed through public hearing, we won't be having this conversation now. Because these things would have been sorted out at the level of public hearing. Not the type of public hearing that they will call us today, that they announce today and tell us to come tomorrow. I don't attend them because they don't want me to be there. You cannot announce today and tell me to articulate my position and bring it to you tomorrow. It means you don't want me to be there. I mean giving us notice, minimum of 2 weeks notice, giving us a window of say minimum of 2 weeks to submit our memoranda, and then give us the opportunity to debate the. So I will install CCTV camera in every room, and then every time I was staring at my phone to know if you brought a kidnapper or a victim of kidnap. These things are not, see, laws are supposed to be provide for reasonable things. Reasonable. You cannot hold me accountable for what happens in my house that another person has rented. So if I build a duplex with a compound with 2 exits, the one in front, one behind, I will now man security men to be putting surveillance on the house. Meanwhile, I live in another country. We are not thinking about this. That's not fair. We are even discouraging people from investing in real estate. Because when you begin to pull down houses all over the place, most people say, "Bah, I don't want this kind of trouble because I may build a fine house, one crazy tenant will go and bring a victim of kidnapping there, and then they will pull down my house without even due process, giving me a chance to come and say, I didn't know about this." But if the landlord uses his house for the purpose of kidnapping, you can pull it down. But I still disagree with pull it down. I've said it a million times. Proceeds of crime. We confiscate weapons and hand them over to security agents. Why should we destroy houses used for kidnapping? Does it make sense? Before now, when they saw, they caught or they saw vessels used for bunkering, you remember they used to shoot them. That is, we will send an Air Force jet to go and destroy the ship. We don't make missiles. We don't make planes. We procure them foreign exchange. Instead of using them on the enemy, you send a pilot to go and fire a missile at a ship that poses no threat. People will come from all manner of places to give you advice and tell you this is the only solution. Non-DDB and of course trouble, deal with them. And then sometimes to just satisfy or impress powerful political interests, you go and do the wrong thing. But when you make it open, broad-based, you get experts. If the person canvasses that opinion, tell the person, bring it to the table. We'll look at it. That's what I expected a professor to do.
So, there's a broader issue that gave rise to this. Anambra has been facing debilitating security issues lately, and it's unprecedented. There's virtually no week, sometimes even no day, you won't hear one kidnapping, one shooting, one killing, or another. And so Anambra State Governor is going ahead to, create this security outfit that he knows that he could control. Agune Chamber, like you mentioned. So don't you think that he is within the laws, doing that to make sure that Anambra people, live peacefully?
There is nothing wrong with creating Agune Chamber. The question is whether the Agu will protect the Mba or become part of the challenge the Mba has. A lion can protect you, but a lion can also consume you. So this Agune Chamber, from the reports I'm getting as the coordinator of Human Rights Volunteer Corps, is already consuming some people. They may have also protected some. See, Agune Chamber in itself is not a bad idea, but we need more fundamental solutions. Soludo started well. When he became governor, they raided the bushes. That's when they saw those shrines and dislodged a lot of the people living in those shrines. I saw a video made by a young man from Lille who said that they don't live in their town anymore. That is a ghost town. We know the forest where these people live. There are some towns that the residents of those towns will tell you that that is the bush where they are. So I think something is missing. A governor, a president, should be a problem solver. Even a local government chairman, a PG, an ENUGU that is dynamic, can do something, especially when backed by the governor. But a governor is very powerful. The problem we have is that we are not creative. We use force for everything we do. The truth is that the way Anambra is wired, you have enough resources in Anambra, enough billionaires, to even create a system that will suppress those people without the support of the federal government in terms of arms or ammunition and all of that. I think what we need is a broad-based creative solution that the stakeholders, all stakeholders will buy into. The businessmen, the traditional rulers, the traditional worshippers, the Christians, the youth. Nobody loves insecurity. And we have to see the determination to solve the problem on the part of the governor. Not a situation where you started, then after some time you forgot about it, and then when there was public outcry, you came back to it. No. The issue of insecurity should be consistently tackled. And it shouldn't be a state affair, it should be a regional affair. The insecurity in Anambra State doesn't in any way reflect the level of insecurity in Delta State. Delta is next door, but Delta is relatively peaceful. There was a time the boys that enforced it at home wanted to operate in Delta, they resisted them. The point I'm making is that even insecurity should be a regional problem and we should provide regional solutions. Because if Soludo decides to become very proactive and very creative and he pursues the bandits, they will move to another state. So what they should do is for the Southeast governors to come together and create a regional plan and then pursue them. So if they now want to run to another region, well, that is their prerogative. But if you want to make Nigeria work, assuming you are pursuing them in the southeast, you alert the people in the south-south. Look at the strategy we are using. They may come to your place. Now, when there is no safe haven for them, if they have money, they will look for something else to do. If they don't have money, they will look for something else to do. Right. But as long as there's a safe haven, what will happen is that you pursue them here, they go there. I think Soludo should even look beyond Anambra. He should reach out to Peter Mba, reach out to Hope Uzodema. I hope that he will give us hope and Uzodema. Then reach out to Oti, reach out to Nwifuru, so that they can create a master plan for securing the Southeast and then implement the master plan and not politicize it and not tie it to elections. If they can do that, I doubt if they can do that. But if they can do that, this problem will solve permanently. Legislating away crime will not work. And institutionalizing mob action will not help anybody.
All right, Larry Ogoego, many thanks for your time. We truly appreciate you. I mean, this is a very profound conversation. I didn't really think that it was going to go this way, but it's fantastic. So it's Larry. So well, you can expect the unexpected almost
Charles,
every day.
Charles, sorry, I want to also tell the people who are listening to me, they should analyze everything I say without any bias. They should remove their biases, put on their thinking cap, and they will probably understand that I'm doing Anambra State and Nigeria a great service. Thanks for this privilege and opportunity to contribute to our development.
All right, then. Thank you again. We truly appreciate. So we're connecting to Abuja. My colleague is waiting for the continuation of the morning show. My name is Charles. Have a good morning.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thank you, Charles, and welcome to the Abuja Center. My name is Mwabu Zenjok. Now, political parties as organs for the recruitment of political leadership and governance operators, when they become unhealthy, they undermine both democracy and stability of the polity. There we progress. Now, when these parties become unhealthy, the entire national framework, the entire governance framework is threatened. Nigeria's main opposition party, the People's Democratic Party, is unhealthy. How comfortable can our polity be? And how does PDP's ill health threaten the stability of the country and its democracy? This is the issue in focus from Abuja Center this morning. Now, before I introduce my guest this morning, let us set the stage. Many Nigerians, except those in the business of political long knives, stabbing in all directions, are confused on what are the legal issues, the number of court cases, and the effect of the many court rulings on the main opposition party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP. One thing, however, is indisputable. The political health of PDP is in danger. Its capacity to gather strength and launch a major contest for power in 2027 is becoming doubtful. For incurable optimists, I don't understand how these things work, they say. Overnight, PDP can reinvent itself, spring a surprise, regain its appeal, and claim Nigeria's highest political prize, power. But before that happens, this Monday, a major hearing opens at the Supreme Court to resolve what looks like the many legal and justice contradictions on the many PDP court cases coming from our different courts. The first is by the principle of rotation, enshrined in the PDP constitution. The North Central Zone should be holding the position of the national chairman of the party. That principle was the basis on which Iyorchia Ayu from Benue State became the national chairman of the party on October the 31st, 2021. When elections were on the horizon and Iyorchia Ayu was said to be close to Atiku Abubakar, one of the contestants, interest groups led by former governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, protested the emergence of Iyorchia Ayu and raised all myriad of accusations against him and effectively got him out of office. Umar Damagu from Northeast, who was then deputy national chairman of the party, stepped in as acting national chairman. In other words, the North Central Zone was shortchanged. It has not served out the tenure due to it, according to the constitution of the PDP. And if this is as simple as it looks, why has it become contentious, needing the intervention of the judiciary? Now, the second issue also flows from the constitution of the PDP. Senator Samuel Anyanwu is the national secretary of PDP, or should I really say, was national secretary of the party. By the constitution of PDP, when an officer of the party prefers to go for another elective office, for example, national or state legislature, president, vice president, or governor or deputy governor, local government councillor or chairman, that officer relinquishes his position in the party. But Samuel Anyanwu, who chose to vie for the governorship of Imo State in the 2023 elections, secured the governorship ticket and still held on to the position of National Secretary. When he lost an election, he simply walked back to Wadata House, attempted to pull the chair of the National Secretary. It was naturally, and according to the constitution of the PDP, no longer vacant. The Southeast, by the rotation principle of the PDP, had nominated former national youth leader of the party from the zone, Sunday Ude Okoye, as the national secretary. Again, if the issue is as simple as this, and people are playing by the rules, should this be contentious to warrant the intervention of the courts? These cases have gone all the way from the lower courts to the appeal court, and this Monday, January the 27th, 2025, the Supreme Court is being involved to resolve what, to the unpracticed hand, should be a simple matter. To add to the confusion, who will represent the PDP in the case today? Acting National Chairman Omar Adamagu, who is alleged to be Jacob Wike with the hand of Esau Damagu in the whole confusion, has hired J.Y. Musa, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to represent PDP. He said that the decision to that effect was authorized by the National Working Committee of the party. However, 11 members of the Working National Committee of PDP on January the 21st wrote a letter to the Registrar of the Supreme Court and the President of the Court of Appeal, stating that the National Working Committee never authorized Damagu to appoint an external lawyer to represent the PDP. They stated that by the provisions of the constitution of the party, only the National Legal Advisor has such powers. Again, if that is the rule, why should this become contentious? As the courts get involved, the courts get sucked in. The ENUGU division of the Court of Appeal has affirmed Sunday Ude Okoye as the National Secretary of the party. And the Abuja division of the same Court of Appeal says Samuel Anyangu remains National Secretary. Is the PDP crisis a case of PDP versus PDP, or the courts versus the courts?
Well, is it a case of PDP versus PDP, or the courts versus the courts? Now, this morning, we are to have two guests, the National Publicity Secretary of PDP, to react to these developments and maybe educate us better on the goings on in his party. But he said that he would appear tomorrow because he wouldn't be able to meet our time for today. So tomorrow, we will have him in our studios. But this morning, we have as our guest Ocholi Okutekpa, Managing Partner of Numa and Law. Ocholi?
Thank you, sir.
Long time.
It's been a while.
How is it?
Very fine.
Great, great. Now, you followed our prologue.
Yes.
And you know that PDP is not alone in this intra-party crisis.
Yes.
Now, these parties, all of them have constitutions. In other words, there are rules that ought to regulate their activities.
Exactly.
Yet each of them is embroiled in intra-party crisis.
They don't just,
is it laughable, really, or are you worried by it?
Well, I'm worried about it, but not just for them. I'm worried about it for Nigeria. Because you see, the constitution of every political party is also registered with INEC. So the constitution is as powerful as the powers of INEC itself. So it's a regulation that is regulated. And that's why parties are bound by that constitution, not just because they gave themselves the constitution, but the registration, management of the party itself is something that INEC oversees. So the constitution itself has a flavor to it that is beyond that party. So it's not just laughable at the party level, it is laughable at a national level, because you are dealing with a constitution that has regulator like INEC, all right, and the constitution, because INEC derives its power from the constitution, and this constitution finds its validity in the registration process and the management of INEC. So you see, it is laughable on all fronts. It's what our politics has become, and I mean, there's nothing interesting about it.
You just mentioned INEC.
Yes.
You said the constitutions of the parties are in fact registered with INEC. And by the law establishing INEC, INEC regulates the parties. When these intra-party wranglings come up, doesn't INEC have the legal position, authority, to weigh in and say, look, this is not what your constitution says, instead of allowing it to progress and require the intervention of the judiciary?
Well, unfortunately, INEC cannot run the party for the party. So what should happen is, the reason court cases are, brewing everywhere is based on the right that derives from that constitution. It is a party member or the aggrieved member of the party who can approach the courts. Because if you toe the line you just mentioned, INEC would lose its independence. Then if INEC takes certain steps, it will appear like they are being used by maybe the ruling party, which in this case, PDP is the opposition party in Nigeria today. So you see, there are steps that INEC can stop. There is what an aggrieved party can do. So you see these court cases because people are aggrieved and want to exercise their right, all right, to take out action where they believe they have a cause of action.
Actually, look at PDP.
Yes.
As at this moment.
Yes.
PDP is bleeding profusely from several stabs and injuries, all because of wranglings and intra-party interests.
But they are still alive. The bleeding has not killed them.
Let us maybe until you get into the throes of death, then we start express concern. Now, all manner of frivolous, pardon I'm not an authority to determine whether an issue is frivolous or not, but looking at the party's constitution, things that to me, an ordinary person, appear simple, get as briefs to lawyers to say, look, take this matter to court on my behalf and all that.
First of all,
just a minute, you're a lawyer. Is there no limit to the brief a lawyer can accept, even after looking at that brief and knowing that it's totally frivolous?
Well, let us start from your conclusion. Your conclusion may be completely flawed.
I agree.
Because what you see in the news may just be another person's summary of the action and reason with you why you have a right and you are ready to pay. Then, the equation is complete. You have a right, you have a cause of action, you have the money to pay, I have the experience to represent you, and I have formed the opinion that this cause of action has a likelihood of success. The fact that it fails does not mean that it is frivolous. Even if the court comes to the conclusion that the matter is frivolous, that is the conclusion of the court. It doesn't mean, and that is why we have the privilege to travel through the courts. Because the fact that a high court or a federal high court comes to a conclusion that is frivolous does not mean it's the end. There's still the Court of Appeal. There's still the Supreme Court. So until we hear that at the Supreme Court, and let me quickly also say this because the Supreme Court says it too. The Supreme Court is not infallible. All right? They are only infallible because they are final. If there was a court to determine the matters after them, we realize that the Supreme Court can also make a flawed decision. But I cannot say that as a lawyer because they are final. So their infallibility is rooted in the fact that they are the final court. So you see, when you take it from that perspective, one person's opinion that the matter is frivolous may not necessarily hold water when you regard the fact that the lawyer considered before he took the brief. And on a lighter note, again, money, economy.
If you have it, go the whole hog. Actually,
This is now coming into the question of the integrity of the judiciary. And you see, a nation will enjoy the politics of the politicians it elects. And a nation will suffer or enjoy the quality of the judiciary it appoints. This is not a difficult matter to answer, but it has become a Nigerian situation. Because my assumption is, I'm not in any of the cases, so I can even speak freely. My assumption is a lawyer that knows what he is doing will raise an objection in the latter courts or the subsequent courts where these matters are taken to say that there is a matter pending with the same cause of action, same parties in so and so court. Because what politicians have done sometimes is to reduce the judiciary to his houseboy or errand boy, where they are able to push the judiciary around until they get what they want. Now, I would not hold brief for the NJC. The NJC has done as much as it can do with discipline, all right, and more should come. In fact, I advocate for more to happen. Because the truth is, if you practice in Nigeria, there are courts you will go to, and it leaves a lot to be desired. All right? So if a party or politicians are forum shopping, it is important for the judiciary in protecting its own integrity, all right, to act. And we are all part of the judiciary, whether from the bar or the bench. So speaking as a lawyer, I expect that the lawyers involved owe the court a duty, because we are dealing with a system that is not necessarily as digitized as it should be, where a judge can sit down and click into the matters and, be able to know that so-and-so matter is pending in another jurisdiction. But the court has a duty, even if none of the parties raises this issue that similar action, similar parties pending somewhere, the court has the duty to take judicial notice. Because these judges live in society. They also follow the news. They also know what's going on. And that's why judges who are intelligent and know their job, even if no party is raising it, will turn to them and ask, I am aware, or I take judicial notice of the pendency of so and so matter. Can you address me on it? So when you look at it both ways, whether from the bar or from the bench, we owe the judiciary a duty, because our name is already spoiled. In fact, the honest truth is, if you want to convert this entire conversation to the judiciary, we will not stop talking till tomorrow. The issues are enormous, the issues are deep, so it now behoves on the judiciary to take steps to preserve its integrity or to redeem a name that is dying, because the name is going. Because now it is a very dangerous thing in this country to introduce yourself in certain circles as a lawyer. The assumptions about you are not funny. So it's important to see that not from the political perspective, because you see, clients will always be clients. In my years of practice, clients will suggest to you things you should shut down. So clients will be clients, because this person's interest is an outcome, whereas my interest should be, all right, the integrity of the ethics of the profession to which I took oath. So until we understand it from that perspective, politicians are going to drive us to do things that we're not proud of and that will make us look like politicians. I am not a politician. I don't carry the card of any party. So I should be able to, tell a politician, I can't go this way.
Actually, in the course of this submission, you mentioned infrastructure. You mentioned that a judge should take judicial notice of a matter, a development on a matter, even if the lawyer did not raise it. That, I just want to digress a little bit.
Yes.
The Nigerian judiciary, to me, seems to be grossly inadequate when it comes to infrastructure. I see judges whose fingers are bent writing. They are perpetually looking this way because they are perpetually writing. And they want to cite 2, 3, 4, 5 precedences, and they have to go through and go through manually. Is our judiciary under-provisioned? Is our judiciary and its development neglected? Do they lack infrastructure? administering justice?
I think in the 21st century, we are grossly behind when it comes to infrastructure. You see, we don't even need to talk about digitization or some levels of sophistication. You go to certain courts, you're actually ashamed to be a lawyer. You're ashamed. We still sit on benches in a lot of places. We still sit in buildings that are being held by the grace of God and His pillars in the name of going to court. I mean, you see, if you practice in Abuja like I do, or out of Abuja because we go to other jurisdiction, you may not necessarily experience a lot of what we're saying. You see, but you still experience it. Within the FCT, you still, I mean, how many times have we been in court and there's no light? Yes, and the judge and counsel are all sweating and yes. In fact, I was in a court and the judge had to send to the registrar to find out from the administrative office what's going on. And they said the gen was down and that they have been working on it. So the entire complex was without light. And we're conducting proceedings. So let's assume he's digitized and has a computer in front of him. How is he going to operate the computer in front of him? In fact, air conditioners in most of our courts are like artifacts, like pieces of decoration on the wall. So where do you start from? And how much is the judicial officer earning? So should the judicial officer buy a generator for the court? So when you look into these things, you are dealing beyond. You see, saying digital is going far. So yeah, if you appear in the Court of Appeal in the Supreme Court, yes, you can see some facelift, what should appear like what is the standard. All right, the microphones working and all of that. But you see, how many courts enjoy such privilege? And these are the appel to take note of every proceeding. So by the time you pick your record of appeal, or record of proceedings rather, and the judge does it for 3 hours on one case, or 2 hours on one case, or 1 hour on one case, chances are that you will form an opinion that that thing that man just said is not necessary. Whereas it is necessary for his case. So you pick the record of proceedings sometimes when you apply for it,
is missing.
And you are wondering, what do I really have inside of this? But of course, the picture you always have out there is pictures like this, where you have fantastic, array of judges, the proper courtroom. No, we have a problem. We have a problem. Whoever needs to look into the matter needs to look into the matter that the judiciary looks like an impoverished, forgotten, and rejected, dejected piece of the unit of this country. So it's important that arm of government, that we look into it in all the cadres of the courts, so that we don't practice like we are still in 1940 when we're in 2025.
Now, actually, just let us put a cap on that one. Can such a demeaned arm of government, such abused arm of government, don't it have angry or unhappy operatives, and with such angry operatives give justice?
You are being modest. It's not about being angry operative. It is that when your condition is so weak, anybody can offer you stuff and it will appeal to you.
I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Let us go to the next opportunity.
You appear to be a judicial officer.
I want to look at the courts.
Yeah.
Please educate me here.
Just manned by a different judge. So the judex is a different person, but the office is the same office. And the same thing happens for the bigger cities. Like if you're in Makurdi town, you had the CJ, that's the chief judge of the state, sitting. You have other judges within Makurdi, because more matters are happening there and all of that, sitting. They are all of concurrent jurisdiction. All right? So even though you have within their ranks seniority, the seniority does not count for the jurisdiction. It just counts for the appointment, for administrative purposes and all of that, for elevation and all of that. The main deal is that this court is one. So you can't have the same matter litigated in one division of the court and another court on the same issue, same parties.
Also,
you cannot. And if you get judgment in say the court in Makurdi, you do not have the standing in law to go to Otukpo and say, okay, seize this one.
Let me get.
What the judge will tell you here is that this court, if that's the proper language, this court has decided this matter, and you refer to the name of the parties and the division in which it has been taken. Same thing with the Federal High Court. The Federal High Court is one court. Whether it sits in Owerri, or it sits in Makurdi, or it sits in Kanu, or it sits in Lagos, is one court. All right? For the Federal High Court, what you have is geographic location, all right, or jurisdiction, geographical jurisdiction. So that if a matter emanates, for example, from PDP River State, and there is a Federal High Court located there, why are you jumping to Lagos? So although it is one court, geographical location is so that you can litigate matters easily and in the court that sits around or in that jurisdiction.
But let me just put in here.
Yes.
Why is it then that a matter comes up in a Federal High Court, for instance, in Owerri? The same matter resurfaces in a Federal High Court in Abuja.
Abuja is a very interesting ground.
And the courts entertain them.
No, Abuja is a very interesting ground. And that's why a lot of that happens. Do not forget that in most of those cases, a federal agency is a party. Like INEC, police, and all of that. So smartly, particularly when you come to forum shopping, when you have a preferred forum, as it were, where you want the matter head, you can use a party to clothe that particular location with jurisdiction. Sometimes you see lawyers take out certain matters in the Federal High Court because they do not want to go to the State High Court for certain matters. So you see, especially it happens more in fundamental rights proceedings where somebody just adds one agency of government who may have played an insignificant role in the whole fact, just to close the Federal High Court sitting in a particular jurisdiction or division with jurisdiction.
Can't a judge look through that?
Of course, and the judges do very often. I can tell you that. There are matters that have in fact been transferred, like go to another jurisdiction or making an order transferring to another jurisdiction to be heard in that jurisdiction. You see, so the truth is, it is not what we are proud to admit, is that lawyers will also use any tactic, of course, governed by ethics. But a lawyer's ethical consideration from another lawyer's ethical consideration will not be the same. So a lawyer may defend that they have weighed this matter through their ethical lenses and may still be doing what they should not be doing. So lawyers forum shop. Because at the end of the day, the pressure that your clients bring to you, you want to, get results. So I can't defend what every lawyer would do just because they want to aim at a certain result and what another lawyer would not trust is at stake, to have conversations with their lawyers and for their lawyers to advise how to challenge, this forum shopping behavior, to say, look, if you look at the course of action, my lord, ABC will place this matter better in the Federal High Court sitting in so and so location and not in this jurisdiction. So these are issues that you need to approach from the perspective of the intelligence of the lawyer you pick and the integrity of the judiciary who is ready to answer. So that if a judge or a judex, as it were, is sitting or presiding over a matter, the judex should be able to exercise the discretion to see between the lines and come to a conclusion that is not just, but that can be seen as just by an ordinary man walking the streets.
Let me just ask you, I'm still coming to the heart of this matter. Isn't there anything the Nigerian Bar Association can do in this matter? To ask these forum shoppers, these people who sew apparels to fit a case into a particular location, that they are not doing the profession any good?
MBA does its best, but there's just how much MBA can do. And without, and I say this with every sense of responsibility, bile, I do not know any officer of the NBA at the national level now who is involved in any of these cases, so I can say what I want to say with a clear heart. What if the NBA or I actually have interest, whether known or unknown? You see, the truth is, NBA has its limits. We have the Legal Professional Disciplinary Committee that can discipline for various reasons, like conduct unbecoming of a legal practitioner, professional misconduct. There are various grounds that NBA can, petition or accept petitions and discipline a member. You see, most of the things we're referring to are not issues that can necessarily come within the purview of professional discipline. Most of what we're saying is just a matter of preference, it's a matter of style of practice. And that's why the courts are there. And the courts have done a lot. So this is not an NBA thing. NBA can, NBA does its best through conferences where we improve, that's what I call it continuous legal education, to help lawyers improve, upscale, get further training. Conferences do that. MBA has different sections, section on legal practice, section on this and section on that. MBA has those four where we try to improve ourselves. MBA also issues statements from time to time to see how best we can deal with the issues of regulating our conduct. But at the end of the day, the person with the biggest responsibility when it comes to this regulation is the court itself, because that's why you have cases where the court will impose punitive, damages or even costs against lawyers. All right? I was in court a few days ago, and a party that lost, the court slammed the party, 200 million in cost. You see, once we heard that, we just knew that this is punitive. Like, the court must have looked at the matter and said, for doing this, for fighting this cause, we expect you to know better. So, of course, the persons have right of appeal.
You pay for it.
Exactly. So, you see, some of these things, the judiciary has begun to respond. And we need such responses. Now, I speak as a lawyer, because the response can be on me if I do certain things. All right, so the judiciary can respond. And for the last few years, Supreme Court has really, really come heavy on lawyers on this. Because ordinarily, cost is against the party, not the lawyer. But you know what the Supreme Court has been doing now? And what the rules look like? Right now, lawyers are being, cost is being imposed on lawyers. Because there are certain things that the court comes to the opinion that you should have advised your client differently. So for bringing this matter at this time, the way you have done, heavy costs.
Okay, this is not the core issue. We just digressed. Well, you are watching Signature Morning this Monday morning from our Abuja studios. Been examining the crisis in the PDP. How healthy is it for Nigerian polity and governance? We take a short break and return. Please stay with us. You are welcome back. We're still here talking about the crisis in the PDP. My guest is still in the studio, Ocholi Okutepa, an Abuja-based lawyer. We are discussing, of course, crisis in the PDP. Now, Ocholi, I'm going to a specific challenge. We just talked about one court, whether it is state or federal, or whether it's a P court. The position of the National Secretary of the PDP has become very contentious. As we get the background in the prologue, let me just recap. Senator Samuel Anyang was elected National Secretary of the PDP. In 2023, he decided to run as a candidate in the governorship election of that state. He ran and he lost. And he walked back to pick up his position as National Secretary of the party. by the constitution of the party. You either choose to remain as a national officer of the party, or you go for an elective office. He ran for the governorship, got the ticket, and held the office of national secretary. That is issue in contention. The ENUGU division of the appeal court ruled that he was no longer the national secretary. The person appointed while he was away on the campaign trail was now the legitimate national secretary by virtue of the constitution of the party. That was what the appeal court in ENUGU ruled. The same appeal court in Abuja ruled that he remains the national secretary of the party. And we're not in confusion.
Well, I wish I had the privilege to read the decisions in question, but I'm even restrained to talk about it in certain ways because it's still subject.
It is.
Still before the court. What would be of interest from a legal standpoint is what course of action led to the appeal in ENUGU and what course of action led to the appeal in Abuja, and what was the ground of appeal in Abuja and what was the ground of appeal in ENUGU. Because the tendencies are that when you come to the media summarizes it as the same thing.
Jody, where I'm summarizing.
Exactly. So you see, I wish I have had the privilege to read the judgments in question. I may have been able to demonstrate to you that the courts are not that stupid. I know we have dealt with conflicting decisions of courts of the same jurisdiction, like the Court of Appeal. We stopped at the Federal High Court in our last intervention. The Court of Appeal is actually one court as well. It just sits for the purpose of convenience and access to justice in different divisions. All right? So when you look at it, what is of interest is the course of action that led to the appeal, the grounds of the appeal before the court. But having said that, even without reading the judgments involved, there's the Supreme Court. And that is why if you look at most political cases, you have a hydra-headed appeal, where this person appeals, this person cross-appeals, and the Supreme Court gives one decision and says that all other appeals abide by this decision. So it is not new to our jurisprudence. It's not the first time it will happen, even if it is worst case scenario, which I will say it is not, is to argue that even while I participated in protest. I had an objection to say you cannot do this when we are there. All right? Because a lot of times what happens is that this course of action, although arising from similar fact, is a different course of action. And maybe the parties are even altered. The parties may not be exactly the same. So a different course of action is going on here. And sometimes what actually happens? Party A believes that I can fight in Abuja. So he files something in Abuja. Party B realizes that, okay, let's deepen the confusion since you are ready for confusion. I take another course of action, although related, and Party B files here. So again, well, it's same people, maybe one or two extra parties, all right, and fighting through with different set of facts. Again, when we go back to the integrity of the judiciary and how we practice our law, these are issues that we should come to the point of no. Why are we having concurrent matters?
I was coming to that.
Yes.
Does it matter really? No matter how many people, how many interests are taking them to court or are taking it to court, myself and two others file a course of action in respect of a matter. Some folks discover that they can lose here. They raise another set of people to file the same matter in a different court, not the same litigants. Is there no single substance to the matter? So no matter how many human beings
the problem is that you have gone backstage. You are the one that know that this set of people were raised by the same person. What the law looks at is this person who is appearing before me. Does the court process is like using the judiciary, which you had right to use, to the irritation of another, multiplicity of action, and all of those. So the most important thing at this point, appeals will land before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will look at them and in most cases consolidate them. Because this journey you travel from Enugu and the one you travel from Abuja, you should have been in the same flight. I don't know why you're in different cars. So let us consolidate and let us settle the matter once and for all. Or in some cases, we are aware that appeal number A, B, C, D are pending and they are related. So our decision here, those ones will abide by, and they don't even bother to come out and give any decision on those ones. Because I have decided that this appeal will control what happens in those ones. End of story. And again, like I said, that court is infallible because it is final. So whether you like it at that point or not, the court is infallible because it is final. So whether you like it at that point or not,
that is final.
Exactly.
Actually, I'm not going to involve you in politics. Twice in this conversation, you said, I'm not a politician, I'm a lawyer. So I'm going to take my next issue, not from political dimension, even though it involves politics.
Yes.
I had said earlier that PDP was bleeding from stabs from so many interests. Let me take the illegal stabs and forget about the long nights of night meetings. When the party's constitution is virtually being shredded by too many contending interests who want to interpret the constitution of the party in ways that protect their interests, how does it affect the running of the PDP as an organization?
Well, it weakens the party because we have a very weakened opposition now. And if you look at the Nigerian political landscape, Peter Obi's voice and that of Labour Party appears to be stronger as a political opposition today. Why? A party that should be bigger, stronger, and more powerful has focused more on its internal crisis than being a proper opposition to, the governing party. And that's a problem. So it doesn't help our polity and the development of democracy if internal wranglings and inter-party affairs would dominate the lifetime of a party that should be a competent, worthy, strong opposition. So it is taking something away from the Nigerian society or Nigeria as a nation that we do not have an opposition that can keep the ruling party on its toes when it comes to issues of critique or issues of challenging the policy of the day or giving commentary as to the direction of the nation. And ultimately, it is also technically or surreptitiously leading us to a place where, as a nation, we may actually have only one viable party contesting the next election. Because the process of being an opposition party is how you also sell your manifesto or your agenda to a people you are not yet leading, who should have the benefit before an election year comes round to know what you have said, how you have said it, and what you claim you will defend when you are there. So that when campaigns come, you are simply building on what you have done. Like every day you turn on the news, Mr. Peter Obi is making news some way or the other. I don't hold this brief, I'm just giving an example. So the PDP is not just dealing with itself wrongly, the PDP is also stealing from the Nigerian society what we deserve. And we deserve an opposition or opposition parties that will be able to keep the government of the day on its toes. So I am not surprised if the government of the day does whatever it wants to do, because there's nobody checkmating them, all right, and nobody is showing them that there will be consequences if you continue to lead us in a direction that we should not be going. So it is against the interest of the PDP, it's against the interest of the common Nigerian walking the street, and very importantly, against the interest of those who cast their vote for PDP in the last election. Because you have people who believed in you, whose interest you should in fact pursue by being a viable opposition party.
Meanwhile, you are having this crisis of internal rights.
Exactly. So you are losing those people who even believed in you in the last election.
Now to your own constituency, and it might be my last point of conversation. Sometimes you mention old judges, Esho, Oputa. and you talk about judicial activism. You talk about using the judiciary to put society on the right path. This kind of political rascality that seems to create confusion for the polity, and as you just said, that denies the electorate what it ought to benefit confidence in that party. When these rascals get into the courts and creating all manner of confusion, where is the judiciary in telling them this is not in the interest of Nigerian polity? Will the judiciary be wrong in doing that?
The judiciary will not be wrong. And that's why you see the Supreme Court, for example, is not just a court of law, it's a court of policy. Because whatever the Supreme Court decides hands down a precedent that we must all follow. So you see, if you look at the Nigerian political landscape, you may not be as happy with decisions of the Supreme Court of recent times and may easily refer to the good old times, like you mentioned, the shores of this world, the Oguntades, the Putas, and all of that, and not necessarily agreeing and contributing to the politics. This is Swam's case, and it was very interesting. You see, with a wave of the hand, the Supreme Court said, even if you just met the secretary and say, I hereby apply for pretrial,
You've applied.
what have they done there? What they did at the time was to make sure that the issue of application for pretrial does not stall the hearing of a matter, because that became the case. And what respondent lawyers did was to set traps. Lawyers are still doing it, even in the last election cycle. Lawyers are still trying to set every trap against the hearing of the matter. Because
my producer is giving me my time is up. Well, in the past 1 hour, I've been conversing with Ocholi Okutekpa. He is the managing partner of Numa and Law. And we're discussing the crisis in the PDP, moving from the real crisis into how it's affecting the judiciary and our polity. This conversation continues tomorrow, but this time it will be with the National Publicity Secretary of PDP. For this morning, let me thank Ocholi for coming to the program. Well, my name is Mwabo Zenjoko. Can I just say good morning and thanks for joining us.
Signature Show. And I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Today I have a special guest on the program. I have Professor Augustine Okereke. Professor Augustine Okereke is a professor of English at the Medgar Evers College, City University of New York. He was a former provost and senior vice president of City University of New York, the equivalence of a vice chancellor in Nigeria. He was also former dean, School of Liberal Arts and Education. He is a professor of African and world literature. But the unique point about it all is that Professor Augustine Okereke is from Arondi Zogo in Imo State. Professor Okereke, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being here. I'm happy being here too.
Yeah, it's really a privilege for me to be having you in our studio because I've heard so much about your work in the United States, but I know your journey started in Nigeria.
That's correct.
Especially your academic journey started in Nigeria. But before we talk about the academic journey, how did growing up in Nigeria, how has it influenced who you are today?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. For those of us who grew up under the tutelage of certain parents, my father was a civil servant, a very senior servant for that matter, and an academic. He went to, CKC in those days, and his vision every time he will drop that into me is that I have to be a university graduate. When being a graduate was, almost the topmost of all. And he really wanted me to get a PhD. So from when I was young, I was always thinking of getting a PhD. And again, growing up from my civil servant, not very rich, but very, very comfortable, I kind of know I will need a title to my name. And those who were invested with chiefs and Nze and also were in those days were people who were either rich or have done a lot for the community, when it was really very well respected. And so I said I will have a title, and that title will be doctor in my name. And so I always have hope that I will get a PhD. And secondly, I have always liked teaching. I like teaching. And I have always wanted to be in the teaching profession. So I worked to be that, So that is how I got into academics and into teaching. And of course, being a teacher also gets you involved in so many other things too. And now I became so much involved in the community. I like to help to develop my community, to work for the community.
You're from Arondi Zogo. Yes, did you grow up in Arondi Zogo with your father being a civil servant?
No, I did not. We grew up in the city. My father was actually moving mostly outside of Igbo land, actually in Port, Egema, at times in the north. So we're moving from city to city. But that was unique in its own way too, because you have this idea of a wholeness of life, perspectives from different experiences, different cities, meeting different people. And so that kind of have a world view that is kind of complete in itself, through these experiences.
So, at what point did education start for you with this mobility in your dad's career? So, were you moving from one secondary school to the other and all that?
Yes, that was before the war and after the war. Okay, before the war, moving from one primary school to the other. But immediately after the Nigerian Civil War, before the war, I was kind of primary 3, 4. And so what happened was that immediately after the war, due to my academic achievement, I jumped everything. I went into class 1. So I was in the same class with my elder brother then, my father wanted me to be that. And so, I went into secondary school in Olo, stayed just then, BSc, Bishop Shanahan College, Olo. And that was where I stayed my secondary career. And then, then achieving secondary school impacts a lot of knowledge
a lot of learning in you, and going to certain secondary schools. And so that formed my perspective of, I've always wanted to be an academic in my life. I was never thinking of any other thing, so I said, this is what will happen.
Did that inform your choice of what you went on to read in the university?
Yes, that's a very kind of similar story. The Bishop Shanahan College is mainly geared towards science, majorly, all right? So most of my classmates went into medical, medical doctors, geology, scientific this thing. But, I'm kind of a little bit different for the one reason, though. And this reason is kind of will be a lesson for it. It's a lesson for how I educate my children too. So I have this physics professor who was very, very strict, very close friend of my father, very, very close friend. So anytime I mess up in class, he will give me lashes and lashes and lashes, And so the fear. So after class 3, I said, okay, I will drop physics. I will not take physics again, so that I won't take him. And so then, you have to have certain subjects to be in the science. Physics must be there, chemistry must be there, biology must be there. So when physics wasn't there, there was no other science subject I would take. And I am an avid reader. Then in secondary school, I was reading all Hadley Chase novels. I was reading all these romance novels from one lady. So we read, if I was reading Shakespeare, in school. So I said, okay, I will go into literature because that kind of interests me. So that is how I went into literature, branched off into the arts. Quite different from the training, from the education we get from BSc, Bishop Shanahan College, all of them. All right. So after secondary school, I attended the College of Education, Oka, to the very first set that was there. And then I was the first set that had the agreement with UNN and Albany Ikoku College of Education, Owerri. So I received my bachelor's there, but it's UNN, degree, because we had that, collaboration with Albany Ikoku. So after that, one thing too is that, in those days of politics, there were some names you hear, the way they sound, the way they look. Chuba Okadibo, they would say Dr. Chuba Okadibo, as a young child. Then
you loved it.
Iken Nzemiro, Dr. Iken Nzemiro, Dr. Bisiuku. I said, I am going to get a PhD. I'm going to be a doctor. That's just that, it's treated doctor. Those.
So
those role models,
you were like, you had role models.
Yes, exactly.
Even as a young boy.
Exactly.
People you wanted to be like.
Yes, exactly.
Which unfortunately we hear is so absent these days.
Yes. And I can tell you, I have 2 boys, 33, 31, and I know what it means to have role models. I know what it means to be friends in a way, to work with them, to also, let them respect you too and look up to you. I have a daughter who is 27 years old who, like I'm her property, but she talks about her father as her role model. So if we have those role models, that will really help these young kids. And at the college where I teach, predominantly black institution, we know the importance of guiding those young kids, particularly in Brooklyn, Brooklyn, where you have, these people going astray and all those things, So role model is so important, So I took after, I will always remember him, Dr. Chuba Okadibo, very, very sweet.
Well, you didn't go into politics, or you have not gone into politics.
Yes. No.
Because Chuba was a politician.
Yeah, I knew I would not go into politics because of the way we saw politics practiced. It's something. In those days, it was, my time, we have the legendary Dr. K.O. Mbadiwe, but, when politics becomes something that is not of service to the community, then you say, no, you cannot survive in politics there because they will outrun you because you are there to work while the other ones are not there to serve the community. So I knew I would not get into politics. It's not that, people take political appointments, to do service, but really education is really what I like to do.
But let's do a fast forward. For so many years now, you live in the US. Yes. So how did that happen?
Okay, first of all, I lived in Germany That is so. I was a lecturer at the College of Education, Oka, all right, and I was to attend study leave to further my education. First of all, I went to University of Port, started 1 year, and then had to leave. But, it's not circumstantial, but it's a deliberate choice. People were going to the US, people were going to London. I always like to do something different. So Germany was different for me in terms of where people go to. And I had this professor then, I just knew him through belonging to the African Literature Association. We started communicating. He was interested in African literature, and he wanted to get people to come to get their doctorate through him so that he will also learn too. So I said, okay, I'm going to go to Germany. So I went to Germany for my PhD, and I spent 10 years,
In Germany?
I spent 10 years in Germany from 1991 to 2001. Then I had to apply. I'm one of those who rarely get a kind of job outside of the year. So I got the job into the City University of New York after my PhD.
While you were in Germany?
Yes.
Did you teach in Germany?
Yeah, we thought, Germany has a kind of different system. So I was working under the professor. Professors in Germany are like an institution. So they have a whole host of private docents and all those people outside them. So they offer courses, and I get us to teach. So I was teaching the African literature course for him, even though it was under his name. So after my PhD, I had that experience, before.
So you applied and you went over to the United States?
Yes, and two things influenced my moving over. Number one, my children particularly. I had my children, all of them there. My two boys were only 7 months and 1 year old in Nigeria when we came over. My daughter was born there. And so they were having no black experience. Where I lived, I was the only, black person around there totally. And so something happened very funny. I went to Essen. We went to visit some black family. And for the first time, we entered inside the room, and there were up to 10 black men there. My two boys, one of them was 3 years, the other one was like about 4 years then, ran away from the room because they saw black men like that for the first time.
And they couldn't understand what that was.
Understand what that was, because in the school they were the only black, the only black fellows, the only black men. So I said, no, I can't have my children not to grow, at least if not outside of Nigeria, but to grow where they will know who they are. It's very, very important for you to know where you are from and who they are. And so I said, the best place to go. Coming back to Nigeria, Nigeria is, you can never condemn your country, however, but, with all what's going on, it may not be your first choice of educating children, of living. So I said, okay, I'm going to apply to see if I get position in the US. And I did. So they came over, and it was a good experience too. They are coming over. Something funny happened the first day. And when they came over first. I was still in Germany. So the first day, the two boys went to school, the primary school where they attended. So they were told to, Kenneth, the first son, wait for your brother after school. Your mom will come and pick you up. After school, the boy went home. He didn't wait. So we asked him, why didn't you go home? Why didn't you wait for your brother? Why did you go home? So he said, why wouldn't I go home? How can I recognize my brother? Everybody looks the same. That at the back of their head, he couldn't identify his brother again because they were all black folks. But over there in Germany, they were all white folks, so he can see his brother from very far. So you see, the lesson there for me is that it's always good to kind of get people to understand who they are. You want to educate people. And so that was the movement there. And of course, I got there are opportunities there, unlike in Germany where there may not be as much opportunity for academic growth for a foreigner like me then, at that age too.
Okay, so you ended up in the U.S. Was it at the City University of New York?
Yes,
that's where you've been all this while?
There, yes, 20
And what an exciting career. I mean, you rose, you were former dean, you were former provost and senior VP, vice president, which is like vice chancellor in Nigeria. That's quite a high height in the United States.
Yes.
What made it possible for you?
Yes.
What were those qualities that got you to that level in a very competitive environment like the United States?
In the first place, to get the appointment, to get a tenure track position first, even outside of the US was very competitive. But it's hard work, hard work and dedication, loving what you do. So when I came in there, after spending 2 years only there on tenure, I was appointed to lead a program, they call it African Democracy Project, to get students to be civic-minded. That program got me into the university, got me to know the professors, got me to have a wider perspective of how things work in the college. And I did it so well that I gained recognition, both academically and within the community too. So after 7 years, I was appointed chair of department and dean of school. So, with that, and then establishing programs for students, I was really dedicated to doing that, to promoting students, to getting them to be civic-minded, to working on the curriculum, making sure that the curriculum is and of course, senior vice president. But it's hard work totally.
An Igbo man, a Nigerian, a black man, rising to this height.
Yes.
How do you relate it with a lot of our people, Nigerians, going or getting to the wrong side of the law? What do you think makes that possible?
One thing I will have to say is that, most Nigerians, almost about 99.9% of Nigerians do not get on the right side of law because they know their purpose, they know their reason for being there. And particularly for the Igbos, it's really hard work. There were quite a number of Nigerians in the college too. And when I came in newly, one person, a former colleague at the College of Education worker, was told me that there is no Nigerian, there's no Igbo man who has come to the university and is not tenured. Because after 5 years, then now it's 7 years, you have to be tenured. So you have to work hard to be tenured. So let me not be the first that is not tenured. So you have to work hard. But it's challenging though, it's challenging because of the environment you are. So many competing factors, of course. There's race in there's ethnicity in everything that we do. It's quite ingrained somehow. But like I said, it's kind of hard work. You have to read, you have to write, you have to learn to work with people. I just learned to work with the community to do that. I recall after 7 years, I was elected chair of the department. All right, and so the very first day as chair of the department, coming into a different system and everything, so that very first day, lost students lined up trying to change program, trying to sign this, trying to sign that. So I was sweating. But I was signing anything in front of me. Sign I go. See, I did not sign myself into problem. After that day, I was saying, okay, I will survive. Then you learn the system. You have to understand the system. And so what happened as provost, the college went through a certain, turmoil. We have this in all high institutions. And so they appointed a new president to the college. So this new president came, spent about less than a year. He called me up to his office. I was surprised because I don't expect him. He was quite well known before he came to the college. He was Chancellor of Schools in New York City. Dr. Rudolph Crew is his name. Called me up to the office. He said, I would like to appoint you, dean. And then you go to, I said, dean? I said, oh. I said, okay, that one is quite close to being chair. So I became dean, to go through the process of being permanent. He called me up again and said, I would like you to be the provost of the college. I never thought about that. So I told him, but let me ask you though. He said, yes. He said, you've not known me before. I wasn't here when you were Chancellor of Schools. You've not met me in Adam. What made you think that I can do this work? Then he looked at me. He said, look, Augustine, can I call you Augustine, not Dr. I said, call me Augustine, yeah. He said, people's work speak for themselves. That I've heard about you.
That's great.
Yes.
People's work speak for themselves.
Yes, people's work. That I heard about what you did with the Democracy Project. I heard what you did with the chair of the department, as a chair of the department. So you'll be dean. So I was dean for less than a year. And then I became provost and went through the interview. So I told him, look, let me tell you, Dr. Crew, since you have invested this trust in me, I'm not going to disappoint you. And we didn't, because we did a lot of work, both locally and internationally. We even came to Nigeria to establish joint relationships with the Ivory Coco, and then went to Abuja too to do that. He came with me to Nigeria, and he loved that. He loved coming to Nigeria, coming to Africa for the first time. And he saw the potential of being Nigeria has. And he also saw the challenges too we have in Nigeria. And it was sad for him with the challenges, because he said the black man can do it if the black man wants to do it. So, I recall we flew into Abuja, we flew from Abuja to Port Harcourt. And when we landed in Port Harcourt, that time, their receiving area was like a tent. Can you imagine that international flight with Air France, like a tent? So we landed into port, and he saw the tent, and we moved from Port Harcourt to Were. We had the programs with the Bad Road. After 4 days, we flew down to Abuja. So when we landed at Abuja and drove out of the airport, he called me. He said, Provost, do you see how Abuja is? Do you see the roads here? He said, a black man can do it if they want to do it. You see?
So he had seen the other places you guys were.
Yes.
And suddenly he sees this. And he thinks that the potential is there.
Yes.
It's just that we don't want to do it.
Yes. Why can't you do it? We just don't want to do it, but we can do it. It's not rocket science. He just touched me. He said, Provost, look at the beauty, look at the flowers, look at the beauty. I don't know if they sustained it though, but he said this was in 2018. He said a black man can do it if they want to do it. And that is it with Africa. That is it with Nigeria. We can do it. It's there, no rocket science.
So how long did you serve as the vice chancellor or the provost?
For 8 years, 8 good years. When I attended the orientation for being a provost, I went 3 places in the country, and they said the average life of a provost is 4 to 5 years. That is, you serve. That is when they serve the most, because being a provost is a very, very tough job. You are in charge of faculty, curriculum, students, affairs, managing the budget, internally, because the president goes out to seek for funding for us to spend. So it's a very tough job, And so mostly 4 to 5 years. But I served for 8 years. I tell them, get surprised, Just that, with a new president comes a new provost too, because the other president I served with wanted to move on, and so he moved on to some other things. So a new president came in, and usually
chose his own team.
Choose your own team. That is the life, But we introduce programs then, programs that will, kind of help the students.
So when you look back, what would you identify as the high point of your tenure as provost of a city University of New York?
The curriculum that we revised, we revised the curriculum, all right. The programs that we established new programs. What I did then was, the health care now, the health sector is really, the sector that is booming, growing, job opportunities. And as immigrants, coming into the U.S., my college is actually kind of majorly immigrants too, And so we had to, I tell people, I know I'm professor of English, but I have to help the students. The world is very, very competitive. And if you are a nurse, if you are in lab tech, all those things, the jobs are already there waiting, good paying jobs. And so we introduce programs in that field, to help those students to get employable jobs. And then we did some career-driven skills acquisition training for students, because career-driven programs are the programs that it should be the way. In fact, when I discuss with universities here, I want to kind of see how I could guide, how I could help them to introduce career-driven programs. Even in the English department, an English student could be self-employed through the kind of skills you impact in them. I mean, the internet is blooming, the social media. How can they use social media to help their economy instead of going there just to joke? You spend time on it. You can use that too. And then the universities could train, educate students who will now infuse some level of education, academic importance in social media. We know anybody now who has, you have a cell phone, they can do things, do skits. But once the university taps into it and starts educating students, I had written a grant with Cole City University here to come into the English department to change their curriculum to infuse skills acquisition, particularly in social media, with the Carnegie Foundation, even though we're not getting that grant. But it's something I want to have further discussions to see how I could use my knowledge to assist universities here to help our students once they graduate. The level of unemployment is very high, but there are opportunities for career development, self-employment.
What you have called career-driven
programs
yes. Or courses.
Courses, yes. In fact, every course should be infused with that in this present stage.
Because there's no employment.
There's no employment, and then you have to face the reality. Every course should be infused with that. And even if there's employment, it's low paying. I mean, so you can use that to further your education. It will help to kind of bring these students out of crime, So you compete with the criminals in keeping these students focused in developing a career.
I'd like to talk about a lot of Nigerians leaving the country because they're in search of greener pastures. Some people have called it brain drain and all that. I'm going to talk about it. But I want to spend a little more time with you on what you have called career-driven programs and what I would also call viability of institutions, educational institutions in Nigeria. And what I mean is, for a university owned by the state, you find out that almost everything they do is subvented. Government has to give them money. Universities are not rich, but a lot of foreign universities are wealthy. They generate money. How can we, from your experience in the United States, at that very high level, how can you advise Nigerian universities to achieve some kind of financial autonomy or kind of financial independence or sustainability, alternatives for Nigerian universities? Because that's a big challenge which has affected even the quality of the students that we produce.
Before I give you the answer, I will have to say this, people have to think. Not that they're not thinking, but I understand bread to eat is the first thing, but the professors have to go in and think of ways that they could generate funding. But I'll give you a practical example of what I've started doing, but we've not had traction yet with two universities in Nigeria, with UNN and University of Ibadan. There's what you call executive leadership program. Many of our politicians, even though they prefer to go that's why they will get some dollars, they go to Harvard, they go to Rutgers, they go to all these big universities to acquire a certificate in leadership. All right. So what I have, that is where my friendship with Dr. Uchenneku started. We brought him in at the college to develop a leadership program where we get people from outside to come and take courses in leadership. The former president I referred to is an excellent educator in leadership. Excellent. And so our goal with the universities here, that is one thing the university can do, establish a certificate program in leadership where you get the politicians, the bank executives, the businessmen who are wealthy, bring them into the university. You know, you can work with their time, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and pay to get that certificate instead of going to Harvard, going to London, or offer opportunities for developing the politicians. Newly elected government chairman, the governor could say, okay, go to UNN, spend 3 weeks, I'll pay, sponsor them to be able to acquire leadership skills. Mind you, they are coming into that chairmanship with no leadership skill at all. But once you impact them, I benefited from one of those courses as provost before I became provost, and that helped me throughout my tenure. So get them to Nsukka. So Nsukka, any university at all, will organize leadership program and raise funding from there. But you have to be able to sell it to the governor. You have to be able to sell it to the businessmen. You know, the need for such certificates. So that is one aspect. They could generate a lot of funding doing that. We've tried to do that with UNN, with even Renaissance University here, with with University of Ibadan. But our people's mindset to get them to see the value of that, you know, not that they don't know the value, but they want to travel to where they will get it and get some money in their pocket, you know, going abroad, all those kind of things. But that is one aspect of doing that. You see, many of these young men, you know, roadside mechanic, want to acquire skills, you know. A university could do not think only of the bachelor's degree program. If you get to a market, many of those businessmen, many of those traders there may want to acquire skills that will help them to become better traders, better communicators.
So create more courses.
Create courses for them to
weeks, months.
You can even bring it to them. Establish a center in ENUGU here, where they will come and get a certificate, a career-driven certificate to expansion, how to expand your business. The thing is that we have skilled businessmen, but with education, you could develop. And how will that help the society? The more education you acquire, the more you live happily in the society. So the Onisha trader will now have a modicum of behavior, all right? When he is driving, when he knows, so all those things will have an effect on the society. That's education. And then there's the pride that I got this certificate from this college. So the universities should be thinking about that. Even particularly, I understand the private universities here are struggling. But for them, it's even easier in the sense that the bureaucracy is less in private universities to establish such kind of programs, to help people to develop their community too, to educate the community too.
So in essence, what you're saying is that a university could look at almost all aspects, because I had the opportunity of doing a fellowship at Harvard.
Yes.
And one of the things I used to tell my friend when we walked to school is that I pass doors and see courses I've never heard about.
Exactly.
You understand what I mean?
Exactly.
And when I made inquiries, these were people's developed programs.
Yes.
Need
based,
programs. Either, a community comes. So, in essence, what you're saying is that the universities should think more of those low-hanging fruits to make them less dependent on just taking school fees and increasing them and all that.
Another example I could give you, they can go to the bank. It could be any bank at all right? Speak with the MD, develop need-based courses so that every 3 quarters, every 3 months, every 6 months. And also, this is from doing this, you can get endowments. Somebody might come to say, okay, I want to endow this chair so that you'll be able to train.
That is actually an area I'd like you to talk about.
Yes.
How could the universities change the mindset of rich Nigerians to be able to support the universities through this kind of endowments? Because I learned that most professorial chairs are created by endowment, by families, by organizations. What would be your advice to the universities in Nigeria to tap into these
things in an area that might interest that rich businessman, that rich person? So if you are developing community youth, offering some courses, impacting skills in them, and then you go to this person. We have very benevolent, rich Nigerian businessmen. We have very many of them. So when they see things, $100 million this year for you to train youths in my community, it could be targeted to a particular community. So establish a track record. Do something that you used to sell, to say, look, we are doing this, but we want to expand. So if you can help us to endow a chair, a professor, whose job will be now to do this. So do something first, establish a track record, and then sell it to the businessmen. One thing is that our mindset is not, we think that those things are not that necessary because it is not impactful in the community. But show the areas that you have impacted the community, and go to the businessman and tell him to redirect your thinking, your funding towards what we are doing. And so you might endow a particular chair in this field, and that chair, that person, that professor will now undertake it on himself to develop the area that you want him to develop. It won't be easy though, because our mindset, the way we think. But once you do things, you go to the businessman, you go to the bank executives, you go to governments, you go to corporations, I think, achieve some measure of success in doing that.
I know that there are a lot of universities in the United States in technology, engineering. They come with patents for inventions.
Yes.
Is it not something that can be done here too?
It can be. That's what I'm saying. You have to establish the fact that you can do it. You have to prove that you can do it. As provost of Medgar Evers College, the State University of New York, most of the money, discretionary money that I can spend, comes from that kind of funding. So you show that, the community is in need of students who drop out a lot, or in need of, some kind of civic duties. And so we get money, we apply, we write a grant, and say, okay, this is what we want to do. And you demonstrate that you can do it. All right. And so that is something that the universities are not tapping into. We tried to run this program over there with Dr. Oku at Ibadan, if I outreach to the speaker, if somebody went to the vice president, you have the House of Assembly, a whole House of Assembly. These people come in with no leadership skill whatsoever. At times, it's the much they know. I say, come, just 1 week, we'll offer some leadership skills, impact it in them. But of course, you have to pay, which is peanuts to what they can do. But it's kind of difficult to get traction to do that.
Because sometimes I look at this Igbo boy system.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if a university would create a program because most of them would have done secondary school.
Yes.
To do that, and create a program where they can be certificated for 6 months or 3 months, and fine-tune the practical thing they have done.
Yes.
That kind of program would be, will bring a lot of money for universities.
When you talked about need-based courses, need-based programs, that is what the community has been doing. All right. So one thing with our development is that it just stagnates, just there. But the university could take that in, as you just said, then infuse some academic, some learning, some practical things into it, and elevate it, and it grows. So that is what a course that could be brought into the university to develop, and then look at other areas, to other things that we do in the community, bring it into the university. That is actually what the university should be doing for the community. Bring it in, and then get that not only for those ones there, even for your graduates. There's a program we established at the university there, where any student who graduates from this college must get a certified job seeking program, a certified career driven program. It's, even if you are an English major, you have to take a career driven program that you can, branch into, that will lead you into immediate employment. Even though, as I left, provost, it's not the priority of this, so I do not know where it is now. But it's something also, the graduates too, your graduates could also take that course, because when they go, it will be part of expanding their horizon in terms of job seeking. An English student can even start in the community organizing such things that you just said now, that Igbo boy system. There are many, many things that the Igbo culture has that we can use to make money, sustain the university, and develop the community.
Okay, I wish we'll have hours to talk with you.
Yes.
But let's see what we can get in this little time that we have. Brain drain.
Yes.
The economic situation in the country, the high level of unemployment has made a lot of our graduates, our best brains, look for greener pastures. And some people think it's even affecting our development. What are your thoughts, and what will be the best approach to stop?
That is when you go to see the achievement of Nigerians, of Igbos outside of the US, you will marvel. The highest educated in the US, you go to universities, those who are making money, you go to whatever area of business, of life, they are all there, all right, and they are doing very well. The thing is this, so the answer is just right there. The government has to develop a system. The government has to be efficient. The government has to create opportunities. It has to do the work that they are set out to do. All right. So if you create an environment where there are opportunities, people will stay. I wouldn't have left but for the opportunity, and nobody will want to not go where there are opportunities. All right. And so government has to create an enabling environment for people to stay and to work and to earn a decent living. That is one very major thing. The government has to, once you create it, one thing is that, in places like Nigeria, we depend on government for 100% funding. I'm not saying that government has to fund everything. Create an enabling environment.
What can people like you do to point most of these brains outside back to Nigeria? Like a solution-based initiative. Yes, Nigeria has its challenges. Yes, Nigeria does not have the good environment. Yes. How can people like you, with the kind of expertise and experience you have, how can you start pointing our people back to direction? I mean, in that direction of we need to help our country.
Yes. They know this, and I can tell you they want to come back home.
Because a lot of them have made all the money they need to make.
Yes, but the environment, that's what I said, you have to create an enabling environment, an environment that will enable them.
Give me an idea.
So many of them have...
Give me an idea of what
for example, within the universities, or within the area. In fact, one example is right there, insecurity. Let's just play that. Somebody wants to establish a business in Nigeria, in Igbo land, in my hometown. How can he? I mean, that is basic. How can he? It's quite impossible. I came home for a burial ceremony. I can barely stay. I hide. So how can you invest in that? So that environment. If you create it, some of them have come back home, but after 3, 4, 5 years, they'll be so frustrated they will rush back again. So that environment is not. People really want to come. I want to. Part of my outreach now is to see the universities I can work with. I want to come and stay for 1 year sabbatical leave, and that will be a precursor for me to want to start coming back home. All right. And so if the environment is there, if there is insecurity, if there is the opportunity, for them to come back, you give people the free hand to be able to help to advance the cause of a society. They will come. They will come. I can assure you that. And creating that strategic partnership, like the one we created with Alvan, but it's not sustained. Alvan University of Education. So it's not sustained. It's one way of doing that. And part of what I want to do is, I would like to do that, sabbatical here, creating partnerships with all those, with the universities and with Nigerians in the diaspora, so that they can come back home to be able to, invest. And once you create it, they will come. They will come. If you create that environment, create strategic partnerships for them to come home and to do work, they will do that. But like you said, practical solution. Yes, what is practical? What is practical?
I mean, like, is there way high-end people like you? Forgive me, but yes. What I mean, it's people that have achieved the level of career that you have achieved. Is there a way people like you can formalize a relationship with the governments in Nigeria? Do you have like a body that it's trying to, partner with government to share some of these ideas?
Yes, there are some bodies, but like I said, that is really one of the goals. That is really one of the reasons why I come home very often now, to be able to, have that inroad into governorship. It's not easy in Nigeria I do not know, something that is so easy, it's made difficult. You want to have a conversation with people in government, all right? It's not, you have to go through here, you get frustrated. By the time you finish getting that appointment, 3 or 4 weeks is over, and you want to rush home. So it is a mission of mine, really, to do what you've just said, so that we get into government, let them see the opportunities, let them see the reasons why people will come back home to help to build the society, but not that to invest too into the society. But the government has to, like I always use this word, enabling environment. I've been trying with Dr. Eko to get, to get into some top universities, get into government. We get into those people, but the sustenance of the discussion, the implementation is the problem. So after some time, you get frustrated, you leave. But people like me are not getting frustrated. I see the hope in Nigeria. I see the potential in Nigeria, despite the insecurity, despite the corruption, despite the level of government decadence. We see that. But I see hope in Nigeria too.
Because I was actually going to talk more about the Nigerian challenges. I mean, for people like you in the diaspora, when you look towards home, when you visit, when you come up with great ideas that you think will be good for your country, what are the frustrations? What are the challenges? What comes to your mind?
Number one, the takers, the buyers of these ideas, as they think about your ideas, they are thinking of how will this idea generate money for my pocket. The level of corruption is so much. It's thinking of how can we. I know when I went to Abuja to discuss with a very senior government official, after discussing, he said, these things now you have to bring, when you bring this guy and all these things, you have to know how to put some money in our pocket, what will come from there, what percentage, that kind of discussion. I didn't come with money to invest. I came with ideas, all right? And so that is a very major challenge. That is a very major challenge. The level of bureaucracy, which is fueled by corruption, impedes progress, impedes what we want to come and do. And so you get frustrated at the end. Everybody is thinking of not the program, not the success of the program. They are thinking of
what they will get
from the pocket. And that is what's inside the back of their mind. Anything you are saying is blah, 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 blah.
Okay, we are running short of time, but one of the accusations that have been made about people in diaspora is funding non-state actors that are causing mayhem, that are, funding killings, all in the name. of agitation for one thing or the other. It's an accusation. So I'm asking, do you guys care to hear that
every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments? At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, ENUGU State Government approves landmark climate change and off-grid electricity policy. Fuel price to reduce as global crude costs lowers. U.S., France and Britain pressure Rwanda over Congo rebel advance. And NATO ramps up presence in Baltic Sea after string of undersea cable cuts. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with
we have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The ENUGU State Government has approved the ENUGU State Climate Policy and Action Plan, making it the first subnational government to adopt a long-term climate strategy after an extensive stakeholder engagement. The State Executive Council has also approved the ENUGU State Off-Grid Electrification Policy Strategy Plan to expand electricity access to unserved and undeserved communities using renewable energy solutions to drive economic growth and improve public service delivery. The approvals were announced by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidiebere Onya, at the end of the State Executive Council meeting held in ENUGU over the weekend. Professor Onya said the initiative underscored the commitment of the state government to balancing economic transformation and environmental sustainability by ensuring that key sectors such as agriculture, energy and natural resources align with the climate and environmental demands. The policy, he said, represents a pioneering effort to facilitate clean energy development, stimulate job creation, and foster green technology advancements.
The ENUGU State Climate Policy and Action Plan. This plan represents a groundbreaking initiative aimed at achieving sustainable economic growth while mitigating and adapting to climate change. We do recall that ENUGU State had started this policy design in the past 8 months, and finally, after the surveys and after crunching the numbers from the different instruments we use, we have come up with a policy and an action plan. This action plan will help us enhance economic growth. This is very important for us, job creation, and we are looking at a situation where we facilitate the creation of close to 792,000 jobs by 2060 in the sectors such as renewable energy, waste management, and reforestation. The Enugu State Climate Policy and Action Plan.
According to the SSG, the initiative targets 80% renewable energy usage by 2060 with a 60% emissions reduction in the transportation sector and a robust afforestation plan to enhance carbon sequestration.
In terms of our energy transition, we're very mindful, and Enugu State wants to take a key role in pushing our goal to 80% renewable energy by 2060. His Excellency Dr. Peter Ndubisimba is very focused and very determined to push this policy and ensure that the right framework, which you will find in this action plan, is in place. We also this policy and action plan will help complement the provision of a systematic curriculum and manual that will support the instructional focus of teaching climate change in our flagship school projects, our Enugu State Smart Green Schools. And this will also expose us to innovative financing. And most of you do know that we have been pushing and talking about leveraging climate bonds, blended finance, carbon markets to mobilize resources for sustainable development.
All the moves, he added, are in sync with the state government's drive to grow the economy of Enugu State from its present level to a $30 billion economy by 2031. The Anambra State government has demolished a hideout used by kidnappers in its efforts to rid criminal activities out of the southeastern state. It was gathered that the building, which disguises as a hotel, was used to carry out kidnapping and other dubious activities. The hotel is located along the Onisha-Owerri Road in Oba, Idemili, South Local Government area of the state. This was disclosed in a statement by the government on Saturday. The government identified the building as Odoka Golden Point Hotel and Suites, also referred to as La Cruz Hotel. It noted that the hotel has over 30 well-partitioned graves. Afe Babalola says he is ready to withdraw his criminal defamation suit against rights activist Delifat Farotimi. Babalola had sued Farotimi in an Ado-Ekiti magistrates courts following Farotimi's publication of a book which allegedly defamed him. Babalola's decision to withdraw his suits followed the visits to him by the Oni of Ife, Oba Adeye Ogunwusi, on Sunday night. The visit by the Oni to the old elder statesman's residence at Afa Babalola University, Ado-Ekiti, was to plead with him to withdraw the suit. Speaking at the meeting, Babalola said that he had received several letters as well as calls on the issue from eminent Nigerians asking him to withdraw the suit. They include former President Olusegun Obasanjo and Bishop Hassan Kuka. The senior advocate of Nigeria said he had no choice than to succumb to the latest pleas by the visiting traditional rulers. Babalola assured the traditional rulers that he would direct his lawyers to withdraw the case. Earlier, the ONE said Yoruba leaders and the traditional institution had been following the development keenly. He commended the legal icon for building his integrity over the years and urged him not to relent following the development. Yobe State Governor Mike Boni has assured the army and other security agencies of continued support in the fight against insurgency in the state. They gave the assurance on Sunday in Damaturu when the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Olatubosun Oloyede, paid him a courtesy visit at the Government House, Damaturu. Governor Boni, in a statement by his media aide, Maman Mohammed, commended the military for its commitment to the security now being enjoyed across the state, noting that all 17 local government areas are accessible, with people moving freely and pursuing legitimate businesses. He, however, called for increased patrols along the borders to prevent possible infiltration by insurgents targeting soft and isolated targets. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Oloyede, assured the governor of the Army's commitment to ending insurgency and banditry in Nigeria. Lieutenant General Oluyede commended Yobe State for its support to the army and called for more cooperation to facilitate the end of the insurgency. Participants at an annual summit involving retired army generals and legal luminaries have called on the government to go after financiers of insecurity in the country. The call is contained in a communique issued after a House of Justice annual summit and Golden Ball banquet with the theme Security, Justice and National Orientation held in Kaduna. The communique signed by Barrister Gloria Balasan and Luca Ashafa Odita, lecturer, Criminology and Security Studies, Kaduna State University, stressed the need for cooperation by Nigeria and neighboring countries in strategically resolving insecurity. It said that the recruitment process for security agents should be transparent and based on merit. According to the communique, absence of the justice for victims makes some of them to transit into combatants, just as it's criticized the policy of rehabilitation, recovery and reintegration programs for offenders by the government while abandoning the victims in internally displaced persons camps, which are sometimes re-attacked by the terrorists. It lamented that Nigeria had repeatedly failed to hold electoral offenders to account, as electoral crimes were rarely punished. It also suggested that judicial appointments should be apolitical and shall not devolve any familiar ties or through any primordial sentiment. The party also noted that there are concerns about the diminishing authority and respect for the justice sector due to the capture of the judiciary by family dynasties, politicization of appointments, and the profiling of the judiciary as corrupt. Operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency have intercepted a shipment of cannabis, also known as loud, concealed in a duvet and destined for the United Kingdom. The agency's Director of Media and Advocacy, Femi Babafemi, disclosed in a statement the consignment was intercepted at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Ikeja, Lagos, on Tuesday. The statement revealed that two suspects, Adekule Sunday and Austin Balogun, linked to the consignments, were immediately arrested following the discovery by the NDLEA officers. Babafemi added that a raid in the Ikorodu area of Lagos led to the discovery of a hideout where scotches and weapons were recovered. Meanwhile, another raid in the Akala area of Mushin in Lagos on January 19th reportedly led to the seizure of 47 kg skunk, a strain of cannabis, and 25.46 kg nitrous oxide, popularly known as laughing gas. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has arrested 8 suspects over illegal dealings in petroleum products and vandalization of the public infrastructure in Rivers State. NSCDC Commandant in Rivers State, Joachim Okafor, disclosed this while briefing journalists in his office in Port Harcourt. He said the suspects arrested in different parts of the state were conveying illegally refined petroleum products and vandalized concrete rods used for manhole and hedge beams and metals suspected to have been vandalized from public facilities. Okafor stated that the command's anti-vandal units and tactical team impounded 5 vehicles, including 3 trucks used in conveying stolen crude and vandalized metals. He said the command is currently interrogating the suspects to unravel their sponsors, adding that its fight against economic sabotage and vandalism of critical national assets and infrastructure has taken a new dimension. Up ahead, Sokoto commences payments of new minimum wage Monday. NIMET predicts 3-day haziness and cloudiness. To stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was.
Why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And so we're following this development out of Enugu State that all about the accidents that took away more than 25 lives on Saturday. That's around 11:30, 12 o'clock. That Wayama axis, and that particular report is still causing some ripples because there is something that would want to correct on that report. Now listen.
It was yet another disaster on the Nigerian road on Saturday, leading to loss of many lives. Coming some days after a similar incident in Niger State claimed about 100 lives. The latest incident happened about midday around the Onyama mine on the Enugu-Onitsha Express Road. Eyewitness accounts said an Enugu-bound tanker with petrol that had a brake failure rammed into some vehicles, crushing some and eventually spilling the products on the road, leading to an explosion that burnt both vehicles and human beings. An eyewitness who was in a Sienna car traveling to Ekulobia in Anambra State, Ifeanyi Maduago, narrated how only the driver of the vehicle and himself survived the accident, which claimed the lives of other passengers.
So when we were coming, we saw this tanker. It was going like this. Yeah. As if, yes, that tanker with fuel, fully loaded. So we thought, the driver said this car that is coming has failed brake. So when it was coming, all of a sudden it fell and was rolling on the ground. That was the process when the fuel starts dropping, and this crash on the ground now led to fire.
Was in this Sienna, this particular
the one that was burnt.
This one that was in it. On the top of the other mass. I was going to my hands.
Another eyewitness and truck conductor, John AGK, also gave an account of the incident.
So according to the eyewitness that saw like a particular driver that parked behind that survived the incident, said that he noticed that the tanker failed brake, that the tanker was coming behind him. So when he saw the speed of the tanker, he decided to park one side, and the tanker passed with speed. So not up to 2 poles, he now saw what happened. So that was what the driver was telling us. So on our way here, we saw damages.
A tanker driver of Obuike Ugama blamed some truck drivers for not putting their vehicles in good condition and those who park on the highways, causing obstructions to other road users, often resulting in mishaps.
None of our drivers even care to take care of their tankers. They were doing managing. Even when they were having problem on their brake, they will not even try to repair it. They will not complain to their owner if they are not the owner of the truck. They will be saying that we will manage till manage to lead to another problem. Look at the death of purpose. It not be as if we are talking about of animals. Now, animals is not even die the way human beings are dying because of the carelessness of our drivers and government.
He also has some blame for the government.
If government is very, very serious, they will, in a way, them brought a task force following everywhere. They're supposed to brought a task force that will be any vehicle that spoil on the road. They will look for a tow van to tow the truck even to the station.
The Enugu State Commissioner for Police, Kanayo Uzuebu, the State Commissioner for Transport, Dr. Obiozo, and officials of the Federal Road Safety Commission were seen at the scene of the incident supervising rescue efforts as the charred bodies were being moved into an ambulance from the Esut Teaching Hospital, Parkland, Enugu. The accident led to heavy traffic gridlock in the area as the lane where the accident happened was closed to traffic. Queenette Nwokonta, reporting for Signature TV.
Quinette Wokonta, the reporter on that particular story, is live with me in the studio to talk a little more about it. I mean, it's really a devastating story because there are conflicting numbers of people who had passed on. On one hand, we're hearing 10. On the other hand, we're hearing 15. Some are reporting 18, some 25. In fact, the FRSC actually stated officially that it was 25, but the numbers could be more. Quinette, you reported on that matter. Can you give us an update of specifically what happened when you arrived at the scene?
All right, thank you very much for having me. And at the point when we arrived, the fire service have already quenched the whole fire and everything was looking normal. But people were still trying to identify if their families are part of the incident or not. So when we had to move further, we got to see the ambulance of ESUT Teaching Hospital. Some of the staffs, they had to use shovel to carry some of the burnt bodies into the ambulance. So that was the point we met them, because we had to meet the Commissioner for Transport, but he was actually on a phone call with someone giving a statement concerning the road and how they want the road to be expanded, that is too small. And because of how tacky and small the road is, it could cause this scene again. So, yeah.
All right. We understand that when the team arrived, there was this altercation. Why media is there? Because at the time that our station arrived, we were the only ones that arrived at that scene. But the question was, why were they angry that our station arrived at the time that it arrived?
I don't really know, because according to them, they were like, are you happy seeing this? How comfortable are you seeing this? Can you be able to eat or sleep at night? And we were like, is it a sin or a crime for the press to cover something like this? Some of them were not even ready to talk. Most people were not ready to talk. And we were wondering why. But some people said, come interview me. Because I'm not going to lie, that scene was really devastating and hurtful and emotional. Even the people that their family were part of this accident, we couldn't even have an interview with them. We couldn't even have a conversation with them because of the whole emotional scene and everyone being confused, trying to focus on something, trying to get everybody stable for the whole incident and all that. So I don't know, maybe that's the reason, but the truth is we're able to get the voices of some people there, like Itanka, the survivor, and some people that were there before the incident happened and after the incident happened. So yeah.
One would wonder really what else were they hiding, because if they were angry that the media was there at the time that it did, you would have thought that, well, there could have been something else that they were trying to hide. I mean, eyewitnesses actually say that the numbers that actually perished is more than 25. With what you saw, do you think the number now might be more than that?
Yes, it might be more than that, but we were sure that what we heard is 25 bodies burnt, 15 vehicles burnt with keke, and I think about 5 injured as at that time when we got there. So I think it might be more than 25 or less, but what I know and what we overheard them say was 25 bodies burnt.
Okay, so now to the cause of the accident. What exactly happened? Did the FRSC mention the people you spoke to at the time that you arrived? Did they tell you how that accident happened?
Yes. One of the tankers said the tanker filled with fuel had brake failure. So while he was trying to turn, maybe he was trying to make a U-turn to go back or something, because you know when a cab fails brake, all they need to do is to accelerate, to keep moving forward. So maybe he was trying to turn or something, according to what the person said, and the tank fell on the ground. So when the tank fell on the ground, it started spilling fuel, and before you know it, an explosion happened. And behind him was another tanker that was filled with water. And after the tanker filled with water, there's this Lexus that was filled with family, Sienna, and buses, keke, and all that. So at that point where the tanker fell and spilled the fuel on the floor, that was when the explosion happened. So any other vehicle behind him had to get catch fire at that point.
So, what exactly would you advise the government to do, especially in that area? We understand Guayama is a pretty cool place, even though we know that the road, it's actually steep. Is there something that you think that the government can do in order to be able to curtail some of the accidents, that happen in that access?
All right, I would say they should expand the road, like the commissioner was saying over the phone. They should expand the road. Secondly, these tankers should have a time frame when they go on this journey, maybe from 7 p.m. at night. And again, I think I'll second what the other tanker driver said. Make sure your vehicle is in order before you go on this journey. And if they find out that this particular vehicle is not in order, they should hold the tanker and the tank responsible. They should hold them hostage and ask them for a huge amount of money, so that next time you won't embark on a journey knowing that this vehicle is not in order, so that this kind of accidents would not happen again in future. So, yeah.
All right. I want to appreciate you for the exquisite reporting. We thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Quinette, appreciate you. Meanwhile, the ENUGU State SME Center has commenced an empowerment program for hundreds of youths who desire to venture into the growing animation industry. The 6-month program, holding at the conference hall of the Old Government Lodge, is designed to equip participants with the skills and knowledge to make it a living from the sector. Correspondent Precious Yagora witnessed the event and now reports.
Animation is a growing and popular art used in entertainment. It is a technique of making films by manipulating still images to create moving images. The industry in Nigeria has recorded some growth lately, with several studios creating content for entertainment and marketing. The ongoing training session for potential practitioners, which is titled Unlocking the Secrets of Motion, is designed to equip beginners with principles of animation. Speaking at the opening session, a resource person and player in the industry, Ferdinand Adimefe, urged the participants to learn how to create stories from their environment and own them as proprietors. Adimefe observed that there is no university in Nigeria offering animation as a course, which he said accounts for the lack of adequate professionals in the industry.
The greatest resources we have in this continent are our stories. If we don't tell them, nobody will tell them for us. And when the world discover these stories, they will make more money out of it than we can make them. Thor is no more holy than Shango and Madioha. But when they decide to bring it into the 21st century, they made a superhero out of him. And they found an aspect of him that they wanted to celebrate. But I can't even say it here because some people's religion will resist it. Like, what are you doing? But you are actually, when you watch Thor, you're actually watching Amadioha. It's just 6 and a half a dozen. It doesn't mean any difference. The age of African storytelling has come. You know, Donald Trump is president now. And he said it's the golden age of America. Let me borrow his words. I think in the next decade or two, it's going to be the golden age of African storytelling.
Another resource person, David Victorious, disclosed that animation is a $354 billion industry, with Africa accounting for only $13.4 billion, which is just 4% of the global figure. Victorious observed that the animation market is coming to Africa, but lamented that there is a talent gap in the industry, which calls for more skills.
There's no restriction as to what you can do. Then also to high market demand. I just mentioned a lot of partners who have global stakes are looking to Africa. If, just like Freddy mentioned, if you pretty much are looking for customer support, tech engineers, you go to India, right? Because they have a lot of experts. Then you go to China, you go those places to go and get good people who can actually apply the skills. What we want to do in the next couple of years is to see that when the world is talking about animation, they can come to this side of the world and say, you know what, these guys can deliver for you. It's going to be difficult to do it, but yes, it starts with this small training that we're doing. If at the end of the day, a large number of people can take the skills and use it to create projects that somebody here can sit and watch on Netflix, that is a success story for us, and that's what we're looking for.
Addressing the participants, the Special Advisor to the Governor on Digital Economy and Chief Executive Officer of the ENUGU SME Center, Arenze Chilo Ofia, urged them to utilize the platform and grow capacity to play in the industry. Animation, he said, is a big business that offers a lot of job opportunities for those who are able to acquire the needed skills.
He is a perfect example. The company is a perfect example of how with dedication, hard work, and passion, you can go from, a startup to a recognized global leader. There are not many of them here in the whole Africa, right? So these are an opportunity for us to, jump on this platform that is given. Like he said, this their training course is offered at even in dollars actually, right? So this rate we have been able to subsidize it on is something you won't see it anywhere.
The message from this engagement is that the animation industry offers great potential for those who are prepared and equipped to come in. And that is exactly the purpose for the ongoing training session put together by the SME Center. Precious Chagoro, Signature TV News.
The Nigerian Meteorological Agency NIMET has forecast a spell of haziness and cloudiness across the country from Monday to Wednesday. According to NIMET's weather outlook released on Sunday, a moderate dust haze is expected on Monday with a horizontal visibility range of 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers over the northern cities. Furthermore, localized visibility of less than or equal to 1,000 meters is anticipated over parts of Jigawa, Katsina, Kano, Yobe, Sokoto, Zamfara, and Kebbi states throughout the forecast period. Moderate dust haze with a horizontal visibility range of 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers is also expected over the north-central region, with localized visibility of less than or equal to 1,000 meters anticipated over parts of Niger. In the southern regions, hazy skies with patches of clouds are expected over the inland cities and coastal belts during the morning hours. This is with prospects of thunderstorms over parts of Ondo, Edo, Ogun, Lagos, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Rivers, Delta, and Cross River State later in the day. On Tuesday, NIMET predicts moderate dust haze with a horizontal visibility range of 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers over the northern region and the north-central region. Also, moderate dust haze is expected over the parts of Oyo, Ekiti, Ondo, Ebonyi, and Enugu states. Remaining parts of the inland states of the south are, however, expected to be hazy with patches of clouds. The agency advised airline operators to get airport-specific weather reports, flight documentation from NIMET for effective planning in their operations. NIMET also urged the public to take necessary precautions as dust particles are in suspension. The reduction in the global prices of crude may lead to a drop in the prices of premium motor spirits in Nigeria. This comes as the Major Energies Marketers Association of Nigeria at the weekend revealed that the on-spot estimated import parity of petrol into tanks was 922 naira per litre, a reduction of 21 naira from the 943.75 kobo per litre quoted on Thursday. The MEMAN's data also noted that the price of Brent crude was benchmarked at $78 per barrel, down from $78 per barrel the previous day, with an exchange rate of 1,550 per dollar. The global price of Brent crude at 8:11 a.m. stands at $78 per barrel, down from over $81 last week. The development comes barely a week after Dangote Refinery announced a 6 naira percent or 6% ex-depot price hike. The company had attributed the hike to increased global crude oil prices. Dangote Refinery had increased its gantry price to 950 naira per litre from 899. This resulted in an increase of the retail price of petrol to 970 naira per litre in Dangote Refinery's partnering filling stations. If the global price of crude continues to drop as reflected this week, it is likely to impact local prices of petrol. Still to come, Congolese foreign minister says country is going through its darkest days in recent history. White House borders says more immigration-related arrests expected nationwide. These and more after the break. Just stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
South Africa's ambassador to the United Nations on Sunday paid tribute to 9 of its peacekeepers who were killed in recent clashes in Congo as M23 rebels moved towards the city of Goma. Late on Sunday, M23 rebels laying siege to eastern Congo's largest city, Goma, ordered defending government forces to disarm and surrender, saying they were preparing to enter and take control.
We cannot accept a world wherein non-state actors are armed to do the will of other states, while those states refuse to accept responsibility for unnecessary armed violence and potential war crimes. Peacekeeping as a tool will be rendered ineffective when the peacekeepers and peacekeeping operations face complex political situations, such as that in the Eastern DRC, when other states get militarily involved in fueling conflict.
I now give the floor to
The international community can no longer afford to simply watch as conflict in the Eastern DRC continues to displace, maim, and kill innocent civilians. The current situation in the Eastern DRC requires decisive action from the international community led by this Council. The Security Council must use the tools at its disposal to act against those who perpetuate the conflict in the Eastern DRC, including calling for their withdrawal from the DRC. There must also be a resumption of both the Luanda and Nairobi processes to find a lasting political solution to the cyclical conflict in the Eastern DRC.
Congo's government, however, says the rebels are proxies for Kigali's expansionist ambitions in the region, an accusation the Rwandan government has long denied. Congo severed all diplomatic ties with Rwanda amid this week's rebel offensive. Meanwhile, Kenya's President William Ruto urged presidents of Rwanda and Congo to heed the call of peace on Sunday. Ruto said that leaders of the East African Community bloc had agreed to hold an extraordinary summit to address the current conflict in eastern Congo. The M23 rebel movement, reportedly backed by Rwanda, has advanced swiftly this month in the Democratic Republic of Congo's mineral-rich but conflict-riven eastern borderlands, raising fears that the fighting could spill over into a regional war. EAC leaders have faced significant challenges in addressing the conflict in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, despite multiple summits and peace initiatives such as the Luanda process. Their efforts have often been criticized for lacking effectiveness and failing to produce lasting solutions.
The escalating conflict and deteriorating situation in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo are a grave concern to the people and governments of East Africa. Noting the worsening humanitarian crisis exacerbated by ongoing military actions, including the closure of airspace in Goma, I call for the immediate and unconditional cessation of hostilities. I call on the parties to the Luanda process on Eastern DRC and appeal specifically to my brothers, President Felix Tshisekedi and President Paul Kagame, both of whom I have had the occasion to speak to this evening, to heed the call for peace from the people of our region and the international community. We will be convening an extraordinary East African Community Summit within the next 48 hours to facilitate and to deliberate on this crisis and chart a way forward.
Three years into their insurgency, the M23 rebels now control more Congolese territory than ever before and have vowed to seize Goma, the capital of North Kivu province and home to about 1 million people. Speaking to press after a UN Security Council meeting on Sunday, Congolese Foreign Minister Teresa Kayikwamba Wagner called recent events in the DRC the darkest days in the country's history. Wagner called on the Security Council to take concrete measures such as sanctions targeting Rwanda as an embargo on natural resources and to oversee the end to the hostilities. Rwanda-backed fighters closed in on eastern Congo's largest city of Goma on Sunday, forcing thousands of civilians to flee and grounding flights from the local airports as government forces battle to stop the rebels seizing the city. Rwanda denies accusations by the UN and others that it backs M23. The M23 rebel movement has made rapid advances this month in Democratic Republic of Congo's mineral-rich but conflict-riven eastern borderlands, raising fears that the fighting could spill over into a regional war. Inside a small church in Goma, a small group of Catholic faithfuls gathered on Sunday evening, January 26, singing hymns and praying for peace as conflict rages just outside the city. Outside the church, dozens of internally displaced people, IDPs, from camps in Munigi, Kairashinya, and Kibati sought refuge, fleeing towards Goma as M23 rebels launched attacks on FARDC Congo military positions surrounding the city. The M23 insurgency, which has been escalating throughout January, has seen the rebels gaining more territory than ever before, with Goma at risk of becoming a major battleground. Early Sunday morning, heavy gunfire erupted, triggering panic among residents and forcing many families to abandon their homes in search of safety. With the death toll rising and international attention on the region, the conflict's impact continues to spread. Meanwhile, the United States, France, and Britain pressures Rwanda on Sunday over its support for rebels rapidly closing in on eastern Congo's largest city as government forces struggle to halt an offensive that has forced thousands of civilians to flee. 3 UN peacekeepers, 2 South Africans and a Uruguayan, 7 more South African soldiers, and 3 from Malawi serving in a separate Southern African mission were killed this week, South African and UN authorities say. Condemning Rwanda's and M23's hostilities on Goma, acting U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Dorothy Sher, called for a ceasefire. France's UN Ambassador called for Rwanda to withdraw its troops from Congolese territory. Congo severed all diplomatic ties with Rwanda amid this week's rebel offensive. A spokesperson for Rwanda's government did not respond to a request for comment. Aid agencies are concerned about the conflict's impact on civilians, warning that the fighting will deepen what is already one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. The escalation in violence has forced the World Food Programme to temporarily pause emergency operations, the agency said on Sunday.
Today, despite ongoing MONUSCO support to FRDC, M23 and Rwandan forces penetrated Munigi, captured in the outskirts of Goma city, causing mass panic and flight among the population. Roads are blocked and the airport can no longer be used for evacuation or humanitarian efforts. M23 has declared the airspace over Goma closed. In other words, we are trapped. I call on this council to act now to secure the civilian population, humanitarian aid workers, and all United Nations personnel.
This morning, the UK Foreign Secretary spoke with President Kagame and called for urgent de-escalation, outlining the need for Rwanda and DRC to urgently return to the negotiating table. Now more than ever, it is critical that MONUSCO is able to deliver its mandate. M23 attacks on peacekeepers, with support from the RDF, must stop immediately. These attacks prevent the force from being able to discharge its Security Council mandated mission to protect civilians. Rwandan spoofing and jamming of GPS signals, which obstruct UN and humanitarian operations, must also stop. We urge all parties to remember their obligations under international humanitarian law. We encourage DRC and Rwanda to return to the negotiating table and to focus on making tangible progress on delivering on their commitments under the concept of operations. There can be no military solution. Fighting must stop, civilians must be protected, and the parties should engage in good faith in the political process.
The United States will consider all the tools at its disposal in order to hold accountable those responsible for sustaining armed conflict, instability, and insecurity in the DRC.
Mr. President, Rwanda regrets the deteriorating security situation in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The current crisis could have been averted had the DRC government demonstrated a genuine commitment to peace. The DRC has all the necessary tools to achieve a lasting resolution to the ongoing conflict.
Today,
the streets of N'Djamena were calm on Thursday, January 9 morning, as police patrolled the day after security forces said they followed an attack on the Chad's presidential compound. The government spokesperson said the overnight incident involved a disorganized group of intoxicated men armed with knives and machetes who were easily neutralized. Gunfire erupted near the president's office on Wednesday night, with military blocking surrounding streets. The government later announced it had thwarted an attempt to destabilize the country. The attack comes as Chad faces uncertainty after recently ending a defense cooperation pact with France, its longtime partner in countering Islamist militants in the Sahel region. West and Central Africa Sahel has faced repeated attacks over the past decade from insurgencies, including groups linked to Islamic State, Al-Qaeda, and Boko Haram. Colombia has overcome the impasse with the U.S. government's Foreign Minister Luis Gilberto Murillo said on Sunday after Washington halted its tariffs and sanctions threats following a deportation deal with Bogota. The U.S. and Colombia pulled back from the brink of a trade war on Sunday after the White House said the South American nation had agreed to accept military aircraft carrying deported migrants. U.S. President Donald Trump had threatened tariffs and sanctions on Colombia to punish it for earlier refusing to accept military flights carrying deportees as part of his sweeping immigration crackdown. In a statement later on Sunday, Murillo also said the presidential plane has been made ready to facilitate the return of Colombians on deportation flights. And that's the news this hour. Many thanks for watching. I'm Charles Pius. Have a good day.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
only reasonable pension you can talk about is the federal pension, because if you come down to the state pension and the local government pension, they are always owing those people. There's always backlog. But even with the federal pension, I retired from Nigerian Navy. The way they are being paid is too poor. The pension is too low, and all the contributions people made with PENCOM and defense and stuff is not really being well attributed to them in the way it's supposed to be. Most of them don't have housing. It's not only about paying people pension, you should consider their housing, post-housing, after service. Where do those people live? How do they survive? Do they have a farm? Is there any government intervention in helping them alleviate the pains of the current economic hardship? Like now, the government is even dragging to pay 100,000.
Alright, welcome to a new week, and of course this is E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the entertainment hour where we have to give you everything that has to do with pop, arts, culture, vibes, name them. Name them. You know them. So I don't know how this Monday is for you. Of course, I say Mondays are always the most serious days of the week, and to some people it's the most chill day of the week. I don't know how it is for you. For me, it's the most serious days of the week, actually, because I mean. All right, so we have stories, and today happens to be our social trends, where we will be discussing with comments that has to do with things that are trending on social media, either Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, what sort. So let's delve into the stories of the day. Famous actor Charles ENUGU has stated that the Nigeria film industry should not be held responsible for the ills in the society. ENUGU, who stated this during an interview, emphasized the need for parents to instill family values in the younger generations by reorienting them that quick fixes mostly end in catastrophe. He says societal ills such as ritual killing, spiritual fortification, internet fraud, and organ harvesting are being exposed in Nollywood films and not being created by the industry. While reacting to the criticism faced by the industry, the actor stated, "Can we in good faith say that all Nollywood movies are drawn from ritual themes? The fact that those stories exist is an indication of the fact that ritual killings for spiritual fortification, for political power, for money making, and organ harvesting exists in our society. So we should applaud those movies for these expository qualities instead of condemning them. Have you not heard of pastors burying human bodies under their pulpits for spiritual powers? Or highly influential men hiding under the covers of nights to sleep with mad women for ritual purposes? How come when it is being addressed in movies, it automatically receives criticism from the public? We have seen parents giving their underage and unemployed words in raising reception to celebrate their return home with cars without asking how they got it. Nollywood did not create any of that. We should return to instilling family values and start to reorient the younger generation to understand the true meaning of dignity in labor and teach our kids to know that quick fixes often end in catastrophe. Nollywood is not the problem." I don't know if I should agree with him or not. Of course, yes, parents should instill values to their children, but I feel Nollywood bringing out these things most times is to open our eyes, to tell us that it exists. I was having a conversation with someone, and this movie is not even about body harvesters, morning ritual, fortifications, and likes of them. It's most times about how it's about marriages, it's about friendships, about family, the bond, how they break, how people betray you, and all that. And the person was like, majority of things that happen in Nollywood happens real life. So what do Nollywood do? They bring it to light for you to see that this kind of thing exists. But the thing now is, I think most of these movies have parental guidance 16, parental guidance 18. But you would see parents, especially most African parents, allow their kids, instead of watching Nickelodeon, Disney Channel, and the likes of them, you see them allowing them watch Netflix movies, especially action movies. And you tend to see that it has something to do with their attitude, their character, and the likes. If you notice, if you get to find out, if you get to notice some children that likes playing with guns and the likes, just know that the kind of movies that child watch possibly has something to do with his character and attitude. So I think he's right, but I also think that Nollywood should sometimes reduce some certain things they show on screen, like the sexual part and those erotic parts of Nollywood. I think they should reduce it. I think that some movies are actually doing that, why some are not. Because no matter what, yes, when you ask a child, do not watch this channel, when you're not around, you don't know that child is watching that. So I think they have a role to play a little bit, and parents have a role to play also. Okay, so media personality Toke Makinwa has hit out at Two-Face Idibia amid the ongoing drama surrounding his marriage to Annie Idibia. Toke took to her Instagram page to voice her anger over how the matter is playing out. Reacting directly under the video shared by Two-Face, where he admitted to making the controversial divorce post, she wrote, "This is wrong on all levels, and you should be ashamed of yourself for bringing this here. Bring it on. If you think she's alone, let me tell you here that you'll have to fight all of us." Not satisfied, Toke also addressed the saga on her Instagram story. She hit out at people who have chosen to sit on the fence over the matter. I'm not one for too much talk, but what is wrong is wrong. And as a woman, if you sit on the fence on this one, if it misses you, it will touch your daughter or any female in your family. No one is innocent. And if you want to bring the media into it, knowing what is happening, we would fight for her, Toke posted. This comes after Two-Face admitted that he personally posted the controversial divorce announcement, despite initially claiming his account had been hacked. Toke herself has been divorced since 2015, when her marriage to Majay Aida hit the rocks after he impregnated his ex-girlfriend. The union was dissolved by a Lagos High Court on the grounds that Aida committed adultery. So yes, it's true. There's this saga, there's this whole thing going on social media about Two-Face wanting to divorce his wife. And Toke Makinwa, as a media personality, which you know, and also a friend of Annie Idibia, just came out to voice that this is wrong. I want to ask a question. I think you should answer me in the comment section. When did we normalize? I think I asked this question before. When did we normalize bringing personal issues to social media? When? When did social media become judges and lawyers? When did social media become your in-laws? When did it become your counselors? When did it become your pastor? Because I don't want to be judgmental, but because we are not in that marriage, we don't even know if this is a clout or not. We don't even know if this is really, really happening or not. But according to what we saw, because this whole thing started during the weekend, I think Sunday, early Sunday, and Toke Makinwa is just speaking like girl to girl. She's standing for a woman like her. And of course, she said, if you're a woman and you're sitting on the fence, if it's not going to happen to you, it will happen to your daughter, your sister, or any woman close associated to you. I think she's, in a nutshell, saying you're supposed to support your fellow woman. And the truth is, there's this whole thing about gender. If the women support their fellow woman, the male will also support their fellow man. So, I don't know. It's left for you. What do you want? Who are you supporting? Are you supporting Annie Idibia? Are you saying, yes, they should go ahead and get a divorce or not? Me, I'm saying, I don't know when we normalized bringing our personal issues. If you want to get a divorce and you're posting it on Instagram, why? So that we'll say, oh, go ahead. No, don't go ahead. No, don't do this. It's wrong. When did we normalize this? Anyways, Pascal Okechukwu, popularly known as Cubana Chief Priest, has attributed his face-off with the Mini Ogulu, also known as Burna Boy, to jealousy. Both men have been involved in heated exchanges on social media in the past weeks. The socialite feud with the star Afrofusion singer assumed a new dimension after the later arrested fellow singer Speed Darlington. Chief Priest, who was on Channels Television, Robin's Mind on Sunday, said that Burna Boy's action was driven by jealousy over his relationship with singer Davido Adeleke, better known as Davido. Sorry about that. My whole issue with Burna Boy started because he was jealous of my relationship with Davido. He said he wanted CP by himself, but I chose to work with Davido. Me and Davido have never discussed anything about Burna Boy. He said that on the China television on Robin Minds, which was aired on Sunday. Davido isn't the kind of person who would use his time to discuss his colleagues. It's always them imagining things and trying to drag us. Speed Darlington was arrested for suggesting that Burna Boy had an illicit relationship with embattled American music executive Diddy in a bid to win a Grammy. All right. Well, if I'm still not gonna be the judge. You leave whatever you want to say in the comment section. Do we say it is jealousy? Maybe he wanted a relationship with Chief Priest. Do we agree with that? But I feel maybe this is his assumption. I feel this is what he feels or think, because initially I was actually wondering, where did this whole saga and misunderstanding between Chief Priest and Burna Boy start off from? Because they've known themselves way back. They've known themselves for a very long period of time. Of course, we've all known the relationship between Chief Priest and Davido. They're like brothers. They stand up for each other. They've got each other's back. So I wouldn't say that Chief Priest is right for saying that it's jealousy that made Burna Boy to come at him like that. Maybe we should allow Burna Boy to give his own talk about all this, because remember, you cannot conclude the case just hearing from one person. You have to hear from the two parties. So yeah. Okay, so moving forward, former Beatles Paul McCartney has warned that artificial intelligence could be used to rip off artists, urging the British government to make sure upcoming copyright reforms protects creators. The interview on Sunday, but recorded on Thursday, saw the musician worry about tech giants benefiting from the work of artists. AI is a great thing, but it shouldn't rip creative people off, McCartney said. Globally, the music and film industries are grappling with the legal and ethical implication of AI models that can produce their own outputs after being trained on popular works without necessarily paying the creators for the original content. Britain in December proposed a way for artists to license their work to be used in training AI, but also said there should be an exception to support use at scale for a wide range of material by AI developers where rights have not been reserved. McCartney, who last year used AI to help recreate the voice of late Beatles band member John Lennon from an old cassette recording, said there was a risk that artists could lose out in the changes were not handled properly. Let's take a look at the video.
Just worried about the copyrights not being protected, because if it gets a bit like the Wild West, then the people who created these copyrights don't benefit. So why shouldn't it be the guy who sat down and wrote yesterday? It should be something to do with him. By not protecting the copyrights, I think it'd be a shame, and I think you'd see a loss of creativity, which is a great pity, you know, because that's what brings so much joy to the world.
Actually, you used a kind of machine learning technology to help produce the song that you put out last.
So, for instance, you get young guys, girls, coming up and they write a beautiful song and they don't own it and they don't have anything to do with it, and anyone who wants can just rip it off. I mean, the truth is the money's going somewhere. You know, and it gets on the streaming platforms, somebody's getting it, and it should be the person who created it. It shouldn't just be some tech giant somewhere.
Make the decision at the moment about how to and whether.
So I think you just have to worry about the rip-off. AI is a great thing, but it shouldn't rip creative people off. There's no sense in that. Why would a government want to do that? I don't get it.
You certainly enhanced the world in many ways for hundreds of millions of people, and it's been an...
We're the people. You're the government. You're supposed to protect us. That's your job. So, you know, if you're putting through a bill, make sure you protect the creative thinkers, the creative artists, or you're not going to have them.
All right, so you've heard from Paul McCartney and his whole idea. I think I actually agree with him. AI should have a limit to some certain things, please. Yes, that's my suggestion. Moving forward, I think this is the last story for the day. Against the darkened TV soundstage, a woman testifies before judge on a bare black platform about how her boss at the Nazi death camp killed a newly arrived boy. Her testimony is one of several by both defendants and witnesses in the investigation. A new film by German director Alp Karl based on a play by the same name that dramatizes the Frankfurt Auschwitz trial that tried 22 suspects from 1963 to 1965. Testimonies at that trial give just a small glimpse of the suffering experienced by the estimated 1.3 million people sent to the Nazi death camp, set up in occupied Poland as part of Adolf Hitler's final solution to annihilate European Jews. What particularly intrigued me about the play was its ability to depict Auschwitz without the need for total immersion in its unimaginable reality. Karl told Reuters in an interview at the site of the memorial to the murdered Jews of Europe in Berlin on Monday, January 20th. Karl said that he opted for a more contemporary cinematic style to appeal to younger viewers. We filmed in a television studio with multiple cameras to create an immense visual experience. We aimed to avoid creating a historicized drama. With an eye to the 80th anniversary of Auschwitz liberation by Soviet troops on January 27th, Karl said that he hoped his film would make it easier for a new generation to engage with the Holocaust as the number of survivors dwindles. The investigation is also a reminder for the importance of maintaining the liberal democratic society and the constant vigilance needed to prevent exercise like Auschwitz, he said. Everyone must participate and shape it and not be opportunistic. I believe that could be a positive narrative of the film. That is, that it can be prevented, said the director. 6 months after its debut in Germany, the 4-hour film starred Tom Lachina and Rainer Bock, Better Call Saul, among others, will be shown in Tel Aviv on January 27th, while its International Film Festival premiere is set for January 31st at the Rotterdam Festival. Let's take a look at the video.
What particularly intrigued me about the play was its ability to depict Auschwitz, because the big question is, how do I portray Auschwitz without the need for total immersion in its unimaginable reality? And this play makes it possible, because it shows the so-called First Frankfurt Auschwitz trial from 63 to 65 where reports were given. It was very important for us to reach out to a new generation of viewers, and particularly try to reach young people. That's why we also sought to use contemporary cinematic means. We filmed in a television studio, where usually shows are being produced with multiple cameras to create an immersive visual experience without distance. We aim to avoid creating a historicizing drama where one might say, oh, those are people from the past, talking about things that happened long ago, but rather trying to make people understand and question, what do I have to do with this, even though it was a bit longer ago? Yes, we must be interested in that, because if we want a liberal, democratic, enlightened, free society, then we must know what the dangers are and that democracy, liberalism is not established on its own. Everyone must participate and shape it and not be opportunistic. I believe that could be a positive narrative of the film, that the Holocaust, can be prevented. The Holocaust survivors are all dying. The last trials were held already several years ago, and as a result, first-hand accounts will no longer be possible. That's why it was important and interesting for us to find a way to pass it on for the coming years, for the years when no survivors are available to tell what happened. Our approach was also to show Auschwitz did happen. People who existed reported about it in court in such a detailed way that they could not have made it up.
All right. With that being said, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. Let's keep our fingers crossed to see what that movie has actually to play in store. They said it's actually going to premiere on January 31st. A lot of movies are going to premiere in January 31st. Okay, let's keep our fingers crossed. That's all I have for you in the news segment. I'll be going on a very short break. When we return, we'll have a conversation, yes. Of course, we'll review some comment section in our social trends. So stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Happy birthday to each and every person that today happens to be his or her birthday. I wish you long life and prosperity, and all your prayers will be answered. Not me being pastor. Okay, so this particular segment is called the social trend. Social trend, like the word said, whatever that's trending on our social media platform, that's what we're reviewing to you here. And of course, all the comments, everybody's opinion, since they've turned us to social media in-laws, judges and lawyers, we are here to do justice to that. So we'll be talking about Two-Face Divya, and of course I'll be doing this with Layomi Adeyemi. She'll be having this conversation with me.
Hi guys.
Say hi. Say hi. Say hi.
Hi guys. I know you guys didn't expect me on your screen today since like Monday and you don't usually see me. But yeah, I'm here to react to this whole Two-Face Idibia issue with his wife Annie. Oh my God. Or should we say ex-wife now?
No, they've not signed the divorce papers yet. So
okay, so still
let's
wife,
give them
right?
credit. Yes,
no problem.
So yeah, Two-Face Idibia and his wife divorce issue which is trending on all social media. This issue started trending when Two-Face Idibia made a post on Instagram stating that he is filing for a divorce with his wife Annie Idibia. According to the post, they have been separated for a while. Now, he said he would grant a press release soon, but let's first take a look at that initial post. And the post reads, well, this thing have to
hello to my
beautiful
people of all federations.
All federations. Well, this thing I have to say is short but also long. I and Annie Macaulay have been separated for a while now and currently filed divorce. I would grant a press release soon to say my story, not because it is anyone's right to know, but my personal life. But because I love my people and I need them to know my innocence or offense. Stay blessed, my people. I love you all.
Oh my goodness. And this is a post that kind of like it blew the internet.
Yes,
everybody like, what's going on here?
Do you understand?
What's going on here?
No wala. So shortly after that post was made, it was deleted with a post stating that his Instagram account was hacked. Let's still take a look at that post. All right, my Instagram account has been hacked. Efforts are being carried out to take back control. Hashtag one love.
Let's continue. No, we have to see where this is going.
Okay. No
from
problem.
1 minute you are divorcing your wife.
Yes.
And if you take notes, people like us that they cannot easily offend us, we go use eyes, nitpick everything.
Yes.
He wrote Annie Macaulay.
Yeah.
He did not write Annie Idibia. I think say now let me see how.
All right. So
reacting
to the video, reacting to the whole saga, Two-Face made a video stating that his account was not hacked, and he posted it himself. Let's also take a look at that video.
Yo, my people, man, nobody hacked my account. Let me talk with you, I want to talk. Understand? I come in peace.
It has to be the chest beat for me. Like,
I have something to say about that video.
Nothing we una fit do. You now drink water, just cup after.
You know that drink water and mind your business.
Mind your business.
Whole energy. That's what it portrays. But someone in the comment section was like, why is it looking like Two-Face don't really mean this the way he talk? And why is he looking like he's macheted? You know that kind of, they're putting an eye in what is really said. Like, they want to know what your problem is. Why would you? Anyways.
So wait.
Let's not rush things.
I need to understand something. If Two-Face is coming out to say he's the one that said it himself, who now posted that story?
My account was hacked.
Saying my account was hacked. What part of the account was being hacked?
At a point, I felt like these people are using our brains. I don't
to
like
play.
it.
Like
they're using us to play, and I don't like it. So okay, let's continue the story, right?
Okay.
So of course, people have expressed their opinion concerning this revelation. But let's take a look at this video that we saw on the internet.
Annie Idibia was groomed by Two-Face, and you can believe what you want to believe, but she met this man at 15. He was 9 years older than her. A 24-year-old grown-ass man has no business dating a teenager, a 15-year-old. Adding to the unbalanced dynamic, the fact that he was an up-and-coming star and at some point was one of the biggest African artists. You have to keep in mind, we didn't have Whiskey, Burna Boy, Amapiano. We didn't have all of that. Europe, America, they did not know African music, but he went worldwide. So for people not to see Annie as a victim and actually make fun about her situation with Two-Face actually pisses me off. She was a young girl that should have been protected by her parents when she met Two-Face. And this guy started dating her with his 9 years of life experience that he was ahead of her, knowing fully well she's young, she's impressionable. And she grew to just accept him and compromise and just accept that that is how a man, that's how relationships are supposed to be. She has to just accept whatever comes her way. For some people to think that it's funny that she met him at 15, but was the last woman to bear his children because he had like 5 kids with 2 women. These women are not even side chicks. These are her co-wives. It's just that he didn't marry them. But he had 2 separate relationships, had children with them before now having a child with her. Do you people understand how mentally damaged a woman has to be to not only accept that type of nonsense, but to also rationalize it, embrace the children with open heart, like not even show any animosity towards those women and act as if everything is fine? Annie had her youth stolen from her by a useless man. And a lot of Africans will choose to look past that because they see her flying private, they see her holding Birkins, and they feel like she has access to so much. So why would we care about that? She should be happy. I don't think you people understand that infidelity and manipulation can destroy your self-esteem, destroy your self-worth, destroy even your trust in yourself. Like, a man can manipulate you to the point that you will start questioning your own reality. You will question things you saw with your own eyes. You can see him doing something, but he will now make you believe he did not see it. He can make you believe things that never happened. You need to imagine there are women out here or people out here that have been cheated on by someone they would have never expected it from. And they are like having a full-blown panic attack and finding it hard to breathe. Some people stop eating because of love and heartbreak. Now imagine that person is your world. You have married him. Everyone around you has told you that you need to count yourself lucky to be with him because he's this mega star. And then also women, being as spiteful as they can be, will be telling you that, oh, you're not even fine enough to be with him. You don't even deserve him. He can get finer girls. And then on top of that, he's significantly older than you, has shaped your view of the world, shaped how you think. He has been part of your life for longer than you can think. Like, he's been part from of your life for the majority of your life. And this person that is your only reference of love is someone that treats you so badly. I don't think people understand that, like, some women that want running around and mad on these streets is because of men. Like, the women that you people see that they just off their wig, off everything, and they just run around naked. Most of the time, it's men that made them do that. Because I don't like how a lot of us downplay the impact of psychological torture. Women suffer more from autoimmune diseases than men, significantly more. And the reasons could possibly be traced back to the mental load we carry in all relationships, in society and friendships, everywhere.
Okay, so let's move forward. Now let's take a look at. I know you have something to say.
Yes, well, I guess let's
be
finish the story so that we can really talk about
finish the story. Now let's take a look at this interesting clip of Two-Face comment in the season 1 of Young Famous, an African reality TV show.
Yo, I can fuck when my man literally. Yeah, but ask him, that goes. Hold on. Wait, you saying you can. No, he's not saying now. Are you saying this specifically to you?
Why is Innocent speaking? What is he doing? Oh my gosh. Like, he really wants to upset Annie.
Like it or not, men are wired like that. A man would love a woman to hell. 100%. Or maybe he's somewhere. Yeah. His dick will just decide something. No, his mind, not his dick. It's not his own entity. Okay, however you look at it. Yeah. He will fuck. Even if he's married. But he will not even give a fuck about that person. He just wants to. Is that us? Yeah, you're talking about generally or you're talking about yourself? That's what. Is this what you believe or you're talking about generally? This is what I believe. But is that you or is that belief? I'm not gonna lie, just hearing him say that, I'm kind of embarrassed. What are you saying? There's no way what he's saying right now is what he means. But in actual fact, it's what he means. I couldn't believe it.
No, I think we're misunderstanding you. Is this how you feel in your relationship? That's what she's saying.
This is what I think. That's what he's saying, yeah. Reason. No, hold on.
In your relationship.
Hold on.
That's what I think.
That's what he said. You better stop. You're gonna get.
All right, I think we are ready to have the conversation now.
Like before we look at other people's comments.
Yes, before we go to other comment sections.
This matter is very, very, it's a lot.
It's quite interesting.
And the very funny part is that it's a subject that has always been spoken about over and over and over. And now seeing someone's life story being the subject of that same topic that we are used to. What?
My first
when
question.
I saw that clip, sorry, on Young
Famous
Africa, sorry, yes, I was like, is he drunk? Like, you know, because they were drinking, they were having like, they were drinking.
It's like a dinner,
so
like,
maybe he's like tipsy already, because why on earth is he saying such a thing
in front of people?
In front of not just in front of people, in front of people with your wife by your side. You are telling us that it is okay for you to cheat. You love your woman, but your sexual apparatus can still be doing other things. Like I just don't know what to say. What? And the fact that they said that Hami has been with Two-Face
for
she was like
15
years. God.
And according to I would have actually played that video when she said she was the only woman in his life when she was, I think she was 15 and he was 25 or 26 or so.
That's why.
Or 24 or so.
They have manipulated
Then wait now. Imagine I was the first woman in his life, and my first child is his 5th child. You can imagine
what were you doing? I have so many questions. What were you doing when you born child number 1, child number 2? No, in fact, let's not start with child. You know, sometimes that people can go out and be fornicating and everything, and you still not see like the first child. Like you understand, take a while before you not see it. They already hold him down one pregnancy, get that kind of thing. So what were you doing when you were noticing all those things? First child now come, okay, you forgive him. Second child come, oh, it's all right, it's fine, we will move together. Third child come, they are doing you, my sister. Fourth child,
for better, for worse.
Are you joking?
But that's what the vow says. I'm just quoting the vow.
Very true.
Okay.
Do you understand? Like, very true, for better, for worse. And in this kind of situation, I would say that was what she, in her vows. She that's if she has already said it, for better, for fornication, for adultery. She don't talk calm. Because
the worst they were talking about is not this kind of worse.
Like, because I'm sure that before they got married, it's something that has already
been, dated for 9 years.
Yes, exactly.
A long period of time.
So it's something that's already been taking place, and she has been like, okay, it's fine.
She's been cool with it. And like that other video said, family must have told her to stay with him. Do you know he's a global superstar? Do you know who you are? Do you know what it means to be dating someone like Two-Face Idibia?
Do you know what it means? The global insult. Everybody looking at you like a clown.
Do you know what it means if you divorce him? What is gonna do to his image?
Are you hearing my own? Do you know what it is?
Sorry.
I understand the fact that they are saying that. Okay. Do you know what it is to be with a superstar? Do you know what it is to be with a superstar and now become the clown of the country?
Honestly speaking,
now become the whole country. Everybody in the whole world can see that.
Sorry,
you are being stupid. You are being disrespected.
I was going to comment section, and someone was like, "Forget girl to girl." I actually wished it was Annie that filed for a divorce.
It would have been so much.
Her
would have been like, at
and
least,
everything will still be intact.
In a way, we can still say that. Oh, in a way, okay, like she got fed up. Like, yes, she got tired. So that means that in a way, like she's still like very much comfortable. He's not the one that's saying, I don't think I want to be with you.
Do you understand? And he was like, you can prove my innocence or my fault.
See, I don't understand this thing. Like, even that stunt, the stunts he pulled in that Young and Famous and African.
I don't understand. Like you said, maybe he was drunk. Because why would you be saying too much? Why would you be saying too much like that?
Is it that we don't have self-worth? I think maybe, like, I'm just of the opinion that one of the reasons for this is the fact that they got together when she was quite young. And when we are young as ladies, we cannot lie, we are quite vulnerable at that time.
And naive.
Like when you are 15, 16,
Just
like
you
just finished like puberty, you just started puberty so early, and everything, your body is doing you everyhow and everything. And if you don't have a good father figure that can make you see that you are well loved, like you don't need love outside, it can really like affect how you think. Because now the first person to profess true love to you, in masking it as true love, you now see the person as such an idol in your heart, and it's now like no matter what the person does, like that's a toxic relationship.
Very
right
toxic
here.
relationship.
Like I'm sure a whole gaslighting has been happening, manipulation, emotional manipulations would have been happening, because this was our first education on what love is, and to some extent,
first experience,
like she would feel that all this is normal. Because he himself was saying the fact that it's normal for a guy to cheat, it's normal for a guy to look outside.
With all momentum.
So, yes, and that means he's his belief. And being a young person, he would have communicated such belief to the lady as well. And before you know, she herself too is feeling like, oh yeah, it's normal. Why are these guys being so clinical about it?
Let's go to the comment section. Let's see the reactions of other people and what they've been saying about us. All right, so okay, talking about Kiwa, I just finished talking about right now. This is wrong on all levels, and you should be ashamed of yourself for bringing this here. Bring it on. If you think she's alone, let me tell you here that you will have to fight all of us.
That doesn't take nonsense.
She's so angry.
Like she has always
Even
been that
from
person.
her comment, you will know that this woman is very, very angry.
Okay.
Okay, the next comment says, Tubaba is, this one is coming from Fly Girl. Tubaba is granting press release to say his story is one of the funniest thing I will see on the internet. Any Idibia story is enough reminder to always choose yourself. Dear woman, choose yourself. The world will adjust to whatever changes might come with it. Okay. Let's see the next comment section. This one is from Tunes. It said, this Two-Face and Annie thing just preach one solid thing. There is absolutely no reward in suffering and enduring whatever. And she wrote this in capital letter.
Like she's screaming. May not hear this well.
Okay, so let's check the next comment section. It's coming from Oriaku. I think Two-Face might be going through things in that marriage too that we don't know about. We only see the wife's part because she is the one that has been talking. Men go through things in marriage too. No be who first call police, they win case. So this is not a certain statement, just my 2 cents. She's also right.
You see that your 2 cents?
Also
save it.
Still don't beat her.
Put it in the bank. Like I think if you put it in the bank, maybe to yield something better.
Okay, let's continue, please. Got some time. Sir Dixon said, there were baby mamas. She chose him. He had multiple kids outside. She chose him. He sleeps around and is vocal about it. She chose him. He doesn't respect her. She chose him. She chose him. She is not a victim. He doesn't owe her a thank you for choosing him. She chose him because it serves her best interest. She loves him. She did it for herself. Wow. I'm not gonna lie that she loves him. Of course, she loves him so much.
I think I really like this person's point of view.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Jola said just opening her up to an insane amount of trolling and abuse, especially given the fallout from the latest season of the show. Even if you don't want to be married to her again, why must the announcement be now?
Another
because they've been dragging her in that young famous African movie.
Yes, now you're now coming out at this. I have a question, Two-Face. Did you ever love this woman? I don't know. Did you ever like have a sense of respect? I understand the fact, like now, in that Dixon's comments, I understand the fact that I said she's not a victim. If we're being truthful, she's not a victim because you saw all these things. Your eyes was not closed.
What's that song? You saw the red flags, baby, and you ignored the red flags. So I think that's what Sir Dixon is saying here. You know all these things. You saw all these things. You chose to stay there because you loved him.
True. But I feel like even if there's something that what's the name? She did, Annie herself does that like puts Two-Face in a kind of position.
Yes.
I still feel like just for the fact that she has done, like, she has enjoyed a lot with you and stayed a lot with you, there should be some kind of respect that comes to divorcing such a woman. Like, you know that a lot of things have happened and she has stood with you. Like, she has stood with you. You yourself have opened your mouth. In young famous and African, he has said it that this woman has stayed with me through it all. So you know this woman has stayed with you. So even if you want to go by a divorce and you feel like you are done with this, is this the way to go about it? Do you need to put like that public announcement? It's something where they can do the divorce and get through with it. They now put like a public service announcement that where both of them will post the same thing on their pages, and we'll see that, oh, we've gotten a divorce. That kind of, it gives a kind of respect and dignity to, like, we just know that, okay, both of you are broken up. There's no embarrassment for anybody. It's just like, oh, we are done, like, you understand? We move forward. But now it's not looking like, oh, you're the one calling the shots and you're like, I'm broken up, I'm done with you. Do you understand? Like,
and the whole audacity of how you were like,
Nami post.
I'm still wondering who actually deleted the post. I'm still wondering who actually deleted the post and was like, my account was hacked.
I was wondering as well, like, who deleted the post, who posted on stories that, like, this whole stuff is not just nice. It's not nice at all.
I just hope they're not playing mind games with us.
Is this meant to be like clout? Like, is this a?
That's why I said hope they're not playing a mind game with us.
No, this kind of mind game is, if she agreed to this kind of mind game, they need to take her to a mental hospital. If this is a mind game,
there's this trending video of how she shakes her head in this young famous and African.
Okay, about the whole
the way she shakes her head, her neck is not always static, like the way we have now.
Yes,
it's always, she's like this, and they said it has something to do with her mental health. Maybe she has this inferiority complex. There's a lot. She's not this outspoken,
like
person
she's being suppressed,
something like that. So it kind of affects you, and you tend to start behaving like that. Well, it's well.
I don't know. This whole thing is a whole lot. I feel like it's a whole lot, and I'm actually, as much as we used to say to Baba, we hail you, I don't like your approach to this. No matter what she has done, like, she at least deserves the respect of a very,
even if it's
peaceful divorce,
respect.
Like a peaceful divorce, nothing that, because now this one, everybody's looking at her. It's like
people are saying a lot about her, like,
a lot of things, a lot of trolling, a lot of dragging. And if this is a social media stunt, I say it again, this is nonsense. If this is a social media stunt, it's very nonsense, because how would you agree and you know that this is the way they will drag you, and you now agree to such social media? We come against.
Lion wants to fight.
We come again. Like, I'm serious. I don't
in
like
the mighty name of Jesus.
As in, if I don't know whatever juju they use for you. Oh yeah. Take it out. Please. No.
Before they just us off from here, let's call this show a wrap. I beg. When we go outside, we'll fight more. We'll fight
a whole lot.
All right, guys. This is where we draw the curtain for E-Vibes Entertainment Show for today, and I'm sure you had so much fun. You enjoyed this particular 1 hour with me and Liomi. Liomi wanted to fight. You want to throw punches from here, but it's well. I'll still say it is well. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course, join us same time tomorrow. I remain your baby girl, Queen Etunkunta. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
the only reasonable pension you can talk about is the federal pension, because if you come down to the state pension and the local government pension, they are always owing those people. There's always backlog. But even with the federal pension, I retired from Nigerian Navy, the way they are being paid is too poor, the pension is too low, and all the contributions people made with PENCOM and defense and stuff is not really being well attributed to them in the way it's supposed to be. Most of them don't have housing. It's not only about paying people pension, you should consider their housing, post-housing, after service. Where do those people live? How do they survive? Do they have a farm? Is there any government intervention in helping them alleviate the pains of the current economic hardship? Like now, the government is even dragging to pay 100,000 for the minimum wage, and the pensioners are still receiving low 30,000. That's the basic pension benchmark.
Welcome to Signature TV News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, France condemns Rwanda's action in Democratic Republic of Congo. Kremlin hails Lukashenko's election victory in Belarus, dismisses Western criticism. And Trudeau meets with Canadian Holocaust survivors in Poland. Details shortly. Iran has unveiled its largest ever drone, which it named Gaza in honor of their Palestinian enclave that has been devastated by 15 months of war. Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Major General Hussein Salami, and Commander of the IRGC Aerospace Force, Amir Ali Hajizadeh, inspected the drone on Sunday. Hajizadeh said the drone had carried up to 12 bombs and were used in border operations. The Gaza Strip home to 2.3 million Palestinians before the war, as the mostly laid to waste after more than a year of combat between Israel and the enclave's Iran-backed rulers, Hamas. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of displaced Palestinians were seen carrying their belongings on Monday as they made their way along the seafront of Wadi Gaza and foot to the north of the enclave. Israel opened roadblocks after the militant group Hamas agreed to hand over a female Israeli hostage, Abel Yehud, and two other hostages. Witnesses said the first residents arrived in Gaza City in the early morning after the first crossing point in central Gaza opened at 7 a.m. The move, brokered by Qatar and Egyptian mediators, would allow around 650,000 Palestinians in central and southern Gaza Strip to return to homes in the north of the enclave, most of which have been laid waste by 15 months of Israel's aerial and ground offensive. More than 47,000 Palestinians have been killed in the offensive, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. Streets were flooded in western France in and around the city of Rennes on Monday, following heavy rainfall in the region after Storm Emilia battered western France. Streets and a bridge were underwater in the town of Goshen. France National Weather Agency on Monday placed the Île-et-Vilaine department in western France on red alert due to the risk of major flooding. Speaking to the press after the UN Security Council meeting on Sunday, Congolese Foreign Minister Therese Kayikwamba Wagner called recent events in the DRC the darkest days in the country's history. Wagner called on Security Council to take concrete measures such as sanctions targeting Rwanda, an embargo on natural resources, and end to the hostilities. Rwandan-backed fighters closed in on eastern Congo's largest city of Goma on Sunday, forcing thousands of civilians to flee and grounding flights from a local airport as government forces battled to stop the rebels seizing the city. M23 rebel movement has made rapid advances this month in Democratic Republic of Congo's mineral-rich but conflict-driven eastern borderlands, raising fears that the fighting could spill over into regional war. France expresses its solidarity regarding the Democratic Republic of Congo in the country. French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot said on Monday. Barrot was speaking as he arrived at the Council of European Foreign Ministers in Brussels.
France
expresses its solidarity regarding the Democratic Republic of Congo and its territorial integrity. France strongly condemns the offensive supported by the Rwandan armed forces, which has resulted in the death of 6 peacekeepers and the displacement of tens of thousands of civilians. The fighting must stop and dialogue must resume. This is what France said yesterday at the United Nations Security Council.
Congolese rebels said on Sunday that they had taken Goma, the biggest city in the east of a mineral-rich country, after an advance that has forced thousands of people to flee as concerns of a regional war. Inside a small church, a small group of Catholic faithful gathered on Sunday evening, singing hymns and praying for peace as conflict rages just outside the city. Outside the church, dozens of internally displaced people, IDPs, from camps in Munungi, Kayaroshia, and Kibati, sought refuge, fleeing towards Goma as M23 rebels launched attacks on FARC's Congo military positions surrounding the city. The ongoing violence between the Congolese army and the rebels backed by Rwanda, according to Kinshasa, has left the city and surrounding areas in a state of uncertainty and fear. M23 insurgency, which has been escalating throughout January, has seen the rebels gaining more territory than ever before, with Goma at risk of being a major battleground early Sunday morning, heavy fire triggering panic among residents and forcing many families to abandon their homes in search of safety. Rebel rising and international attention on the region, the conflict's impact continues to spread, leading to a broader regional war as more displaced families pour into Goma. The city braces for further detention. Meanwhile, gunfire echoed through Goma on Monday as 23 rebels advanced the eastern Congo City, residents reporting shots near the airport, city center, and the Rwandan border. Thousands of people, including Congolese soldiers, fled into the neighboring Rwanda as a rebel group allegedly backed by Kigali claimed to have seized control of Goma. The offensive continued despite UN Security Council demands for a halt. UN peacekeepers began evacuating staff and families to Rwanda as Kenya called for an emergency regional leaders meeting. The United States, France, and Britain condemned Rwanda's alleged support for M23, which Kigali denied. South Africa's ambassador to the United Nations Sunday paid tribute to 9 of its peacekeepers who were killed in recent clashes in Congo as M23 rebels towards the city of Goma. Peacekeepers showed immense bravery amidst relentless attacks from the M23. Ambassador Matthew Joyene told members of the UN Security Council after a meeting was called to discuss escalating crisis in the region.
We cannot accept a world wherein non-state actors are armed to do the will of other states, while those states refuse to accept responsibility for unnecessary armed violence and potential war crimes. Peacekeeping as a tool will be rendered ineffective when the peacekeepers and peacekeeping operations face complex political situations, such as that in the Eastern DRC, when other states get militarily involved in fueling conflict.
I now give the floor to
The international community can no longer afford to simply watch as conflict in the eastern DRC continues to displace, maim, and kill innocent civilians. The current situation in the eastern DRC requires decisive action from the international community led by this Council. The Security Council must use the tools at its disposal to act against those who perpetuate conflict in the eastern DRC, including calling for their withdrawal from the DRC. There must also be a resumption of both the Luanda and Nairobi processes to find a lasting political solution to the cyclical conflict in the eastern DRC.
Late on Sunday, M23 rebels laying siege to eastern Congo's largest city, Goma, ordered defending government forces to disband and surrender, saying they were preparing to enter and take control. Well-trained and professionally armed M23, the latest in a long line of Tutsi-led rebel movement, says it exists to protect Congo's ethnic Tutsi population. Up ahead, Kremlin hails Lukashenko's election victory in Belarus, dismisses Western criticism. Beijing residents rush back home for Lunar New Year celebrations. Details of these and more after the break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Russian troops have taken control of a village of Velika Novosilka in Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region. The state-run TASS news agency reported on Sunday, citing the defense ministry. Drone video released by the Russian defense ministry on Sunday showed troops waving Russian flags, among others, on top of heavily damaged buildings and in the streets. The date of the video was verified by corroborating reports on when Velika Novosilka was taken by the Russian armed forces. Earlier on Sunday, Russia said it had seized the town of Zeleny in Ukraine's Donetsk region. The Kremlin said on Monday that it celebrated the victory of Russian ally Alexander Lukashenko in a presidential election in Belarus on Sunday and dismissed Western criticisms of the vote as predictable. Lukashenko, in power in Belarus since 1994, clinched 86.8% of the vote in an election which European politicians said was neither free nor fair. Independent media are banned in the former Soviet Republic, and all leading opposition figures have either been jailed or forced to flee abroad.
President Putin congratulated Alexander Grigorievich Lukashenko on his solid victory in the election and on holding a successful election. We all join in the congratulations. We are happy for the success of our allies. We believe that this was an absolutely legitimate, well-organized, transparent election with a more than solid victory for the current head of state. As for the voices that sound from the West, this is very predictable, and we do not consider them as noteworthy.
Dozens of supporters of impeached South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol braved snowy weather and freezing temperatures on Monday to demonstrate outside Yoon's detention center as the country's annual Lunar Year holiday kicked off. Many protesters shared the same sentiment as Lee Kyung-hee, who said she just couldn't stay at home comfortably during the Lunar New Year holiday while the president was incarcerated.
We are here to save our country, whether it's hot or cold or snowing or raining. We will keep up this patriotic duty until President Yoon comes out from the detention center.
Even though it's the Lunar New Year holiday, I couldn't just stay at home comfortably because I wanted to provide support for Yoon. Even if it's just support from one person, I wanted to contribute my support to protect the president and the country.
Yoon was indicted by prosecutors on Sunday on charges of leading an insurrection with a short-lived imposition of martial law on December 3. Yoon's lawyers and the main opposition party said the charges are unprecedented for a South Korean president, and if convicted, Yoon could face years in prison for a shock martial law decree which sought to ban political and parliamentary activity and control the media. Some Beijing residents set off on their journey back to their home on Providence on Monday, aiming to be with family for the traditional reunion dinner on the eve of Lunar New Year. Hundreds of millions of Chinese are traversing the country for the official Spring Festival holidays travel rush, which kick off on January 14. The travel rush is often seen as a barometer for China's economic health and a pressure test for its vast transportation system. Railway passenger volume is expected to exceed 510 million passengers, while more than 90 million passengers are expected to fly. However, the number of journeys by private vehicle is expected to reach 7.2 billion trips, about 80% of the total domestic passenger flow, state broadcaster CCTV said. The official Spring Festival holidays, as the New Year celebrations are known in China, would run from January 28 to February 4. Despite improvements to food insecurity situation in Afghanistan, around one-third of its population are classified to be in acute hunger, according to the country's UN World Food Programme, WFP director. Even though the number of Afghans in acute hunger has decreased from 23 million in 2021, during the peak of the current food crisis, to the current number of 15 million, that figure still makes up to a third of the country's population, said WFP's Afghanistan country director, Isho Wei Lee from Kabul. Moreover, the food agency can only feed half the millions of Afghans in need after cuts in international aid and impending freeze in U.S. foreign funding, Lee said.
Any potential reduction in assistance for Afghanistan is, of course, concerning. And that assistance, whether it is assistance to WFP or another actor, the levels of need are just so high here in Afghanistan. And I certainly hope that any decisions made, any implementation of decisions made, take into consideration, just as I kind of mentioned earlier, it's the people and the needs of the people. I think for the funding situation, we recognize that there are many challenges and high levels of need across the world. And so, of course, we always appreciate the generosity of our donors, can only hope that they continue to be generous.
Afghanistan was tipped to the brink of economic crisis in 2021 as the Taliban took over and all development and security assistance to the country was frozen, with restrictions also placed on the banking sector. Since then, humanitarian aid aimed at funding urgent needs through non-profit organizations and bypassing government control has filled some of the gap. But donors have been cutting steadily in recent years, concerned by Taliban restrictions on women, including their order that Afghan female NGO employees stop work and competing global crisis. Dutch frigate Trump arrived in Tallinn in mid-January as part of a Baltic Sentry operation to help protect critical infrastructure following a string of incidents in which power cables, telecom links and gas pipelines were damaged in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. On Sunday, Latvia said an undersea fiber optic cable between Latvia and Sweden was damaged and that the Navy had dispatched a patrol boat to inspect a vessel sailing towards Russia suspected of involvement. 2 other vessels in the area were also subject to investigation, Latvia's Navy said. Latvia is coordinating with NATO and the countries of the Baltic Sea region to clarify the circumstances, she said separately in a post on X. Baltic Sentry is made up of frigates, patrol aircraft and naval drones deployed in the Baltic Sea, and forces reserve the right to take action against ships suspected of posing a security threat. Finland's Prime Minister in a statement said the latest cable damage highlighted the need to increase protection for critical undersea infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. Meanwhile, the head of Bulgarian Shipping Company Navigation, Maritime Bulgaria, Captain Alexander Kalshek, said on Monday its Vejan vessel might have hit a Baltic undersea cable that was damaged on Sunday. Said one of the ship's anchors dropped to seafloor in high winds, could have dragged across a cable, but that there was no malicious intent. Swedish authorities boarded the Maltese flagship run by the Bulgarian company to begin an investigation into the matter. Country security police said on Monday undersea cable between Latvia and Sweden was damaged early on Sunday in Sweden's exclusive economic zone, likely as a result of external influence, Latvia said. That prompted NATO to deploy patrol ships to the area and triggered a sabotage investigation by Swedish authorities.
The ship was sailing in a very bad weather conditions. There were strong southwestern winds at over 25 m/section. When the wind stopped, the crew went out so that they could check for possible damage. They found out that the left anchor had fallen, as we put it in sea language, and it has been dragging on the sea floor. It is possible that the ship had caused that problem with the cable. But in my opinion, there is absolutely no way that we're talking about an act of sabotage or whatever other action on behalf of our crew.
The Trump administration is carrying out targeted immigration enforcement actions, the White House border SARS told ABC this week, adding that the public should expect more arrests in the coming weeks. Tom Homan said on Sunday the operation was focused on individuals deemed a national security or public safety threat. As to whether Immigration and Customs Enforcement, IEC, officers will be entering typically off-limit spaces such as schools and churches, Homan said it will be determined on a case-by-case basis.
If you're in the country illegally, you're on the table, because it's not okay to violate laws of this country. You got to remember, every time you enter this country illegally, you violated a crime under Title 8 United States Code 1325. It's a crime. So if you're in the country illegally, you got a problem. How many MS-13 members are the age of 14 to 17? Many of them. So, look, if it's a national security threat, public safety threat, and what you need to understand is a case by case. Name another agency, another law enforcement agency that has those type of requirements that they can't walk into a school or a doctor's office or on a medical campus. No other agencies held to those standards. These are well-trained officers with a lot of discretion, and when it comes to sensitive location, there's still going to be supervisory review. So it's not like it's an open issue, but ICE officers should have discretion to decide if a national security threat or a public safety threat is in one of these facilities, then there should be an option for them to make the arrest.
The U.S. federal agents conducted a search for undocumented migrants in San Juan, Puerto Rico on Sunday. The operation, conducted by Homeland Security Investigations HSI agents, targeted a building in the Santos barrio where at least 10 people were detained, according to witnesses. Rodriguez also urged Dominicans in Puerto Rico to avoid disclosing their origin to authorities and to invoke the Fifth Amendment, which protects individuals from self-incrimination and guarantees due process. Still to come, U.S.-bound migrant caravan presses forward despite new Trump policies. DEA raids makeshift club in Colorado, detains around 50 undocumented migrants. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
U.S. President Donald Trump said on Sunday it would impose retaliatory measures on Colombia, including tariffs, sanctions, and travel bans after the South American country turned away 2 U.S. military aircraft with migrants being deported as part of Trump's immigration crackdown. Trump said the action by Colombian President Gustavo Petro jeopardized U.S. national security, and he has directed his administration to take retaliatory measures, including imposing emergency 25% tariffs on all goods coming into the United States, which will go up to 50% in 1 week, a travel ban and visa revocations on Colombian government officials and its allies, fully imposing emergency treasury, banking and financial sanctions, and enhanced border inspections of Colombian nationals. Colombia's refusal to accept the flight is the second case of Latin American nation refusing U.S. military deportation flights. Petro condemned the practice, suggesting it treated migrants like criminals in a post on social media platform X. Petro said Colombia would welcome home deported migrants on civilian planes, saying they should be treated with dignity and respect. Colombia's decision follows one by Mexico, which also refused a request last week to let a U.S. military aircraft land with migrants. Over 1,000 migrants, including several Venezuelans, embarked on a journey from the southern Mexican town of Tapachula towards the United States on Sunday, even after several had their appointments to seek asylum cancelled following the inauguration of Donald Trump. Migrant Carlos Gabriel stated that he and his family had lost their plane tickets and permits, granting free transit after their appointment was cancelled, leaving them with no choice but to undertake the journey by foot. The U.S. President declared illegal immigration a national emergency and imposed a sweeping crackdown since taking office last Monday. He directed the U.S. military to help with border security, issued a broad ban on asylum, and took steps to restrict citizenship for children born on U.S. soil. Meanwhile, residents of Colombia's capital said on Sunday they disagreed with President Gustavo Petro's decision to deny 2 flights carrying deported migrants and worried over retaliation measures imposed by the U.S. Recall that President Donald Trump said on Sunday that he would impose sweeping retaliatory measures on Colombia, including tariffs and sanctions, after the South American country turned away 2 U.S. military aircraft with migrants being deported as part of a new U.S. administration's immigration crackdown. Colombia, America's third largest trading partner in Latin America, swiftly responded, threatening a 50% tariff on U.S. goods. Trump's punitive action appeared aimed at making an example of Colombia, the second case of a Latin American nation refusing U.S. military deportation flights. It was a demonstration of a more muscular U.S. foreign policy and showed a renewed willingness by Trump to force other countries to bend to his will. Colombia has overcome the impasse with the U.S. government foreign minister Luis Gilberto Murillo said on Sunday after Washington altered its tariffs and sanction threats following a deportations deal with Bogota. The U.S. and Colombia pulled back from the brink of a trade war on Sunday after the White House said South American nation had agreed to accept military aircraft carrying deported migrants. In a statement later on Sunday, Murillo also said the presidential plane has been made ready to facilitate the return of Colombians on deportation flights. The U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, raided a makeshift club in Adams County, Colorado, on Sunday. According to a DEA statement published on social media, approximately 50 undocumented migrants were detained, many reportedly linked to Venezuela's Tren de Aragua gang. Operation conducted in collaboration with federal and local authorities also led to the seizure of drugs, weapons, and cash. On his first day in office, U.S. President Donald Trump declared illegal migration a national emergency, directing the U.S. military to assist with border security. He also implemented a broad asylum ban and introduced measures to restrict citizenship for children born on American soil. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau in Poland for the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz on Monday met with Canadian Holocaust survivors, but also traveled to Poland to commemorate the liberation of a German death camp. Trudeau spoke with Howard Chandler and Miriam Ziegler, who were both been sent to Auschwitz as young children.
It's a time in the world where where we need to be reminded of what never again means more than ever before, and hopefully this visit and the attention around the 80th of the liberation will resonate with people all around the world.
God willing.
Remembrance of crimes committed in the name of Nazi notions of racial superiority has become an acutely political issue in recent years, with the rise of far-right parties across Europe. The anniversary at the site of a camp with Nazi Germany set up in occupied Poland during World War II was also being attended by other world leaders, including German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, Britain's King Charles, French President Emmanuel Macron, and Polish President Andrzej Duda. More than 1.1 million people, mostly Jews, perished in gas chambers or from starvation, cold, and disease at Auschwitz, where most had been brought in freight wagons packed like livestock. More than 3 million of Poland's 3.2 million Jews were murdered by the Nazis, accounting for about half of the Jews killed in the Holocaust. Kenya's President William Ruto urged presidents of Rwanda and Congo to heed the call of peace on Sunday. Ruto said that leaders of the East Africa Community EAC bloc had agreed to hold an extraordinary summit to address the current conflict in eastern Congo. The M23 rebel movement, reportedly backed by Rwanda, has advanced swiftly this month in the Democratic Republic of Congo's mineral-rich but conflict-driven eastern borderlands, raising fears that the fighting could spill over into a regional war. Rwanda denies accusations by the UN and others that it backs M23. EAC leaders are facing significant challenges in addressing the conflict in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, despite multiple summits and peace initiatives such as the Luanda process. Their efforts have often been criticized for lacking effectiveness and failing to produce lasting solutions.
The escalating conflict and deteriorating situation in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo are a grave concern to the people and governments of East Africa. Noting the worsening humanitarian crisis exacerbated by ongoing military actions, including the closure of airspace in Goma, I call for the immediate and unconditional cessation of hostilities. I call on the parties to the Luanda process on Eastern DRC and appeal specifically to my brothers, President Felix Tshisekedi and President Paul Kagame, both of whom I have had the occasion to speak to this evening, to heed the call for peace from the people of our region and the international community. We will be convening an extraordinary East African Community Summit within the next 48 hours to facilitate and to deliberate on this crisis and chart a way forward.
3 years into the insurgency, the M23 rebels now control more Congolese territory than ever before and have vowed to seize Goma, the capital of the North Kivu province and home to about 1 million people. The streets of N'Djamena were calm on Thursday, January 9, as police patrolled a day after security forces said they foiled an attack on Chad's presidential compound. A government spokesperson said the overnight incident involved a disorganized group of intoxicated men armed with knives and machetes who were easily neutralized. Gunfire erupted near the president's office on Wednesday night, with a military blocking surrounding streets. The attack comes as Chad faces uncertainty after recently ending a defense cooperation pact with France, a long-time partner in countering Islamic militants in the Sahel region. West and Central Africa's Sahel has faced repeated attacks over the past decade from insurgencies, including groups linked to Islamic State, Al-Qaeda, and Boko Haram. Jannik Sinner showed off his Australian Open trophy on Monday after he retained the title with an emphatic 6-3, 7-6-4, 6-3 win over Alexander Zverev, breaking new ground for Italian tennis and leaving his German rival smartened after a third Grand Slam final defeat. The world number one became Italy's first player to win 3 Grand Slam crowns on Sunday, moving past Nicola Pietrangeli, who won back-to-back men's titles at Roland Garros from 1959 to 1960.
No, not really. We had a nice dinner with all the team, and also my brother was here, and had just having a great time together, which is exactly that what we needed. We have been 2 weeks under many people in person, and it was nice to close us, with just with us, and it was a very nice evening. On this one, maybe you enjoy it a bit more because it's different, and but every Grand Slam or every tournament you win or you go far, it has its own story. It's you have to pass difficulties like I did also this year here, and this makes it very special.
For all sinners' joy, a long-standing doping case continues to hang over his head. Though cleared to play tennis by the authorities, the World Anti-Doping Agency, WADA, seeking a ban which could derail its French Open plans. A hearing is set for April. Cristiano Ronaldo rounded off the scoring as Al Nassr beat bottom-place Al Fateh 3-1 to climb up to third in the Saudi Pro League standings in Riyadh. Hosts went into the break with a 1-0 lead, following an own goal by Moroccan midfielder Marwane Sadan, before doubling it in the 57th minute through Mohamed Simakan, who headed in from a free kick. Murad Batna pulled one back for Al Fateh after goalkeeper Bento got caught out, trying to clear his line before Ronaldo sealed the 3 points late on as Al Nassr moved up to third on 35 points, one ahead of Al Qasde, who hosts table toppers Al Hilal on Monday. Al Hilal and Al Ittihad sit top of the log on 43 points, with the former ahead on goal difference, while the latter face Damak away from home, also on Monday. Boca Juniors were held to a goalless draw at home by Argentinos Juniors in a disappointing opening to the Argentine Primera Division campaign on Sunday. A Boca side, heavily reinforced with new signings, fell short of their fans' expectations as the Vitisols dominated the early exchanges at the Bombonera Stadium, almost grabbing the lead in the first minute as Thomas Molina's header struck the crossbar. Argentinos kept pressing, and Boca goalkeeper Alejandro Bred denied Jose Herrera's long-range attempt at the 15th minute. Boca improved after the break as Edinson Cavani put the ball in the net in the 55th minute, only to have his effort disallowed for offside, before Frank Fabra wasted a chance by firing over the bar. Fernando Gago's side would look to end their first win in the Apertura competition on Wednesday at Union. Manchester United manager Ruben Amorim defended his decision to again omit forward Marcus Rashford from his squad for Sunday's 1-0 win over Fulham, insisting he would rather put a goalkeeper coach on the bench than a player not giving their all. Rashford was not featured for United since mid-December, after he admitted that he was ready for a new challenge in his career, with the England international not in the team's travelling party for Sunday's narrow Premier League victory. Amorim has always been adamant he would not allow anything less than full application from his players, even if the club are struggling to find form under the Portuguese coach.
It's the same situation for every player. If you do the maximum, if you do the right things, we can use every player. And you can see it today on the bench. We miss a little bit like pace to go, to change the game, to move some pieces, but I prefer like that. I will put Vital before I put a player that don't give the maximum every day. So I will not change in that department. That nobody knows. Anything can happen, but I count with Garnacho, and he's improving in every department of the game. The way they recovered, the understanding of the game when they defend. I'm trying to find the best position for him. Today he play a little bit more open, not so much inside. So we need guys who with 1 against 1. But like I say, I don't know what is going to happen until the end of the window.
That's the news this hour. I am Barikumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
reasonable pension you can talk about is the federal pension. Because if you come down to the state pension and the local government pension, they are always owing those people. There's always backlog. But even with the federal pension, I retired from Nigerian Navy, the way they are being paid is too poor, the pension is too low, and all the contributions people made with PENCOM and defense and stuff is not really being well attributed to them in the way it's supposed to be. Most of them don't have housing. It's not only about paying people pension, you should consider their housing, post-housing, after service. Where do those people live? How do they survive? Do they have a farm? Is there any government intervention in helping them alleviate the pains of the current economic hardship? Like now, the government is even dragging to pay 100,000 for the minimum wage, and the pensioners are still receiving low 30,000. That's the basic pension benchmark. Then 30,000 cannot even buy a bag of rice. It cannot fill a tank. It cannot buy you electricity for a month. You know, it's too low. So it's regrettable. And some people that have actually managed the pensions, you know, they have, like Mena and others, they have really squandered people's money, you know, diverted the money, and there's no really money there to pay the pensioners. Because if there was money, there would have been accrued interest in their deposits. So there is nothing like that, and people are suffering. Their money has been squandered or diverted, or one way or the other, they are not being paid their pension.
They should look into it because they are the receiving end. Government employ them when they are young, and when they get old, government will not be taking care of them. Take for instance, in a western state, western part of the world, government from inception take care of them, and I believe that their money, they reduce the money from their salary. So when it's time for them to be paid, they will not be paid at the appropriate time. Most of them die young because of not taking proper care of them. You continue going for pension office from one office to another until things get not getting well at all with them. Most of them, they are suffering it. It affects them because when you look at your old person that is older than you, what is facing, you will be discouraged. The work that you have in mind doing, your enthusiasm will go down because you are seeing what other persons are facing. You will be scared. When I reach to this level, I will face the same thing. It is reduce their work.
Like in state government, they are giving them something. But parasites, like water corporation, my husband is worked in water corporation. They don't even give them pension. They don't even give them pension. And water corporation, you can ask them.
You know, those people worked so far at their old age. It's government that's supposed to take care of them. They don't suppose even their pension, their gratuity. They should help people. You know, some of money don't have value. Just like as they are still talking to we staff minimum wage. You know, things are very scarce. Inflation in Nigeria, so they suppose those people that depend on drugs and those house rent. So all those things, government should try to help the pensioners so that to survive more before they die. Some even on the process of going to road, do this, do that, you see some die on the hunger or fall on the road.
The way pensioners are treated is not good because after serving the government for 35 years, you don't have nothing to show. You don't have house in your village. You don't have any investment. You can't even train your children in the tertiary institutions or give them proper medical support. Even you as a pensioner, you are not sure of your medical support from the government, people that you have worked for, to feed, even to have housing. All those things is absurd for those pensioners. And people that are in service, when they see the way they treat the people that have already retired, they will be striving, trying their best, you know, in corrupt ways, trying to make money so that they won't be suffering after retirement.
So we begin our headlines on the Vanguard newspaper this morning. On the Vanguard's FX spending on foreign education held defy Naira depreciation, with the rider rises by 26% to $2.3 billion in 9 months. GAC members divided over Obasa's impeachment. Tinubu, Bauchi Governor, Foreign Minister Biker. Army Commander, 21 soldiers killed in Borno terrorist attack. 70 insurgents killed, says GHQ. 25 dead as explosion hits mining sites in Niger State. Brazil slams US, deportees arrive handcuffed. All the details you can find on the Vanguard. On the Daily Trust newspaper this morning, Boko Haram kills 22 soldiers, many CJTF. We neutralize over 70 terrorists, says military. 3 killed, many injured as explosion rocks Niger mining sites. USSD, small businesses owners cry out ahead of disconnection. Lawmakers demand 480 million naira from universities to approve 2025 budget. How 20 perished in ENUGU tanker fire. $6 billion Mabila project. Federal government Sunrise Power awaits Paris court verdict. All the details you can find on the Daily Trust. Over to the Daily Times. APC woos governor moved for Ang to join party. Passengers worry over Max Air inefficiencies, violations of NCAA codes. Passengers worry over Max Air's inefficiencies, violations of NCAA codes. AKSG announces extended verification for 8,924 public servants. Why federal government plans to decentralize NCAT, Zaria, says Kayamo. Investors gain 794 billion naira as markets rebounds with 1.22%. Over now to the Nation newspaper. On the Nation this morning, just below the mass, investors eye 20 trillion naira gain from stock market. Wike, Bala Mohammed clash over protracted PDP crisis with the rider. Bauchi Governor, FCT Minister should quit party. Governors Forum chair full of hypocrisy. All right, still on the Nation. Security beefed up in Lagos Assembly. ENUGU tanker explosion. Victims' families besiege hospitals. DHQ troops kill 3 terrorist commanders, 67 others in Borno, 22 casualties recorded. And now to the Blueprint newspaper. Tinubu taking in country gas utilization to unprecedented levels, says Sonea. Amak, Maikalangu lauds Wike for commissioning Saburi 1 and 2 road projects. AFCON 2025, CAF to unveil new logo. NESG, Fitch others forecast decline in inflation 2025. Northern Coalition lords feats as troops kill 70 terrorists in the northeast. With the rider, but we lost 22 soldiers, DHQ says. Gunmen storm Kano community, abduct young lady, extorts 8 million naira. Over 350 billion naira raised in Zenith Bank's combined rights issue and public offer. Serap urges court to stop 50% telecom tariff hike. Niger, 4 dies, 6 injured, 12 houses crumbled in dynamite explosion. Nigerian struggles with cash crunch amidst ATM limits, POS challenges. 2025, $910 million needed to support Northeast humanitarian needs. NOS cartoon contents as game changer for value reorientation among children. And now over to the Nigerian Tribune newspaper this morning. Second Abuja runway project. Upproud trails contractors allege demand for 532 billion naira, with the rider stakeholders ask National Assembly to unravel faces behind astronomical increase from 90 billion to 522 billion naira. Housing shortage worsens as rental values skyrocketed in Lagos and Abuja. Housing shortage worsens as rental values skyrockets in Lagos and Abuja. 1 dead, 6 injured in dynamite explosion in Niger. ENUGU petrol tanker explosion, death toll hits 18. 29 pan-Yoruba groups reject introduction of Sharia in Yoruba land. Local government CBN account opening, Nolge blames delayed tactics by government officials. Military confirms deaths of 22 soldiers in Northeast operations. All the details you can find on the Nigerian Tribune. And now over to the Guardian newspaper. Recapitalization, 7 banks raised 1.3 trillion naira as others shun public offers over rules and costs. Food displaced over 2 million pupils in Nigeria last year, or rather, flood displaced over 2 million pupils in Nigeria last year. 4 killed, many injured in Niger mining site explosion. Anxiety in Lagos Assembly ahead of Obasan's resumption. ENUGU tanker accident tears as relatives besiege hospitals search for victims. 4 banks risk USSD disconnection today as Serap sues federal government's NCC over tariff hike. Luwe Estates, River Park Estate developer gets restraining order against 2 firms. And now to the Punch newspaper with the screaming headlines. Marketers may dump Dangote fuel as imported petrol costs 922 naira per litre. With the rider imported PMS landing cost now cheaper than Dangote's price as dealers import 76.84 million litres in 2 days. Obasa Assembly tightens security as police promise peaceful plenary today. India shows military might at Republic Day parade. 1.3 billion naira fraud. Police to arraign Obanikoro's son, its members' expulsion and suspension. All the details you can find on the Punch newspaper this morning. We have with us live in the studio Chris Manuka, who would give us an insight into some of the headlines that we have reeled out for you on the dailies. Good morning, you're welcome.
Good morning, Charles.
Good morning, Chris.
And good morning, the world.
Indeed, over the weekend we saw this crazy headlines. I mean, when you hear tank explosion far away northeast, north central, sometimes, you know, you would hope that it doesn't come close. Tanker accidents that killed more than 25 persons. What's your take on that?
Well, our heart goes to the families of the victims. And the same thing we said when it happened in Diko in Niger State. Even Diko, people this morning said they are still burying corpses from that accident. Now, the death toll for ENUGU has hit 25. Some newspapers say 18, some say 20. People who woke up in the morning of day before yesterday, probably they are traveling on themselves, and they got to a place we call Ugu Onyama, Onyama's Hill. And that's the former location of Onyama Gold Mine. You know, for those who have know the geography of ENUGU. The ENUGU-Onitsha Express meanders at that point, and there's a huge turning where, because of, I've said this over time, we keep wondering why, whenever you are in any express road that is in southeast Nigeria, you will drive for 5 minutes in one lane and there is blocked, and you move over to another where these are what they call it, the accelerated vehicles, big trucks are competing with smaller vehicles on the same road at the same time. And if you see and close your eyes and imagine the danger that Nigerians are going through. I cried of the same thing, this a time bomb waiting to happen at the back of 82 Division of Nigerian Army in Enugu. It all happened after 1 day of crying of this on this seat. It happened at Onyama Express because of the same issue of all the accelerated vehicles and the other moving one way because the other lane is blocked. And what are the reasons? You find contracting companies will repair one side of the road, open it, and all the vehicles will be using, they close the other one. And you will see that they close it and you see actions of construction going on there. You will see that it will close down until the little portion that they have constructed is damaged. And then you find them doing the other one, little portions, and they close. And they close these roads at bad portions. Nobody has considered the effect it will have on people. This is it. They accidented, and then fire explosion, because everybody is using the same lane. No way to escape. And you know what? Tanker explosion carrying fuel, PMS, can be. When it explodes, every nearby place there, that's how all the